Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Nerd Street Gamers 10K Monthly Tournament here for the month of September. 32 of the best upcoming squads in the North American Valorant scene started the weekend in 8 groups of 4, and now we're just left with the final 8 teams in the quarterfinals. Some recognizable names here today have survived through the round of 16 to make it to these quarterfinals, but in the mix are some surprises, as teams like FYB, 2D, and Mystify have made waves by beating squads like Complexity, Beast Coast, and Mamba Mode Gaming on their journey here. I'm Alan Iholchip Donofrio. With me is my brother from Down Under, Kevin Averill Walker. We have got ourselves a very exciting day here, Kev. Not only is it $10,000 on the line, the title of King of September, but potentially taking the mantle of being the next up-and-coming squad from North American Valorant.
Exactly, and this is a tough tournament, Alan. This is the 10K monthly, right? September. Yeah. This has been a really interesting month as well for competition. We, of course, have China Wen, who are the returning champions from our previous month, coming back as well. So very interested to see if they can maybe defend their title. Renegades, who came second in previous month's tournament as well. So maybe they want a second shot at redemption here. So, yeah, a lot of competition. Really happy with who we have in the top 8 here. Plenty of upsets so far as well, or, potential upsets. There's been some very interesting games, and I expect there will be even more so to come.
100% the case. Again, all of this presented, of course, by Mike and Ike, which I don't know about you, Kevin, but whenever I go to the movies, my go-to candy choice absolutely is Mike and Ike. So I'm not just saying that because they are the presenting sponsors, but I actually mean that. I'm like one of the few people out there that was like, I'm gun-ho. I don't want all of the sugary, chocolatey stuff. No, I want those original fruity flavors, my man. And Mike and Ike will be presenting, obviously, a lot of what's going on here today for us. Now, talking about the general scope of what has happened throughout this event, it's probably best if we have a chance to look back at that bracket, because like we mentioned, there are a lot of big surprises for us. I mean, again, teams like Elevate, Mamba Mode, Complexity, they didn't even make it in to the round of 16 really coming through, let alone these quarterfinals. Of course, some familiar names. China Wen, I think, most notoriously is going to pop up on us. Just again, we've seen them a lot through other instances of tournament organizers that have been going on. But our broadcast coverage here for the quarterfinals is going to take a first look at this Team FYB squad going up against Renegades. And this is going to be an interesting matchup. For FYB, you've got a couple of recognizable names. Players like Harmful, who was a notorious Jet player. He played previously with the Pretty Boys. Rossi kind of made his name when he played through Lemonade Stand, and Zeno also playing with Triumph. And of course, for Renegades, it's the same core 5 that you would come to expect if you've been following along with the Renegades in specific.
And I think FYB right now, the kind of team that I need to take a little bit more of a closer look at, because this wasn't a team where if you put all the names out there, I probably wouldn't have had them maybe in the top 8. But look, like you mentioned, they've already made some upsets happen. They're a team that don't have a lot of results under their belt yet, but this is their first major showing, and they can make it pretty far. Renegades have to take them seriously here. You've already seen Team FYB take down Elevate, Pretty Boys, Complexity, like you mentioned as well. So this is a team that I expect that can put up some really big results. And if Renegades want to make it back to the grand finals and have another shot at potentially being the first place team instead of the runner-up, then Renegades are going to need to be able to come into this one very seriously.
Yeah, that'd be the case. And then just below that, again, Luminosity going up against Mystify. And although Mystify has been playing in a couple of the more amateur, or I guess the way that Wikipedia kind of lists them as C-tier tournaments, they have done well kind of building their group of 5. And then that matchup at the bottom, don't sleep on that Team 2D squad. Yeah. They have also been playing very well throughout their group run and as well in the quarterfinals. But like we mentioned, this first matchup between Renegades and FYB, we're going to be getting Ascent, Bind, and Haven. Again, best of 3s all the way throughout this. And I think more importantly, we need to mention the fact that this is single elimination. So no second chances as you get into this what was top 16 squads initially for the bracket here, of course, with our final 8. And this has been interesting because Renegades and FYB specifically have been playing almost the exact same compositions throughout this entire tournament. So in that maybe expected mirror matchup here, Kevin, we're going to really just kind of see who on paper is just better, I feel like is the best way of kind of putting it here on the day.
And both teams actually have results on Ascent for what it's worth as well. Team FYB, they beat Elevate on Ascent 13-6. Renegades absolutely handed it to Anbox there as well, 13-2. So that was a very particular result that, you have to really take a little bit more of a closer look at, because, man, Anbox, I definitely expected a little bit more out of that team. They're not going to be joining us for the top 8 today because they've been eliminated by Renegades already. So, yeah, Anbox did not do very well versus Renegades on this particular map. And FYB, They had a very good result versus Elevate here. They'll need to have, I think, a better result. This could be a possible Renegades favored map if they come in strong today. I still think Renegades overall should be the favored team to beat FYB, but so far every team that you would have expected to beat FYB hasn't done so. So, I mean, that's all up in the air, really.
And beyond that, I mean, again, just talking about Ascent specifically, yeah, Renegades has had some impressive numbers, but this was actually the map that FYB beat Complexity on, and they were able to beat in a best of 3 Pretty Boys on this map as well. So yeah, both teams looking pretty strong when it comes to Ascent, and maybe some of that has to do with the fact that, again, we're expecting them to play this kind of more parallel, universal composition that a lot of teams have been kind of adapting, talking about things like using a Jet, a Raze as one of your 2 duelist options, and then you've got the core of your Omen, your Sova, and your Cypher. That is to be the expectation with a Breach in some way. There's going to be a little bit of difference as far as who's using what, because at the moment, FYB has not played a lot of Breach, whereas Renegades has, and that's the matchup in specific that I'm looking at. When it comes to the double duelist preferred setup for FYB versus the more controller setup for the side of Renegades, when we look at Ascent, I personally think that the Breach brings so much value when it comes not just to being able to take spike sites initially, but more importantly on those long retakes as you're trying to rotate members from B to A or vice versa.
And I look at this composition as well, what Renegades have been playing as the kind of standard comp. What I'm talking about here is Omen, Jet, Breach, Cypher. So for that, currently, those specific 5, you can run those 5 across pretty much every single map. And maybe you can think about swapping 1 or 2 little bits and pieces out there for your preferred agents. For example, FYB pulling out the Raze, but you are dropping a Breach for that one. So if you want to force the double duelist in here, like FYB are doing, then you're going to need to lose something. Are you going to lose the Sova, or you lose the Jet here? Some teams will stay with 1 duelist only. They'll bin the Jet, put the Raze in the same place, and keep the Breach. In this case, we're losing the Breach, but we are putting the double duelist in. You're going to be losing a lot of the flash power. You'll have to really depend on Xeno, who's going to be the Omen player for FYB, to open things up with Paranoia. And yeah, I mean, for the rest of it, it's pretty standard. It's really just that one position between the 2 teams, between the Breach and the Raze. That is going to be the key differential here. But otherwise, we're playing very standard compositions. Nothing weird. No Vipers here. Nothing. No Sages, obviously. So both teams should have very just standard gameplay.
And I think beyond that as well, when you're running the double duelist, we talk about the fact that Breach brings a lot of utility to trying to take spike sites. Harmful is one of those Jet players that is not afraid to entry with a Tailwind and then updraft to kind of clear out a little bit of the site, essentially be that bait for the rest of their team coming beyond that Paranoia, like you mentioned, that we expect to see from the Omen. So a lot of expectations kind of framed up, but like we mentioned, it's Ascent for map number 1, Bind for map number 2, and Haven for map number 3. Specifically for this one, we are going to get a look at FYB on defense first, which could also provide some questions. Again, double duelist on defense, how are you going to use those? Are you going to play them in tandem with one another? Are you going to have the ability to control space as much as the defense we expect from Renegades coming forward? Again, anything can change. Who knows if maybe there's a different playoff strat than just getting through groups. But as we've mentioned, these compositions, the double duelist for FYB and the Jet set Raze, Breach, goodness. On the other side, for Renegades has been good. And just to kind of give you what we're playing for here, yeah, $10,000 total dollars. It's $6K for first. Second will come away with a very healthy $3,000, and then third place would be $1,000 to round out that $10,000 total. So let's jump on in. Ascent for map number 1, and like we mentioned, it's FYB with that set double duelist composition for their defense.
All right, quarterfinals into action, and straight away, 2 kills coming through over towards A. So kicking things off in quite a bloody manner here for our best of 3 between FYB on defense, Renegades on the attack, and win some very deep in mid already.
And that's the set play that I'm talking about. Harmful loving to get really up close and personal, even defensively, able to find first blood, but was immediately traded. So 4v4 we go. Full defensive stack, starting to make its way over to B as they're responding to the hit coming through B main. And the Trapwire's in a great spot as Xeno's able to find one very safely from the back of his spawn. Rossi just existing on the site, able to find another. And Renegades have been essentially split completely up on this attempt towards the B site, leaving them to a 2v4. Bergie able to lock down one with Retro. So now all of a sudden a 2v2. Spike collected the retake coming through. Xeno for the first. Retro by themselves with 70 HP, has a fault line to play with, but can't get either that or the Ghost to connect. And with that, we have our first defensive round coming through for FYB.
And really good control from FYB as well. Look at the response timing. They go straight to B. They don't really lose too much control over the midsection either. They don't allow a plant to come through. That's the most important part. Retro, who held the spike for a while, don't actually get this plant in. So Renegades, quick take over to B. A very quick trade on A as well. And then the rotation coming through from both teams to move over to really try and get B going. But FYB, 2 players alive, 2v1. Retro can't do too much more there. There will be a force coming through for the second round very quickly, though. So Renegades really do want to get off to a good start after dropping the pistol.
And you also are seeing a very early Marshall coming through for Harmful. See what happens this way around. Wit, he's going to see a lot of information. The Boombot will come through. That'll blow back a little bit of this resistance that he's trying to face up against. Aftershock also coming through, but it's the paint shells that find value. And now the information should be here that, hey, this is a force buy for the offensive side. So how do you deal with this defensively? So going with one, but the double up for CP2 up top with the double headshot. That will lead to a 3v2 for Renegades on the attack to A.
That might be enough. That might be the game-winning play right there that gets you this win on the force spike. Xeno up with his teammate Rossi, but they're not going to last too long here. Just a 1v3 now. We'll get one trade, but the plant will come through. The win will come through as well. And even an SMG upgrade onto the Spectre. But yeah, double kill coming through from CP2, courtesy of the flash being put in there as well from Retro, and that will give Renegades one.
This is interesting now because the typical third round, which you expect to be full gun rounds for both teams, is essentially going to look like a full force buy for both teams. You're going to get the SMGs largely in play for both squads, but Harmful's actually going to put himself back out of the Marshall once again, and he's going to be dealing with mostly full armors for the setup of Renegade's next offensive attempt, with the exception of Winsome, who has opted to buy into the Phantom with just a light armor. He's completely zeroed out his economy, so all intents and purposes, this is another even footing round for round number 3, just in a little bit of a different way than you normally expect.
And neither team's willing to eco just yet. Neither team is willing to kind of give the advantage away. They both think, okay, well, if the other team's going to force up, we're going to force up here as well. We want every single round. This is some of the fastest, most brutal, quick action that I've seen across, you know, a pro level of Valorant. So let's see how this one works out. A couple of rifles, like you mentioned, on both ends. Things are getting very tricky now in terms of economy. You would say that Renegades maybe have a little bit more padding to play with, but it still doesn't feel really good just yet.
A little bit of a different run out here for Renegades. It's going to be the Cypher player going very aggressively over through the middle of the map, maybe just to be a distraction, as it looks like most of the energy for this attack is heading over towards A. So keep your eye on that lurking player mid-map. Winsome able to come through tree. This is going to be essentially a double hit through the front side of the site. Wit inside, needs to stay alive for as long as possible. Nearly gets an opportunity to CP2 and hits the headshot. Now an opportunity for the defense to stand strong as the trade eventually comes through. But there are members that are nearby, sitting up top on the rafters. But watch out for the Cypher. He's lurking behind, and really for Renegades, you just have to wait a little bit longer for Bergie. He's going to convert onto one, leaving it to a 2v2. Oh, he gets caught with the cyber cage, not able to fully get it embellished, and now it's just down to Retro. 1v2 scenario, no spikes to play with, and he's going to run right into the waiting arms of Xeno. Big defensive hold for FYB.
And it comes down to Rossi finding that timing as well. If he doesn't get that one kill to Bergie, and maybe Bergie gets the kill there instead, it becomes a very difficult situation for FYB. That 2v1 can go either way for either team, depending on which Cypher comes out on top. So yeah, just about a 1 second difference there. Bergie puts the cage down, thinks about someone potentially coming through glass, but didn't think that Rossi was going to appear right then and there. So another situation for Retro to try and clutch through on, and unfortunately is not going to be able to do so. 2-1 for FYB now. More guns being purchased over the side of the defense for FYB, and Renegades will finally relent and say it's time to eco.
Early Blade Storm going to be popped. That, by the way, of the Renegades. It's CP2 looking to potentially enter, and once again, it's the Marshall that's in play for Harmful, really sticking on the sniper rifle pressure he wants to enforce. Specifically, he's been mostly over here by the A site. Again, offensively, Renegades are leaning towards this direction, but this time you've got Bergie going a little bit wider, trying to make some noise over towards the B site. Xeno, good opportunity here. Going to get double peek, though, and the right click from Winsome will connect. He eventually gets traded, but we're still in a 4v3, Kevin.
That was huge, actually, coming through from Winsome. Gets a weapon as well. It does get traded, like you said, but you know, we're starting to get a few guns being dropped now. We're getting the defense really low in numbers. You can see they're struggling to catch up in terms of information. They're looking around A, looking throughout the mid as well, and nothing is there. They have to know it's B now. Chicken camera, there it is. Spots the Cypher. Bergie's been tagged up, and now the rotation comes on through. But I do believe Renegades at this stage should at least have one gun. I think Retro might have been forced in, but that's going to be spiked down.
Yeah, the timing of that peek from Rossi, crucial. He still has his camera up and a couple of trap wires that are around where the spike has been dropped. Bergie looking for a one tap through the middle of the map. Might have an opportunity. Misses it just a touch wide. Rossi on his third kill. Bergie nowhere to go. Wit will clean him up. And FYB holds strong once again in the late rotation. Back to B, and with that, a neural theft and a showstopper available for them as they were earned at the late stages of that last round.
And that's hard as well, because you look at the situation, you think it's a 3v3, and where are the guns for Renegades? They got 2 kills, but they couldn't really convert onto any weapons picked up there. We did see Winsome win that 1v1 early, but then he got traded, so if he maybe stays alive, takes the Phantom with him, does something there with the gun, or gives it over to another teammate, that maybe is a better position. I thought maybe Retro bought into it, because I did see a Vandal being put into his hands earlier. I think he might have sold it just before the time ran out, but looking over towards the situation now, FYB finally taking more of a comfortable lead, as I do believe an operator has been picked up for harmful as well.
This is a different look defensively for FYB. Double Duelist getting aggressive over to A-Long, and this is actually being baited out. Renegades have not moved at all. They stayed in Gelato the entire time, and Randy Savage will find 2. Segoy needs to respond to win some of the middle of the map, and it's not gone right. Rossi even will find 1 pick, but Zeno, who tried to get aggressive on that same peek over to Long A, falls, leaving it just to Rossi, but would technically need to be about a 1v5, and at this point, I think you got to make a decision as far as, do you play for exits? Do you just try to save completely? You've got the threat of Winsome nearby, and it looks like Rossi's just trying to hold his life as much as possible.
Has a bit of money to play with, but at the same time, it would be more healthy to save at this point. Maybe it's a 1v1 against Winsome. Not a lot of HP, though. You can see Rossi's only sitting on about half. Operator did get dropped earlier on, 54 HP. Yeah, he's about 2 shots away from death. So this has been a very awful round, unfortunately, for Team FYB, who bought up fairly big here. A lot of ultimates for Renegades as well. They're just not going to lose this one. In fact, they might even be able to convert onto more as well, just in terms of resources moving forward.
Yeah. Well, we'll kind of frame things up. The big thing here for Renegades is this offensive attack, so clean, so comfortable. They didn't have to actually force any ultimates into the mix. So now that we're going to go into round number 7, pretty crucial round coming forward, as Rossi will take down Retro before the conclusion of the previous round. But you've got, I think, more importantly, the Hunter's Fury and the Rolling Thunder to try to execute with, or obviously you can save the Hunter's Fury to try to block off the potential defuse late into the round. But this one feels like a very pivotal round for both of these squads. For FYB, you're still in a position where you can mostly buy. It just comes down to what do you want to do about Harmful, who's been sticking on the Marshal round after round after round. And like you mentioned previously, Renegades, you have the Operator in play as well. So a lot of threat as far as the weaponry for the offensive Renegades coming forward.
Yeah, good news for FYB, because they have been up in terms of kills and rounds. It does give Harmful an ult to play with. He has a Bladestorm instead of a rifle. They won't have to purchase up. And thankfully, Rossi did save his Phantom as well, because he was able to drop over for another teammate. If that doesn't happen, this is going to be a much more difficult round to play in. First customer up, and it won't be a kill. Not for Harmful, at least.
That's so tough for FYB. That's going to split the defense in two. The only player who's moving forward is Winsome. He'll see the door close right in front of him, and he'll take that position mid-market to essentially just lock down the ability for Renegades to rotate around him as a pivot point. And you can see Renegades are just happy to be where they are, middle of the map, a lot of control from both sides. Hunter's Fury going to come through, actually gets a bit of a tag, I believe. Yeah, sure does. Confirms Long in the sight. And how do you find that if you're Randy Savage? Now all of a sudden, FYB in an absolutely putrid spot, as they've got 2 members over at A that need to rotate over to help out the Sova of Segoy. Wit will find 1 on rotation, but Segoy falls inside the site, and this should lead to a pretty clean plant. You feel like for the side of Renegades, a nice tailwind out of the way of the showstopper, and now FYB have to make a decision on, do you want to go for this 2v4 retake?
30 seconds left.
Wit nearly got shot out of the sky there. Very thankful he doesn't go down, but doesn't get a counter trade either with the rocket launcher coming through from the showstopper. Gets the 1 kill earlier. Now dies to the flank coming through from Retro, who gets the cleanup onto 2, and Renegades once again win with 4 members alive. It's very, very good coming through from them in the past 2 rounds, and unfortunately for FYB, they're consistently losing members early on. This is a very pivotal kill as well. Randy double tag through the walls using Hunter's Fury onto Rossi. This is a 5v3 situation that was completely untraded. Wit doesn't connect on the showstopper, and then Retro again with the flank to be able to pick up the rest of the pieces. And really, I don't know that FYB were thinking very hard about going for that anyway. It's a very pivotal round in terms of money. I think they were even thinking about saving, but Retro puts his foot down on that one to make sure they can't even get away.
Now FYB in a position where they could see themselves on the back foot, although beautiful tap from Wit. 5 HP for Retro. Happy to be alive, I'm sure. Now a 5v4 coming through, but Retro has to be very considerate of his health. So it looks like he will just kind of back up and just wait for his teammates to maybe capitalize on some opportunities mid-map, as Winsome once again has been a nuisance, pushing through tree, pushing through mid-market. He's going to get a little bit of help this time, likely from Randy Savage, who's trailing right behind him, and Zeno realizes that this is a very dangerous peak for him. The Aldrone comes down almost as bait just for Winsome, who gets a couple of tags, but no kill converted. Hunter's Fury now coming up defensively, hoping, praying for something, and it looks like it will just find one connection. So Winsome will be tagged up, but with that information off the Hunter's Fury coming out, this will be an immediate rotate for Renegades over to B.
As soon as you hear the From the Shadows ultimate come through as well, if you're FYB, you have to start thinking that there was a rotation. They're looking through a mid's empty as well. Yep, it's not going to look too good for FYB. The retake is going to have to happen regardless, so they are eco on this round, so nothing really to lose apart from some sheriffs and maybe some armor. They've already committed an ultimate. CP2, great shot onto Harmful, which makes things a little bit more difficult. It's another 5v3 situation, no trade so far. One more to come through, I'm sure, for CP2, as he'll be up for multi-frags this round.
It looks like FYB not really forcing the issue at B main now that they know that CP2 has the operator. Dark Cover will come out. That will back everyone up just a touch. I think the big question is, do FYB, are you playing just for exits solely, or are you actually going to try to contest this? And I think we're about to get our answer as the flashpoint comes out to clear the backside of the defensive spawn. Nobody from FYB is here, so it looks like even though they may not have wanted to necessarily go for a full save off these sheriffs, it looks like they might be forced to, as there's not going to be a point of contact, you feel like, from this point of view.
No, if they wanted to really go for exits, they should have posted one up into defensive
Agreed.
spawn, one in B main, and then one into market. So, unfortunately, they're going to be able to... they're not going to be able to really pick up too much there. Save is going to be a rather successful one in terms of the money situation there. Down only one round here. That's due to the fact that they were up a little bit earlier on. Double operator setup now for both their Raze player and their Jet here between Wit and Harmful. Earlier, Harmful did get himself traded very early on. I think that might have been round 3. That's round 3 or 4. So that needs to change this time around in terms of the early opening frags, because Harmful's had a very quiet game.
Double duelist, double operator. They're going to play this one over the middle, one towards A. Harmful for first blood. Tailwinds away, making sure there's no trade. And that's going to be interesting because Winsome has been the main instigator of any action over through the middle of the map or over towards A. Bergie's going to try to take up his mantle right outside mid-market. CP2 very patiently trying to check corners, see if he can get blessed with a trade back off that first blood with his operator, and it looks like he will come up a little bit empty. The defense is in a really good power position, knowing that they have this operator here, plus some help from Segoy mid-map. That'll do well for their second kill, and now we've got a 5v3 in Renegades. This is going to look a little bit desperate. They can still go for it, obviously, here, Avril. They've got plenty of cash to spend, but it's going to be really tough on them to make their way through. CPT will find first blood on this engagement, though, and with that, maybe a possibility to get this spike planted without contest.
Great timing from CP2 there, gets the first kill over towards boat. They don't even have to use the Rolling Thunder. They can now save that for the eventual retake from FYB. A little bit of info from Savage now. Is Randy looking for info on that drone, but yeah, I do expect this one to be quite bloody, and the Rolling Thunder should come out this round, assuming that Retro does survive.
And CPT would have loved to have that shot back. He had 3 different options as far as who he could shoot at. Retro, both arms up, looking for a Rolling Thunder. Just comes down to the timing of it. It might be queued off of the recon bolt, which will be placed top side. There goes the Rolling Thunder coming through. Harmful, he tries to get up off the updraft to stay away from it, but does eventually get impacted. Time becoming an issue. Randy for 1, not able to get the second. Retro has to clutch up in a 1v3, plus he's got the time to worry about. Needs to peek the corner, finds the kill. Is there enough time for the defuse?
Nope.
Does not look like it, so a huge 3v5 clutch up for Renegades to secure their 5th round.
And we've seen Retro in those situations before, and he hasn't won them. He finally does get the clutch at the cost of his own life, at the cost of all 10 players who go down there, but gets a required kill specifically onto Harmful, who goes for the defuse as well. Rolling Thunder catches multiple members. No, they don't really get to capitalize on those particular kills, but hey, it does slow things down considerably. So FYB taking a bit of time here as well. You have to also credit the fact that Renegades come back into here despite this being a 3v5, and they lose 2 members on mid very early. Great read from FYB to say there's a lot of mid pressure, specifically from the Omen player Winsome, who's always pushing him deep towards mid. Let's see if he does that again, because Harmful's back in the same position, but doesn't quite have the same weaponry.
Will be forced away by the recon bolt. Once again, Winsome throwing a lot of consideration for the defense over, and Wit tries to get aggressive, peeking over to Gelato, not going to come through. And really, since Renegades got first blooded in round number 1, by Harmful off that aggressive playthrough at A long. Nothing has been going right for the defense on that part of the map. And now with the trade kill happening over the middle of the map towards Tree, this will actually force FYB to start considering that they need to rotate to A to help this defense, as there could be a potential double hit coming.
And Rossi needs to be able to do something here. It'll just be him, Sugoi as well over towards A main. They lost the operator via Wit over towards A main as well. So it's multiple times now that for FYB, their opening op shots are just not connecting. They're losing the operator plays, they're losing the snipers. Here we go, the hit finally coming in. Sugoi just for the one.
And now a tough position to rotate in for Rossi. Has to go through the dark cover, spamming the corner. Will get blessed with 1 and a second. Double headshots coming through. Now it's just down to a 1v2. Neural Theft's going to be committed. CP2, what can you do? Misses another shot, but is able to tailwind away. Has an angle on the spike itself, but he has to deal with the player up close and can't hit that shot either. Incredible retake coming out. Rossi for 2+ kills and the defuse. FYB stealing away around and almost evening things up, just down 1, 4-5.
Super well played by the Cypher Rossi there. Checks over towards mid to see if he might get flanked from anyone. Nope, it's completely clear. Goes back in tree, swings through, gets killed. This first kill in the smoke, by the way, incredible. Then the timing on the Winsome, who just finishes planting, so can't respond. CP2 needs to hit that shot. If he gets the first kill onto at least one of those 2 remaining players, the 1v1 is certainly doable. It's planted for him as well. That one is going to slip away from Renegades to make things very competitive. It was 4 rounds in a row here, Alan, as we head towards round number 10. Double ops being purchased up for FYB again, and I need to see them get a lot more success out of these.
Flashpoints coming through, Hunter's Fury as well, but defensively, Wit just too strong, using everything in the kit. Able to get a paint shell plus an operator kit, but the showstopper comes up empty. Xeno still alive on the site. Will deal with the second. A beautiful hold for FYB. Last player left alive is Retro. No spike in hand. Will be able to collect that just through the dark cover. A 1v3, and if he finds a kill, maybe a Rolling Thunder will be used in this round to try to secure things if he can get it spike planted, but
he'll go B.
It just comes down to where you go, and yeah, he makes the right call by wrapping this potentially over to B.
Well, he's going to make things interesting because FYB don't know where he is now. He broke glass, got a kill on the same player there as well on Harmful, and now he can just play patient. 52 seconds remaining. He'll allow FYB to default 1-1 now. Staying A has its own risk because there could be someone hiding on A main now saying,
oh, man,
it's not coming here. So because of that, I mean, FYB are also moving to off. Typically, I don't know, part of me does say that the defense will go 1-1 here, but them stacking together, it maybe makes a little bit more sense, or maybe even allow the plant. If they allow Retro to get the plant here, that could be really good, and I don't think Retro's going to go to spawn. He'll go Heaven, and then he'll plant for sure.
The timing here, nearly perfect for Retro. He'll be able to fall off of Heaven and make this play happen with the spike down. The question just comes down to, what do you want to do off your post-plant setup? And FYB, they're going to realize this is not a B hit. They're going to be pretty quick to jump on this. Retro, again, missing information. Recon Dart coming through is going to queue up the Rolling Thunder. That's actually going to hit both players. That's going to stall for a while. Takes the jump up. Will find the first. Retro, maybe thinking about challenging. Still has a fault line to play with. Has some idea that Sugoi's up top, but he changes his position. He's going to try to maybe hit this from the middle. No, he's double backing, second guessing, maybe just a touch. 10 seconds until he gets a recon bolt, but I don't think he's got the time to play for it. Timing of this peak, though. Sugoi on the wide will flip out. Will be able to get the kill. And plenty of time for the defuse. We're going to go tied up 5-5.
Another tough situation for Retro. You find Retro in so many of these 1vx's that we've seen in these 10 rounds. He's won one of the clutches so far, but all the other ones haven't really gone his way. That one was very winnable. The Rolling Thunder should have been the key there. Does get himself one kill, but can't quite find the last one to Sugoi, who made his way out of harm's way. Unfortunately, doesn't have too much other room to play with. Hides under Heaven, goes into Hell, and that's going to be the first place that Sugoi is able to look through. And that's where you check normally anyway. If you drop down from Heaven, you are going to check Hell pretty much straight away.
Yeah.
And we'll be able to find that kill in what is kind of a coin flip. But yeah, unfortunately for Renegades, doesn't quite go their way. So a 5v5, though, very competitive. Operator back into Harmful, back to mid.
Operator shots being exchanged through the middle as well. Boombot also being thrown out. Not much going to happen that for Whitmer. So everything will go back to neutral, but once again, it's all on Winsome. He's been so influential when it comes to trying to open up space towards A. This time, it's him versus Xeno up close, but there's going to be a lot of assistance to this hit from Renegades. 4 members all with the potential of hitting this at the same time and coming quickly as Bergie to try to help this push through. Paranoia comes out, will stall the hit for a bit, and with that, there's going to be a little bit of assistance from Whitmer. You're also going to get the Blade Storm out, but Whitmer's been able to find himself too. Not going to grab the third as CP2 is able to finally get a trade, but still a 3v4. Renegades without the spike as well.
Flashing through over towards Glass now. They will finally get Xeno down. That's important. Defense is maybe starting to falter a little bit here. Hunter's Fury needs to get one kill to make things a little bit more workable for FYB. 2 versus 3. At least it's low in health, but now it's just down to 1. Sugoi by himself.
How clutch for CP2 to find 3 kills by 2 of them from Operator. The third was by the Blade Storm. Sugoi again in a 1v3 situation. Very doable, though. 2 members severely injured. He'll get information on 1 player. Also has the recon bolt. Going to throw that out early. Will likely not be able to convert off the information if he finds any at all. And now I think it's just a question of, do you truly go for this if you're Sugoi? Fault line's queued up. He's going to be affected by this. Backs away. Bergie will take the kill, no problem. Renegade 6-5 going into the last round of the half.
Yep, doesn't even get to take a shot, doesn't get to do anything there. Bergie's got so much to work with, he doesn't even have to pick up the operator. Last round, as was mentioned, 5-6 so far. I do think this can go 6-6. The only issue here is the lack of money for FYB, and part of this can be attributed to the fact that in the 1v3 that we saw a couple of rounds ago from Retro, he turned it to a 1v1, nearly won that one, dropped 2 guns in a situation where FYB was already looking at a situation where they don't have a lot of money.
Yeah.
Harmful should actually probably give his Stinger even over to Sugoi so he can just ult here. You do have a Blade Storm available, and that's what they have to really rely on now.
Yeah, Harmful not having the greatest of games. He was the first blood in this total match, just an aggressive push through with the Ghost, and he has been a little influential when it comes to try to put sniper pressure down, but hasn't been able to confirm many kills. That's been a big problem for them so far in this double duelist comp that we framed up before the match started. One of those that could be high risk, high reward. And for the offense for Renegades, again, playing very passively through A long, thinking that maybe there could be another aggressive push through from FYB, and they're not out of the woods from that potentially happening. Whitmer's still shouldering the A archway, and if he can find one and back away, that would be huge for FYB to start this defensive round off.
Well, he is going to jiggle pick this one. Finally gets spotted. I don't think he'll peek again. It's too dangerous. Doesn't have armor to play with either. Just a 25. Best he can call for is a little bit of help. That 1 kill is nice, but will get traded out.
Flashpoint now coming through. The trades pinstriping the kill feed a bit, but the last player left inside the site was Sugoi, who does get taken down. And now it's just down to a 2v3 retake. Harmful, like we mentioned, still has the Blade Storm. He's trying to play the long flank as the spike gets planted. Rossi just needs to stay alive right now, and as CP2 misses another operator shot, very uncharacteristic of him, he'll be able to pick that up for a Vandal and make good use of it, but Harmful, now he's found himself a weapon plus the Blade Storm. Will be flashed for a moment, and what is a 1v3 clutch-up opportunity for him, now goes to the operator, and if he can find a shoulder somewhere, this is very doable. Recon bolt will be placed. Nobody from Renegades is going to peek this. Triple Cloudburst coming out, now swapping back to the Vandal. Still has the Blade Storm for his main weapon, but as he checks the close right corner, Randy peeks wide, and that will be good for a 7-5 half in favor of Renegades attack.
Yeah, the last round there, just not enough money to play with. Only 3 weapons. One of them was even the Guardian from Wit. Does get the 1 trade very early on, but not much else to talk about there in terms of equipment. Sugoi just on the frenzy. Harmful had a Stinger and the Blade Storm. Only gets the 1 kill there. Makes it interesting towards the end there, the 1v2, but I don't think it was too winnable. Time was against CPU. Time was against Harmful, rather. Has the operator, would need to find someone peeking him, and I don't think either Retro or Randy Savage were ever going to do that. So, moving to next half here, this is where the double duelist should be much better for the side of FYB. Yeah. This is where I think they can really get back a lot more rounds. You'd actually even say that, to be honest, their defensive half wasn't that bad, considering their composition is probably more geared towards the offense anyway.
Are you still looking at Harmful as needing to be the player that steps up the most, though, in the second half, Avril?
I think if he gets another operator in hand, he's going to need to be responsible for some more First Blood instead of getting First Blooded himself. I wouldn't say that he's been the one killed very early on a lot for his team, but I know his team in general so far. FYB, especially in the early rounds, in the first, 6-7 rounds of the game, FYB were First Blooded against several times, so that's going to need to change.
Well, here comes a aggressive opening hit through B main. Randy hoping for a little bit of assistance from his shock darts. I believe gets a bit of damage actually confirmed onto Harmful himself. Retro's here to try to assist on the defense. Rotating over is going to be Winsome. He'll be playing from the defensive side at spawn. This has not been a commitment yet, by the way, so a lot of utility being spent by Renegades, and that might be enough for FYB to consider backing away and trying to readjust their offense, and it looks like that very well could be the case. They pick up the ultimate orb, and maybe you're just looking at Rossi. Will he be the guy to try to make the call as far as we're going to hit B or we're going to rotate behind B to A? It looks like they're going to eventually stick with this plan towards B.
Well, the thing is, they have so much control over mid, they have nothing on A, so if they want to reset for A, they have to regain control over towards tree and short, but no, it's going to be B, 30 seconds remaining, they'll push in, flash from Retro, needs to be able to catch something, there's been no kills defensively yet, and that may be a problem.
Whitmer for first blood. Winsome still alive and spawn, but he's covered by a dark cover, and Randy, you thought for a second was going to be able to snap for 2, only gets 1. Zeno's going to get the spike planted. We'll reset our timer as it was getting a little bit too close for comfort. The defensive rotation, mostly coming through mid-market, it's going to come quickly as well. All 3 players trying to break on in. CP2 with the most amount of utility left. Just 1 cloud burst and a tailwind that could potentially be used to dive into this site. Defensively on the post plant, though, FYB is completely bunkered up inside the site itself. Inside the cloud burst, CP2 for 1. Bergie at the opposite angle, not going to find the kill. Wit has got himself 3 before he's eventually traded, and CP2 for the 1v2. We'll get the reload off to try to reset this fight, but everyone's just throwing shoulders, and Dina will eventually capitalize. FYB, another pistol round win.
And Harmful getting the 1-for-1 there in the smoke, by the way, super pivotal, because he was one of the low members for FYB. And if he goes down, that would have been, without a trade, by the way, that would have been really, really bad for that post-plant situation. Would have given Renegades a lot more to work with. CP2 even getting 2 kills here is very good, but unfortunately just doesn't quite have the time to do much more. A lack of information there, I think, for Renegades, as they felt like it was B. They knew it was B, but there was a little bit of just doubt coming through, I think, from CP2, who was playing over towards defender spawn, walks away, doesn't quite commit to it, goes back on towards A, and then the hit onto B eventually comes through, and it does end up being a 5v3.
Yep. Another pistol round win, though. FYB's been looking great when it comes to those opening rounds of the half so far, 2 for 2. And this time it's going to be FYB heavy stacking the middle of the map. CP2 and Winsome trying to hold on to tree, but Winsome has been tagged up very heavily.
And no force, by the way.
So it just comes down to actually peek this. Sure will.
And they'll go and get taken down super quickly. B's completely open now. Market's been opened up. Randy, for 1, is very good, but isn't going to survive for much longer. 2 versus 4 situation, and both the last defenders are still over towards A shot, so they're not going to be able to respond here. Tried to peek for a timing, and unfortunately it does get watched. And when you are versus Eco, you are assuming that maybe the pistols are going to push you. It's that, or they'll be stacking. Like I said as well, they weren't forcing this time around, and you do have to kind of think about a situation where Renegades forced last time. However, that was an offensive force, probably a little bit more rare to see a defensive force, so more likely to see the pistols, and FYB played that one pretty well.
Shouldn't be much cause for concern to secure this round for FYB, so likely it's going to be a 7-7, and just as a reminder, if you're not 100% familiar with this FYB squad, they've taken down a lot of Goliaths in this tournament so far. Took down Complexity to the tune of a 13-7. They 2-0'd Pretty Boys, 13-8, and then a long overtime 17-15. Going the distance in their round of 16 in their first map versus Elevate, they beat them 14-12 and then took them out in the second map 13-6. So FYB haven't dropped the map yet. It's really what I'm getting at here. Yeah. And against a team like Renegades, who have also looked really strong, this is just, I think, great overall. No matter the outcome, I mean, this is Renegades' map pick as well to kind of keep that in mind, and FYB, I'm sure, is happy about that. Again, they've also played very well in a sense so far in this tournament, and we're seeing exactly why. This is punch for punch, essentially coming through for both these squads.
Yeah, I mean, 5-7 scoreline in the first half tells you exactly that same story as well. Very likely to go maybe 6-6, but yeah, 5-7, still super tight game. Did expect that maybe FYB with the double duelist setup, we're going to struggle a little bit more on the defense, so I think they did quite well there. Now on the offense, certainly catching up. Pistol into anti-eco, 7-7, even scoreline. Now up for a very important run. There are 3 rifles for FYB, and instantly the showstopper coming through.
Flashpoint will try to counter, though. This is going to have to be essentially a full-blind showstopper out. Looks like it didn't really connect for much, but Rossi able to find first one. Oh, everything's gone wrong. Randy somehow takes down his teammate of Retro with a shock dart, so now a big numbers advantage for FYB. You feel like CP2 has to be massive for the flank. He'll find 1. But the spike will be planted. Randy will see the weapon of a player underneath. That's going to give some good information to his squad mate, but just as he drops down for the double peek, Rossi actually collapsed for both players. Happy to have that one out of heaven, I'm sure. And with that, FYB stay clean on their offense, 8-7 up.
Oh, man, that is a tough round to lose if you're Renegades right now, especially with the team kill coming through. But at the same time, I mean, dropping out of heaven, I thought that was going to be a really big lineup as well in terms of 3 members in hell. You can get 2 kills straight away, and 2 kills did come through. Not the way that Renegades thought was Rossi for the Clat. And so now FYB really starting to find their groove. They already had 3 rifles purchased up the last round, and now they got 4 in the bank in terms of 4 players with all heaps of money in the bank to play with. 4 weapons purchased up. CP2 going very aggressive with the Blade Storm. At least has a lot of information so far.
Sidesteps the Boombot as well. And gets away. Man, if you ever needed a time for CP2 to show up in a big way, it would be right now. And Team FYB, obviously understanding the economical situation, will mostly play for intel and then essentially decide what they want to do midway through this round. And it looks like it's going to be a 4-man stack towards A long. You're going to keep Harmful mid-map to maybe watch for any flank rotations, and helping him will be Whitmer. So double players, double duelists, mid-map. 3-man hit, likely going to be coming through to A. The only player that's actually in the site is Bergie, and he's already being moved around by a really good connection off the shock dart. Easy one tap there for Rossi. Winsome doing what he can, but it's actually CP2 who finds 2 from the backside, eventually dealt with. But at least you're able to force a couple of kills in the mix. Spike will be planted, probably without much contest whatsoever, and it's just going to be down to Retro and Randy for the potential retake off pistols, and it's not gone well here so far, just down to Retro for the 1v3.
Classic 1vx situation for Retro again. We'll have a 1v1 here versus Harmful. Takes it as well. Makes it interesting. His last 1v3, he brought it down to just a 1-1. Isn't going to be able to do much more, though. Trying to trade through in the floorboards, but Sugoi will take that battle with the Vandal over the Sheriff here. Not bad from CP2, though. 2 kills with the Blaze Storm is decent. Gives Renegades at least the opportunity to take away guns here, really slow down the economy of FYB, who otherwise are looking very healthy once more in terms of what they have to work with. Harmful now back on the operator, so is CP2 now. Didn't mention that Harmful was reasonably slow on the operator. I mean, he's 7-13, but also was missing shots and not quite getting the first bloods previously. He'll need to really fix that up now for his offensive half.
This very arguably could be the biggest round of the match so far. 9-7 Renegades
that's what I'm talking about.
to get this defense online, and you talk about Harmful coming a bit wide with his sniper rifle, not able to grab anything there. CP2 similarly so. For Jet v Jet Operator v Operator battle, it hasn't normally provided us with this amount of, I hesitate to say whiffing, but we just haven't seen the connections like we normally do when it comes to first blood opportunities on this map specifically. And okay, naturally I say it and they counter my point immediately. Harmful for 1, that'll immediately put him into the Blade Storm as they try to track very quickly over to A. Bergie for 1, takes himself down to the low ground, can't find a second, but wins some over the middle of Garden. Will be able to take 1 in response, so we go 3v3. Spike making its way on for a plant. Winsome close by. Gonna be challenged by Harmful with the updraft right through the Blade Storm right click. That'll do well. Giving a numbers advantage for FYB, and Renegades, you have to find a way to get this 2v3 retake.
They have the U-tilt, they have ultimates as well. They'll flash through Hunter's Fury to check over towards main. That is a huge collection of the Harmfuls now. At 2v1, Wit's got to try and hold on to this one, and he's flashed up. There's just way too much util being thrown his way, and I was maybe a little bit concerned for Renegades there as well, because it's a 2v2. They have to retake it. They're losing a bit of time now as well. The money situation isn't great. They're feeling nervous about this one, and they're feeling like, okay, it's maybe too risky, but just a lot to work with there. Again, the flash is coming through. If the Hunter's Fury kill doesn't come in, that would have been far more difficult, but finally the silence has been broken. Renegades are back on the board now and just trail by 1.
I love the aggressive call from Randy just to pull the triggers there as well. And Bergie, I'm sure as soon as he was midway down that drop down to the low ground, he was second guessing McMahon. I really wish I was still up top. He had a great angle on what could have been 3 players, but big saves by Randy Savage, who, by the way, just casually, 12-12, but 10 assists. He's been finding a lot of value out of his kit thus far, and continues to showcase that with the help of the clutch up. And this is what I was about to say. We have not seen either of our Sova players really defaulting over towards B long with the LMG play. And finally, Randy will actually pick up the Odin and give it some consideration. Doesn't find a lot of value. And now Sugoi trying to combine off his own recon dart with the Hunter's Fury.
Insane.
He says, I've got a trick up my sleeve as he takes down Retro. Beautiful first blood. But meanwhile, over towards A, this is where the hit's actually coming from. That's all bait over towards B. It's actually going to be Wit who's able to get himself a paint shells kill on the entry in.
And a couple of whiffs there from CP2 as well. Misses a couple more shots. Harmful, well connected. So finally, start to find his mark now. And there's an easy round. 3 kills for Wit as well. 1 with the paint shells. 2 on the rifles. 10 and 8 now. And just when Renegades start to speed up again, they've been slowed right down. Another speed bump in their way. Another roadblock. And Renegades are starting to really slip behind it. I don't think I've seen this many Hunter's Fury kills in a single map just for so long. I mean,
Yeah,
you don't find them that often. Typically, you'll hit one shot, but landing the second one can be difficult. But both teams across both Sugoi and Randy have been consistently getting kills on the ult, so that's impressive.
I love that opportunity for the bait, too. We haven't seen much of that when it comes to just baiting out an ultimate towards one side, hitting the other, but Sugoi, the catalyst of success here on that last round. So now, once again, defensively, Renegades in a tough position. Last pack, trying to get some movement for Wit with the showstopper. We've seen better showstoppers in our day there, partner, as Wit will be forced back, and the dark cover will keep him from actually aggressing onto the site. A lot of damage had been confirmed, but not enough for the first blood. Rossi will actually make good on the opportunity mid-market to find that first blood onto Retro. Harmful takes down his counterpart. Rossi even allowed to get the reload off and the swap back over, and what was expected to be an FYB round is looking good. As maybe for a second, Bergie could have made things interesting, but Harmful, very closely watching the tight stairs, will allow FYB to go up 11-8 on Renegade's map pick. And again, Renegades, this is back against the wall. You have to take this next round.
Rossi gets a bit of a jump scare there, but will get saved by his teammate. And I don't think we've seen Wit actually connect the showstopper kill yet, so there's a fun fact for you on this particular map. That's not really a situation where I think the showstopper would have been that useful anyway. You're just going up against pistols. This is the kind of round where you know Renegades are very desperate. You know they're low on money. You know this is a big buy round for them. This is where the showstopper can find you some real value. And now for CP2 in Operator, he needs to find something harmful as well. Checking over towards mid again. I don't know that Winsome will peek him once more. And it will come down to early opportunities for the kills. And well, neither one really finding a player yet.
Gonna get Rossi once again through the middle of the map. Completely uncontested and unscouted. And everybody else from the offensive side of FYB starting to stack towards B main, with the only exception being Sugoi. Can he keep this defense planted over towards A little bit longer? There are 3 members there for Renegades, and any members that you keep at least stalled out on this rotation, all the better. It looks like Winsome will decide, okay, not need to be at A at the moment. Gonna back over to mid.
There's no information for Renegades, and that's the big issue right now. They're starting to move through finally to have a look, but at this point, FYB could have already made a hit onto B, and Renegades can do nothing about it. They have a Rolling Thunder available. But Retro's in the wrong part of the map right now. He's in the wrong part of the map because they don't know where FYB is. Mid-map control once again being taken heavily by FYB uncontested, and we've seen Rossi so many times walk up there. He'll finally be able to be spotted by Winsome, and that will give Winsome the info required, and now the final rotation should start coming through.
Oh, beautiful, and the trap wire allows Bergie to find first blood. He's going to find a second, Randy Savage a third. This has been great considering that it's a 2v5 on the site itself. Renegades now in a 4v2 situation. Spike has been dropped. Rossi still mid-map. His position should be known, though, as he found a kill on the Winsome earlier. He's going to have to be the one for a play. I mean, there's no time for a play. You just got to find the kills at this point, and everyone will just run away. At least should be able to run away. Goodness, a little bit too tight there for CP2. Retro able to find at least one more kill on the back end. Sugoi trying to make something interesting happen, but a 9th round coming through for Renegades, and more importantly, a lot of weapons have been saved, which is big considering their economy is still not in the greatest of positions.
That is a huge round for Renegades, though. One, I didn't think they were really up for winning. They had a really poor situation to start with, and you cannot understate how good it was for Winsome to get the info across mid. The timing was perfect. Just sees Rossi walk across as well. Doesn't fire a shot. Probably doesn't quite have the time to do that. Maybe would have missed anyway. Doesn't reveal his own positioning, but does get to tell his teammates, hey, it's going to be B for sure. There's not that much time left. They're definitely stacking over towards B, and they know what to expect. So, huge from Renegades to be able to make that happen, but also for FYB, really slow. They need to speed things up. They're already moving big time through A, but it is going to allow rotation to come through as well.
It potentially on the way. CP2 needs to be able to respond. He finds himself the first. Flashpoint comes through to stall things out a little while longer as well. And immediately you're seeing Wit rotating out, going back through the middle of the map, seeing if maybe he can catch a rotator. While it's going to be a Jet v Jet, Operator v Operator battle. Harmful, able to take down CP2. The threat at A still very much so alive. You've got the opportunity for that Rolling Thunder defensively, like you mentioned, and Retro is the only player who's actually on this site itself. So when it comes to trying to read information, he's going to be a little bit lacking, as you see, of course, defensively, the Sova by Randy Savage is still mid-map, and he nearly gets rewarded with a free kill.
Good gambit by Harmful as well to assume that CP2 wasn't going to check over towards Wine. Probably assume that no one was there. Defensive Rolling Thunder will catch a couple, but you can't follow up on these kills, so or rather you can't follow up on the members being stunned up. So eventually the Rolling Thunder doesn't really do too much at the end of the day. Slows things down. Winsome has to get the 1 kill here. He's whiffing a lot of shots, but eventually picks it up.
Little windy on the shots, but the kill is still appreciated. Neural Theft, Blade Storm, both being used for FYB. Harmful gonna take the double box jump hit and try to hopefully collat maybe. The recon dart gets dealt with. Harmful now just out of the Blade Storm. 3 members all defensively coming through heaven and all simultaneous as well. Oh, wait a second, there's actually one of the shadows potentially being baited. Harmful jump peek, he needs to find all 5. Good help from Rossi. He gets traded. 2v1, but it's Xeno on the backside who cleans things up, and FYB on map point, 12-9 up.
And this is really, really good from FYB now. Renegades can start forgetting about their previous scoreline that they've had on Ascent. Did say it was a very one-sided game versus Andbox, and this is certainly no one-sided game this time around, but the attacking half from FYB, so good so far. We did say that we expected them to be quite good on the attacking half. A couple of whiff shots from Harmful there, but at the end of the day, still ends up being a success. And now, looking at a 1-map win, a 1-map advantage going into this best of 3 FYB as the underdog team here, potentially looking to take down another favorite of the tournament.
Here.
FYB stacking up over towards A. Only player not with them currently is Wit. Making his way through, but here comes Harmful, starting to feel a bit saucy. He tailwinds into the site. Winsome is the only player here defensively, and he is in a pretty impossible situation to hold on to the site completely, so he'll back off. Here comes the defensive rotation, but the spike has been planted. Neural Theft and a Blade Storm available for Renegades. You've got the Jet sitting mid-map, maybe considering the flank, but realizes he was going to be contested, so he'll back up and try to help the full force from the front. Harmful can't find the kills. CP2 now into the Blade Storm. Retake still very much so alive. A couple players still existing on the site for the post plant. Good information off the recon bolt here. Can they make good on it? Randy Savage for 1, but it's Rossi and Wit good on the trade. Randy, he's been good with the Hunter's Fury so far. Needs to do so again, but he's completely guessing, and that's not going to be good enough for a kill. Just down to Bergie. Technically a 1v2. Needs to find 3 kills, but the time becoming a consideration, and FYB going to find some damage off the paint shells. Will convert 13-9 on Renegade's map pick. FYB draw first blood.
And Renegades fall apart on the defense there. Just the 2 rounds going their way, and all the rest for FYB. We started this one out very, very tight. 5-7 was a scoreline. 5 was what FYB got on their own defense. 7 for Renegades as well on that offense. And then things turn very, very quickly. So FYB come in with the goods here. And now Renegades trailing by 1, but still confident that they could probably bring it up. I mean, good play still. I think they're a good team. I think they had some really good success, particularly on that first half. It was really that second half that really didn't go their way anymore. You can start to feel that the pressure of the double duelists coming through. Wit came up much bigger there. Wit ended up being the top fragger across both teams. I think he had a slow half on that defense, but as soon as we got on the attack there, Wit came alive.
Yeah, I mean, 20-plus kills going into those closing rounds, definitely impressive. The double duelist maybe not coming to life as was written up on paper, as Harmful had a little bit of a tough start defensively, but definitely picking things up on the offensive side, and that's the big key takeaway. I think when we look at both of these squads, they've been one-tricking these compositions throughout this entire tournament, through the group stage, through the round of 16, and again here in the quarterfinals. So we've got Bind coming up here next before we throw to a break, and Avril, I just want to get your take quickly, as we'll hit it more specifically as we get in, but as you look at both of these compositions on paper with Bind coming up next, where's your head at as far as who's got this slight advantage maybe?
I think if you look at what FYB are already doing with the Raze, they're going to do even better with the Raze on Bind. Bind is definitely a Raze map for sure. They don't look like a team that has really missed out on the utility of Breach. I think maybe defensively, some flashes would have helped to really secure the defense rounds, but on the attack at least, the flashes haven't seemed to be something that you look at and say, man, they would have done so much better with the flashes here. So at least in terms of making up for the lack of Breach, that's been well handled by FYB.
All right, we'll see how things go. We're going to send things to a small break. Again, this is the quarterfinals of the Nerd Street Gamers Valorant 10K monthly tournament for September, presented by Mike and Ike. We'll be back right after this with Bind. Just don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Dirt Street Gamers Valorant tournament here at the month of September. $10,000 on the line, of course, presented by Mike and Ike. I'm Hold Shift. With me is Avril, and we've been talking a lot about some surprises that have already occurred through the group stage and, of course, our round of 16. Surprises continuing to build here, at least in some form, as FYB, I'm sure for a lot of people out there, are a bit more on the unfamiliar side when it comes to recognizing the players' names and the team as a whole. They took Renegade's map pick on Ascent 13-9. And coming up next, we've got ourselves Bind, and which just before the break, Avril, you're mentioning how the composition that FYB has been playing throughout this entire tournament is likely going to shine in a major way coming up.
I think so as well. I think they keep the raise here for sure. Maybe they drop something else if they really want to force the breach in. But, you know, looking over towards their other games being played in the tournament so far, they actually haven't played Bind yet. So I don't have any info on what they might be running on Bind. So I'm just going to assume they'll keep their Ascent going strong. Like you mentioned earlier, they haven't dropped a single map yet. They still have not dropped a single map yet either. Looking at stats over for that Ascent map, really, really well played once more by Whitmer. 310 ACS, 230 ADR as well. So really strong performance on the race, particularly in that second half. 7 first kills. So definitely the MVP of Ascent. Looking over towards Harmful, though, I did mention, look, there had been a number of rounds where for Team FYB on their own defense, they got first blooded by Renegades plenty. And a lot of that did come through from both Harmful and Whitmer. They were responsible for 7 of the first deaths on Ascent on their own first half.
And beyond that, you know, I think there has to be some sort of a mention towards the operator or just the sniper rifle play in full, because let's be honest, Harmful was sticking on the Marshall for the better part of the first half when they were on defense. When you look at that Jet v Jet, Sniper v Sniper battle, both have been a little bit more underwhelming than we typically associate with the Jet operator gameplay at the top levels. That's something, at least in my mind, that you're hoping for a little bit more production for both sides. It's not just on one side or the other. You're hoping to get that value when you're spending the credits to try to get that operator online, or even, I guess, for the same situation for Harmful, the Marshall online early. Is that really what you're looking at as far as what needs to improve for both squads to kind of polish up a little bit of what we saw from that first map? Or is there something else in specific that really stood out to you from either side that looked like there very well could be a potential vulnerability?
When we get to map 3, I think that's maybe something more of a consideration. That will be Haven. Haven's going to be a double operator map as well, where I think teams need to be playing into the double ops. But for Bind, not so much. Bind's going to be a more frag-heavy rifle kind of situation. I think the operators are not going to have a huge amount of roles. Operators are going to be quite dangerous for B long and also A long as well in terms of the showers. So that's where the operators will be very important. Other than that, it's not going to be a big operator map. This is where, if you really want to, you can think about dropping the Jet, although I know a lot of teams will just stick on the Jet anyway. Everyone's still doing their best Wardell cosplay anyway in terms of just playing Jet on every single map. If TSM are going to do it, we're going to do it too. So, yeah, I don't think that'll change for the time being. I think the Sovas will once again be kind of my players to look out for, as well as obviously Whitmer on the Rays. But the Sovas we've seen take up a lot of Hunter's Fury kills, huge assist in terms of the recons as well. Now that we're onto a map where you can do cross-map plays, you can do B to A and A to B arrows. That's where I think the servers can find a lot more value, and they'll be my players to watch for this particular map.
And it's just interesting, I think, you know, as we're in this period where it kind of feels almost like an off season in some ways. We've got a lot of roster moves happening up top. We've got a lot of new teams that are kind of finding some formidability in this stage of the Valorant competition where they're up and coming. Again, we mentioned that this FYB squad might not be as well known as a team like Renegades, who stuck together as this grower group of 5 for pretty much the entire existence since they were initially signed. But you still have players with a ton of in-tournament experience versus major squads. You've got Harmful, who previously played with Pretty Boys. He was a big reason why they kind of took over some of that tier 2 scene of North American Valorant. You've got Rossi with that Lemonade stand that was able to surprise in a couple of their tournaments that they played in versus the big dogs through their group stages. And also Zeno with Triumph, which was a squad that at one point in time when they were initially picked up, people were saying, yeah, this team very well could do some major damage, especially, you know, we'll say like between that top 10, top 15 overall squads if you were to rank them individually. But the big cool thing I think about this period of time is that everyone has essentially been recharged with the announcement of the first strike coming up. This is a major tournament win that could very well read on a resume if you're looking to try to get into those qualifiers, maybe even be an invited team to any of those series if they do end up going to that format, especially considering that both teams have not lost maps yet. But I would say more importantly for FYB, like we mentioned, they beat teams like Complexity. They beat teams like Pretty Boys, which I'm sure Harmful was great to have some revenge there. And then they also take down Elevate and now starting things off nicely versus Renegades. In your mind, where do these guys stack up compared to your China Wins and your Complexities, your Luminosities, and the teams that have been sticking around for quite a while in this this up-and-coming squad area?
Well, I think you look across the board in terms of the quarterfinals. China Win and Rise being here are two big teams that I think you need to look out for. I think the top four, if all things go the way you assume on paper, it's probably China Win, Renegades, Luminosity, and Rise. But the way this particular quarter is going, I
Yeah.
mean, FYB has shown a big time. I think they got momentum behind them. I think they had such a great attacking half. They can replicate that on Bind. They should be able to beat Renegades, and I think they can continue the upset run. They can really make things count now as they potentially head into semifinals. China Win probably still do beat Spot Up here unless Spot Up can get a upset win themselves. And then FYB will be definitely tested versus China Win a little bit later on if those two end up meeting in the semis. But they would need to get past Renegades. And I do expect both Luminosity and Rise to be able to get their wins as well as kind of the favored teams in the tournament.
Well, speaking of other teams in that tournament, as I go to refresh the bracket, we actually have a couple of updates that we'll let you guys know about. We talked about China Win and Spot Up. We figured that China Win should be doing just fine versus Spot Up. They're actually down a map. It was a 13-10 on Bind in favor of Spot Up. So again, the surprises continue here, Avril. Just below us in the bracket, Luminosity going up against
2D
Mystify.
as well?
Yeah, 2D as well, able to beat Rise. Yeah, Luminosity up 1-0, 13-9 on Mystify. Team 2D able to take Ascent versus Rise 13-10. And this 2D squad, they are also a team to not necessarily sleep on. They went through just previously that high ground squad that has a lot of favor. They were able to beat Las Vegas Ignition, which, is kind of where it is. A tight 3-game series versus China Win, though. So definitely don't sleep on that 2D squad either. And, even for Spot Up, they came out of Group A on top of their group. They having beat Laterbot and Mamba Mode Gaming. They take the 2-0 versus second win. So they're also looking pretty solid right now. A lot of surprises, a lot of new stories being developed and written.
And these are kind of close games. I mean, talk about Rise 2E,
Yeah.
that was a 13-10. You talk about China Win Spot Up, that was another 13-10. Both games that probably could have gone either way. 2D in particular, you have to, when you look at the result of that one, they started out 4-8 at a deficit, and then they actually came back on their own defensive half where they won, how many is that? 8 rounds in a row, including the pistol and the anti-eco, and then the round 3. They won 8 rounds there, and then finished that one 9-2 on their second half. So another team that comes up really strong in the second half, despite dropping a couple more than they would have probably preferred in that first half. So yeah, my brackets are certainly in shambles now, Alan. I don't know about you, but looking at this, you might even have upsets across the board here where it's all the teams with the big orgs that are actually dropping the games right now.
It's one of those things, though. I mean, again, we're just waiting on our players to get into lobby for Bind, so apologies for a little bit of the podcasting going on right now. But it's just been so interesting. I think, you go back to, we'll say like the FaZe Invitational. That's when a lot of the up-and-coming squads were really trying to chomp at the bit to get into those tournaments. We had the PK Gauntlet series. We had a number of these NSG Valorant series as well, where you're getting a lot of these circles of who's beating who, right? You've got one team A beating Team B beating Team C, and then C beating Team A. It's a big little circle of, who's beating who in the scene when it comes to the next up-and-coming squad. And with that, there have been a handful of roster swaps and changes that have also occurred, kind of trying to establish these teams. And the biggest way you can frame it is that it's really anybody's game. I mean, we've seen major teams, your typical top 6, they've been surprised, at least finding close maps versus some of these squads. You've got a lot of these teams that are coming up, and they're not necessarily having the most tournament experience in the world, but they're still beating the established organizations like you mentioned. And it's been interesting because we've had some squads that just have 5 very individual talented players, where on the other foot, we have teams that they're finding a team that is very good at one specific composition, and it's almost meta trend setting a little bit as far as, okay, this indeed is the best composition currently in North American Valorant that we've seen played, and it's been a lot of the reason that some of these teams have found success, if they've adapted or found a way to kind of trend set a little bit, at least in this tier of competition.
And I think for now, FYB rather, are the kind of team that are kind of doing that themselves, are saying no breach here. I looked over their past games, they're not playing breach at all. They're just going to stick to the same raised double duelist composition. For a team like Renegades, though, they have the opportunity to change. We've seen at least a little bit of Killjoy coming through from them, at least on split. Maybe they bring that out on towards Bind. We've also seen, a couple players swapping up positions as well. You have Bergie playing both the Cypher and the Omen. Randy has picked up the Killjoy in the past, and he also plays a Sova here. Wins some if he wants to go onto a Raze, particularly on a map like Bind. He's the kind of player that will be swapping out the Omen for the Raze, and then maybe someone else will pick up the Omen like Bergie a little bit later on. It does require a few members to kind of make the swap-ups happen, but yeah, there are options for Renegades if they want to take them, but otherwise, I think their comp is fine overall. I think, they're playing the meta comp, what I think is the standard. If you're going to pick 5 as the standard representation of the current meta, their composition of what they just played on Ascent is the 5.
And we've talked a lot, going through other series and watching other teams that are in this caliber of competition. Some of their biggest struggles are the fact that they are having a tough time locking down what the core 5, 6 agents that they want to play. We talked a lot about Shiba in the last couple of weeks. They had a tough time kind of establishing an identity of who was going to play what. And with that question comes a lot of concern as far as individuals having to play 3, maybe even 4 specific agents. So now you're in a world where I think you're really starting to see that, yes, there are 5, 6, maybe 7 complete agents that you want to use on a regular basis. And with that, only one player is going to flex between 2, maybe 3 agents at most. And with that becomes an establishment of trust, I think, more importantly, for a lot of the players that are not playing those flex roles. As I guess it looks like we are about ready to go into bind. Sorry for the vamping, but here we go. Game time now. It's Team FYB taking Renegade's map pick on Ascent 13-9. They swap over now to bind, in which they'll have their map pick, and they'll be starting things off from the offensive POV.
You see straight away, Winsome definitely going to be picking up the raise this time around. No changes for FYB. No need to change what ain't broke at this stage of the game. For Renegades, there's going to be a couple more members as well to really swap things around. CP2 drops the Jet over for the Omen. So did also mention as well, maybe Jet is a consideration that you don't have to bring on this particular map. Operator's not as important on Bind. And Renegades know it. First defensive round here as well. 3 stack over towards B. I don't know that they've spotted anything just yet.
Everything on this defensive hold has to come off of a very well-placed flashpoint. There comes one. Peek from Randy. We'll find a couple of connections. He's going to go to the recon bolt. Bergie takes down first blood. Here comes the help, though, as Rossi and Segoy find 2. Big boom bot from Winsome to keep things even on a 3v3. Randy, who stayed alive for far too long, over towards the elbow, will double up. Last player left alive is Segoy. He's going to be spammed through the wall, and a great defensive start for Renegades. Really in a 3v5 situation through a lot of that.
Yep, and FYB may be choosing not to run a breach here, but Retro will make his case known as to why you maybe should think about it. He puts a flash out, catches 3. Despite them not really getting the kills of the flashes directly, it slows things down. FYB, 3 members out of hookah, all flashed up. They can't see anything, they can't do anything. And then afterwards, once the chaos is starting to settle a little bit, Renegades will be picking up the majority of the kills here. Segoy and Rossi, the only ones getting trades. No force coming through from FYB. And we enter into the anti-eco feeling pretty good about Renegade's situation.
I love that little toggle between the flashpoint from one side, the recon bolt out after from the other. It's a really good defensive setup for Renegades as they'll keep the same members defensively over towards B. This time, Randy will play a little bit more aggressively over towards the Octagon. Harmful. I think he caught a shoulder. Yeah, he's going to get the opportunity, able to connect for the headshot onto Retro. Big first blood coming through. Randy has to stay alive for as long as humanly possible. And Bergie's able to assist with another kill. It's actually massive for them. Here comes the flood. Randy for 3 in the round will be eventually dealt with, but Bergie there for the easy cleanup. And Randy, I would say most importantly, not only does he stay alive for that first kill outside B long, but the fact that he could come back for 2 more, crucial. He's 5-1.
Yeah, really good coming through out of Renegades here to be able to pick up all those kills. And for FYB as well, grateful to see Harmful getting that first blood. And now FYB into the actual purchase here. 3 members do not have full armor. Sadly, they'll be walking into a couple of fresh buys from Renegades who are not going to be playing this one as a bonus. They'll have an operator in hand with the double rifles. Did say the operator is not super important here, so maybe a little bit surprised to CP2 will pick one up right away, especially on the Omen. We'll see if he can get anything early, though. Early shout control, that's what we're talking about, an instant frag.
Yeah, we needed to see CP2 find some more value with the operator. He's able to get that online very early. So now the consideration for FYB is, you know that an operator is positioned somewhere in the A's site. Are you going to stick with this in a 4v5, or do you back away? Also important to note that you've got Randy Savage on Hunter's Fury, which is always dangerous.
There.
I will say this, though, as Rossi does get the kill to win some, traded out by CP2's operator again, is what the Op's actually going to be able to offer here big time, similar to teams rushing operator on that 3rd round as the Jet, is versus the first purchase on that 3rd round. The operator's going to get you kills versus rifles. That's what CP2's doing now. Hunter's Fury out again, and that's the early ult pickup that we saw, courtesy of the 5 kills that Randy Savage got, but isn't going to get one off the Hunter's Fury today on this map.
But it does stall things out and actually forces the rotation to the teleporter to come through, so now it's all into Bergie. He's able to stay alive through his cyber cage. Oh, he gets a headshot to connect, but doesn't able to clean up the kill into Zeno. Wit and Zeno combining for 2. Spike will be planted. Wit trying to hold on to the angle through the defensive side at spawn. Retro tries to make the push through by himself. Not going to be able to do it. At CP2, like you mentioned, the operator, huge when it comes to this 3rd round, and with that also expensive, so he'll probably try to save.
And you have to credit Whip for being able to open up this round as well and recovering for his team. CP2 actually might not be able to survive. Flash Top somehow lands the shot into Xeno. Massive outplay there. Xeno's going to be shaking his head. What's going on? And I do think FYB may still think about chasing here. You have to consider FYB's money is not great though, so they are very, very much taking a risk in chasing down CP2. Really what should happen is they should just let him have the gun, but Whip might have the timing, indeed does. Might even pick up the operator for his own teammate here. And now Team FYB looking that much better. Renegades took a bit of a risk, which I would say generally paid off in terms of the 2 kills from CP2, but Whitmer's very deep location on towards B. This is the kill, or rather the kill right before this one, but also the one into Retro is super important to make sure it was going to be a 3v1.
The timing right there from CP2, though. You thought for a second he was going to be allowed to survive, but never gets the read on Whitmer coming from his left. So, at least for CP2, you know that the hand is pretty hot here. 4-1 for him to start, but the problem is the operator changes hands, and it's just Winsome who's able to afford a Phantom, as this will mostly be a full save out. Just a couple of purchases on the pistol upgrades for Renegades, so a big opportunity here for FYB with that operator pickup to not only tie things up 2-2, but they can really start to snowball their economy.
And I guess in hindsight now, looking over to this massive stack over towards short, the flash coming through from CP2 would have been really good. Comes through now, but no one there to follow up on. This is where for Winsome, swinging out to get kills is important. We'll get the one into Wit. That could be a weapon picked up by a teammate a little bit later on. Renegades will at least make it interesting, but their only gun has now been dropped on the floor.
And Segoy, big value off of his shock dart, but the right click from CP2 is better. That's an instant upgrade into a Vandal. Rossi still alive, trying to threaten topside heaven as much as possible. 3v3 situation. CP2 gonna get a read on players over on the boxes, tries to spam through, not gonna get the conversion, but it's the shock dart again coming through valuably. Randy Savage taking down Rossi. Bergie with a 1-tap onto Xeno, just down to Harmful, and he's got the operator. We're gonna be playing a little bit of tag with who's gonna have the operator here if he falls, and he will. CP2 able to get the conversion on the kill. Spike defused, no problem, and a thrifty round confirmed as also the operator will once again change sides.
And not just that, but all the members get free upgrades here as well. 3 members walked away with weapons here, so the economy bounces back big for Renegades on that defense. And yeah, a thrifty round and Eco to come through. That was just a hero Vandal being purchased up by Winsome as the only member with the extra cash to do so. Same thing will happen for Whip on the other end now, so I think that FIB really want to try and do the same thing. This was a huge kill though. CP2 onto Segoy, who was shopping on the floor for another gun. And the timing there for CP2 to find the right click and then upgrade onto the rifle, massive.
Back and forth we go. A little bit of a teeter-totter of the economy, and like we mentioned, the operator. One-way smoke being placed, double box over towards A short. CP2 trying to make use off of any feet he can find, but nobody going to threaten this for FYB. Segoy going to try to scout things out with the Aldrone. He'll see one. And again, on what is mostly just pistol upgrades for FYB will likely result in a flood right over towards the A site, and they're already making their way over towards Lambs. There is one player here. The boombot going to be placed out, but CP2 falls. Winsome staying alive is actually massive as he'll back away, wait for reinforcements, and try to make sure that this showstopper continues to find very limited value for win, and he tries to actually boost himself up for the operator pickup. Not going to be able to get that through, and now Retro Topside Heaven has some utility to play with on the retake, which will mostly come through the link.
Winsome now is going to get that first kill. That's great onto Harmful, but still gets traded out. This has not been a great defensive half so far. Is it going to be another thrifty win? It will be very difficult. Rossi on no HP, just 10. Doesn't have a rifle either. Has to win up against 3, and I don't think it'll be possible. Renegade should be able to pull this one back around, make it 4-1 in terms of the score lines. Maybe even pick up the operator as well. No, too far away, and that's maybe the only disappointing thing is CP2 had the operator in heaven and dies to Wit, who had a sheriff, and somehow out-aimed him long range.
Yeah. But now we go into a round in which both teams look good to go into the full buy, and this play from Winsome was really everything. For him to get out of Lamp, stay alive, and avoid the showstopper is massive, because then he turns it into a second kill in his life, allowing for Retro to get the double peek through, and the retake very clean, very polished, and a lot of that based on the fact that Winsome is able to get out of Lamps and keep his life. So 4-1 we go. Renegade's in a great spot early defensively, but this is a big round coming forward. It's going to be a very aggressive hit through showers and some random spam that actually does connect. Winsome, showstopper, he's going to see a player long, but actually flicks down to Segoy for his second kill. Still value in what would be a 4v3 situation favoring Renegades, but Rossi's made his way on site.
Just manages to pull the trigger there as well, so there you go. That's going to be the operator, or rather the showstopper kill. Rossi moving in as well. Timing onto CP2, who, once again, is not going to be able to get anything else done on this a site at quick TP and a timing over towards the defensive spawn as well. Bergie actually finds that one into win, so things are still fairly even into 2v2.
Clean shots from Retro, stays alive, Flashpoint comes out. That'll delay things a little while longer. Gonna commit the Rolling Thunder to this, and Rossi's actually backed away and completely bamboozles Retro. Now the Neural Theft comes out. That's huge information for him as far as where do you want to set up the spike for a plant. He'll be tagged a little bit through the container, but not much really going to be considered as he again tries to bait off the plant. Bergie actually still has his camera existing inside the site itself. That could be all he needs for the retake, to be honest with you.
30 seconds left.
And Rossi doesn't know what to do here. He's faked the plant about 3 or 4 times now. It's just going to be the 1v1. Eventually, he will run out of time. Bergie's slowly creeping up. This is the best opportunity that Bergie has because Rossi has no idea. That's going to be a shoulder spotted out as well. And surely Bergie wins it. He does, finds the shot required. And I think at the end of the day, Rossi should have just had the confidence to stick the plant through. He put the Neural Theft in. He knows that Bergie is still coming in through from CT. Just plant at that stage and play the post plant. But he's trying to get too tricky, faking it way too many times, thinking that Bergie might come and challenge. And Bergie's going to wait for the best opportunity and finds that opportunity still.
7-2-4 for Bergie. And I think the incredible thing is most of those 7 kills have come in a pretty heroic fashion for him, essentially being one of the only defenders in the face of a full flood from FYB, who will be able to essentially force buy up into this next round. But you see light armors, a couple members have been zeroed out, and Harmful, he'll likely just be going into the Bladestorm here for this 7th round.
Get out of my way.
Keeping the economy a little bit more workable for FYB, especially because they're trailing by 4 rounds now. Operator in the hands of CP2 as well, looking over towards A short. No contact though, as all action will be on B for a very important round for Team FYB because they need to be able to win this one to get their economy back online. Great pick from Harmful.
How does he find that one? You might be wondering, as Randy Savage is dancing with the Hunter's Fury, still able to find a pick of his own, staying alive at the elbow. Retro inside the site, going to get a little bit of information off the recon bolt, but does eventually get challenged. Last player left, CP2, 1v4. He'll find one pretty freely from behind, and a second. This is doable now all of a sudden, especially if you can find a way to maybe grab an AR instead of just using the operator. Tries to teleport into sight, able to get there, takes a lot of damage, and realizing that he's got position awareness on both players. One over towards Long, he knows the other is over towards Hookah. He's able to grab himself a Phantom and try to work this, but only 25 HP. Gonna need some favorable timing, and he isn't able to lock down the headshot onto Wit. And with that, FYB bounce back on their force buy round 2-5.
Just 2 members surviving though. They at least have some extra money on Harmful. So with 3 players being able to purchase up here, including the extra money on the Jet, should be a couple of drops abound to make sure that everyone will have a gun. Still not really looking comfortable yet for FYB. They'll need 1 more round for sure to be able to get the economy back into real action here. But Renegade's taking some big losses in that previous round. And now going to be looking at a situation where both Bergie and Winsome are not going to be able to purchase up. CP2 nearly made the hero play. He's 8-4 so far. Double operated picks to make it workable, but can't find the shot onto the Phantom to really make it count. Last time we saw action on B, this time FYB will be going A.
Winsome up top. We'll just be holding on to the A site with CP2. Zagoy going to clear out showers with the Owl drone, and we'll get some information on one. This is a 5-man stack offensively to A, and it's looking like the XU call is going to come sooner rather than later here, Kevin.
Randy Savage looking over towards B long as well. Not a lot of info on B, and Rossi once more just gets free control of U-Haul. How does he do that every single time? It's always uncontested. CP2 now, big flash, catches 2, and that might be enough.
It sure will. He's got one more contestant outside, but it's Zeno underneath 50 HP. Harmful able to find one that was Winsome on the site itself, and CP2 gets caught in the middle of exchanging through weapons by the look of it. And now Harmful trying to make his way forward. Spike has been planted. Zagoy, nice one. He's going to find himself a second. Last player left alive is Retro, and I don't know if he anticipates Zeno up top. Sure won't. And the cheeky play from Renegades trying to stay alive comes through unsuccessfully, even though there were the big 2 kills inside of Lamps.
Retro 1v3, tell as old as time. Unfortunately for Renegades, not going to be able to win that situation. Might be too much of an ask anyway. Zagoy really swinging things back around here. That was a great couple of pickups from CP2 early on. And you would have thought those 2 opening picks would have just made things so easy for Renegades, but unfortunately not. Credit to Zagoy there for being able to clutch it back on, and FYB now looking much better, much healthier now on this particular half, as they're the ones with the operators, they're the ones with the weapons, and Renegades have to eco.
2 crucial rounds in a row swings the economy finally, definitively one way or the other, as FYB will be a little bit healthier after a couple of spike plants get down, plus the round wins. Renegades, like you mentioned on the eco, full 5-man stack looks to be happening over towards B, with the only exception being Segoy, who could teleport behind this. He might actually read the information on players rotating long, and as Randy finds a kill through B long, this is actually going to stall things out. And here's the thing, though, Avril, I have to say that Segoy found information because everyone's turning around for Winsome and CP2, and they're able to capitalize on 1 kill thus far.
Caves coming through, not the flank that you expect most of the time there. Segoy gets one into CP2 anyway. Great read coming through once more from him. Rossi's so deep. How does he always do this? Just gets super deep on towards site, and Randy, for all that he did on the Hunter's Fury, is now going to fall very quickly. 1 versus 4, and this round will go FYB.
We're going to try to make things interesting, though, see if he could force out a couple of repurchases as he makes his way forward. Also, a kill would be great for him to earn the neural theft if he potentially wants to try to go for this, if he can pick up a weapon. Spam shots coming to the dark cover. Eventually, Xeno will deal with it. And I'll say this much, you know, I'm looking mostly at Harmful here. He has been much more electric when it comes down to his operator gameplay thus far, even though he is only 5-7-2. And you got to keep in mind that from the attacking half from Ascent, he only had, I think, 3 total kills, at least late into that first half. So the fact that he's starting to find a little bit more value with this operator has to be a consideration for Renegades, and it looks like they're going to go to a double operator setup here, Avril.
I will be looking at first blood stats after this map as well to see exactly where those kills have landed, and that's really important to me in terms of judging how Jet Orpers are playing in this game so far. FYB now steadily catching up. At about 6 rounds in this half, I was almost ready to count FYB out, but then you remember they did win Ascent, so you really have to take FYB a little bit more seriously. 3 ultimates available. Wit has the Showstopper. Again, hasn't found any kills on the Showstopper across 2 maps. Now, is he going to find one finally this time? There's this action on towards Boom, jumping out, and no.
Absolutely nothing. Stuffed by Randy Savage off the operator. Harmful will find 1 pick in response. Good paint shell value coming through, though, for Winsome over towards B long. And this is a 3v4 situation that feels a little bit more oppressive than the numbers might lend you to believe. And it looks like with the spike is Xeno, he's considering rotating back around. Still plenty of time here, Avril, to make that decision if they want to try to make an attempt over towards A.
They'll be clearing out angles here, so just checking on Hookah so far. Segoy doesn't get any connections, no further kills, no further damage, relying now on the potential of the operator to pick up Harmful as a player. We talked about plenty now. At least get the spot 1 player in towards the container. But how do you enter? 35 seconds to go.
Have to make a call. Winsome watches a shot dart go right by his head. Randy, tough spot here, won't be able to get the quick scope. Xeno with the kill, and how about this? Player elbow able to stay alive. That was Xeno sneaking away, but he's the one who actually has the spike himself, and CP2
Game's
who actually
over.
keeps his possession, lurking over by A, finds the kill on the rotation from the Omen ultimate. Are you kidding? And that in its own self is where Renegades are going to secure this defense.
And Xeno in the last split second there as well, even saw that CP2's shoulder was peeking around, but by that time, he'd already committed to the ultimate, had the opportunity to cancel, and that ends up being the worst decision of the round so far, of the map so far. Sadly, in hindsight, we get to say that in that situation, it sounded smart. It sounded like there's no way anybody's in towards A. Surely they've all rotated over towards B. We've shown so much presence here. We're executing here. We're pulling ultimates on towards B. Why would there be anyone on towards A? No, CP2's there, and CP2 finds the exact right timing. Lets Xeno commit, allows him to make that commitment happen, then takes him down with the spike and commits secures the final bit of the round to make sure they get the win.
And now we go into round number 11, 2 rounds of the half, and Renegades starting to lean towards a potential 8-4 is what they're shooting for, but FYB not out of the running by any stretch of the imagination. And the operator up top for CP2, he'll find first blood onto Wit. Spike still trying to threaten, and maybe an opportunity for Rossi to make a play through showers here. As he continues to sneak onto the site, Segoy gets a shot onto CP2, takes down the threat of the operator. Bergie trying to stay alive, and fortunately Rossi's dealt with. Bergie able to capitalize on Segoy looking the wrong direction. The spike goes down, but this is a tough 2v4 to try to manage off the post plan.
Harmful gets 1, but this is still a 1v3 situation. Bladestorm at the ready if you really want to go for this, but unfortunately, Winsome will be able to get the defuse here, and I don't think Harmful really wants to risk too much with his operator in hand. There's not a lot of rounds there. He still gets a couple. This is actually really interesting from FYB to challenge right then and there, but I guess it is balls to walls here. not that much money for Renegades, and this is why I think at the end of the day, like, yeah, you kind of want to hold on to maybe one more gun just to make things a little bit better, but Renegades, they looking still very good on that particular half.
Rossi could get himself fully maxed out if he's able to drop the Vandal, and well, I don't know if he actually purchased it up this round, if he's holding it from the previous, but there's plenty of team economy to get him full armor, but not able to fully secure it off of the zone bank account, so Bladestorm going to hit early for Harmful, still mostly relying on the operator, though, as this will be the first look for him through showers.
Smoked out, just have to be patient here. Hope that someone is playing in Heaven. CP2's played Heaven multiple rounds in a row, though, so 50-50 in terms of whether that happens still. A little bit of drone action just to clear things in. Once they spot the op shot coming through from FYB, they'll know two's committed in showers, and the likelihood of this being an A hit becomes that much bigger, especially two more now going over in short. Renegade so far, I've read this correctly. They're also, by the way, pushing into Retro's Rolling Thunder, which should be committed here as well.
Really, you're going to see a pretty explosive execute, you feel like. You've got the Showstopper, you've got the Rolling Thunder defensively for Renegades, you still have the Bladestorm, the Neural Theft for FYB. Last round of the half here, still minding for information. Harmful's going to get a little bit of a cue off one play. That was CP2 in the corner. Rolling Thunder comes through short. Winsome able to find first blood onto Wit. It's going to slow things down considerably. Retro for one, but Winsome not able to get the Showstopper off again. Segoy, can he sidestep the Aftershock? Not quite able to. He runs right into the waiting arms of Retro. And Renegades looking to close this half out 8-4 with a big advantage 4-on-2 situation, but Harmful, we know how dangerous he can be with the combination of a Bladestorm and an Operator. We saw that just last round with the Operator specifically.
Get the plot.
Rossi, another Neural that tries to come through, not able to get away. Time becoming an issue, 12 seconds, spike down. Harmful has to play aggressive. Able to grab the spike, but has to commit for the plant. 1v2 clutch up situation. Randy checking the corner, spamming through. Able to get the kill for one is Harmful. Can he find the last? Not in time. Timer expires and Renegades exit the half 8-4 up.
I don't know why you would just not stick it there. You had 6 seconds remaining. If you don't stick it, you lose. Unless you assume that in that particular situation, the last two members alive of the defense are going to rush you down. Maybe one of them will, but I don't expect they'll both do that. So the only way to win that one is to stick the plant, and he doesn't do it. Harmful, unfortunately. I don't know what his chances were anyway. It was a 1v2 situation, limited time to get the plant down, 2 plays surrounding you. Even after you get the plant, possibly you just die straight away. So between a rock and a hard place for sure, but yeah, 8-4 is a strong start for Renegades, especially considering losing the previous map. Renegades needed a good start.
Yeah, and only getting 2 rounds defensively in the last map, right? I mean, that's another kind of important issue, is the fact that we maybe had some considerations of, is Renegade's defense able to stand up versus this double duelist play that we saw from the previous for FYB, and here again on Bind. Aggressive push through this time. Harmful, he's so good at finding these opening pistol kills. And that will once again be true as he finds first blood and gets away with his life.
Another great opening here. FYB certainly getting a lot more first bloods this time around. Bit of a 1v1 action as A is completely open, so Renegade storm on in. And all the FYB members slow to the rotate. One coming through as well. Harmful coming all the way from A shot. Let's see if the timing's good on that one, because he could be a very important member for this retake.
Yeah, it's all about this pinch in the backside. Has to be. But Bergie able to push through. He's got a little bit of help with him. Wit will fall. Rossi up top. Would have loved to have connected on one player existing over towards Lamps, but here comes that pinch for the back. Xeno for one. Rossi now coming back over towards the spike itself, and the both players that came to race short are completely concealed. Nobody knows they're here, but CP2 with the Shrouded Step stays alive. 1v3 situation technically formed. 2 more members to deal with. 40 HP. Can he find the last? No, not quite able to secure it. It's Xeno able to clean things up and catch the defuse.
And that's going to be a good start that FYB surely needed. They're 4-8 down. They needed the 5 to be able to win, to be able to stay in this one. If you suddenly give the pistol over to Renegades and confirm the anti-eco as well, this would have been a disaster. Renegades can even think about forcing here if they really want to. They know they have the lead. They know they've got a bit of buffer to play with as well. That's the opening kill coming through for Harmful, so definitely making a lot more use out of the jet opening frags. And eventually we did see the pinch coming towards the back. Winsome still managed to trade one there, so credit to him for being able to do that. Really well played on the raise to swing around and get Harmful, but at the end of the day, Defuse had come in, clutch 1v1. Now Renegades do lose the pistol. Not going to be forcing up just yet. And we'll see if FYB can continue the streak.
FYB has been great in the pistol round so far, but talk about the heroic play coming through. I mean, you thought for a second it was going to be clutched up. Sugoi pushing back any pressure towards Hookah with the shock dart. Not going to find much with this, but Renegade's not feeling all that threatened. They're still lingering towards a potential B execute, but there are 3 members defensively stacked here, Avril, and that could provide a big issue for Renegades on this hit.
Harmful, by the way, also does have a Vandal purchased up fairly early. He's zeroed out for now, so definitely not opting for the operator rush. Here we go. Let's receive some pressure. 2 down, 3 down. And Renegades, this attack on the eco is definitely falling apart.
Looking like it very well could be a flawless round. It will be. Xeno just jumping around the corner. Able to grab both players to clean things up, and not the worst case scenario for Renegades. Obviously, a round that you expect them to drop, but in the fashion in which they drop it, not exactly what you're shooting for. You're hoping for at least a spike plan, and you take a look at the economy, not as healthy as you typically would expect going into a 3rd round. A couple members have been zeroed out. Really, all 5 members are zeroed out, just trying to afford ARs, not even able to get full armor online. So, for all things considered, FYB's not in a bad spot to respond to what is traditionally an attacking gun round in this 3rd round of the half.
I mean, part of that is due to the fact that Renegades just got themselves flawless on their own eco. They couldn't quite find a single kill there, so you're not going to get the extra money. You're not going to drop guns on the other side as well, so FYB's looking very helpful. Harmful in particular, straight on top, but first one down, sprayed through the smoke. That's very unlucky.
It's tough, but Xeno's able to at least make use of the dark cover to salvage the Vandal. That'll be an SMG upgrade, technically speaking, but a brilliant first blood for Renegades. Again, 3 members stacked for a potential B execute. Wins him up top. He's going to get a read onto Sugoi just underneath Hookah. If they can find a way to isolate this kill, it'd be massive for their hopes of getting into this B site quickly, but they'll instead decide, let's go off of what we know from what we've read from our Cypher and our Omen. Bergie and CP2 been trying to work this A side, and there's only 1 member here defensively. It's only going to be Wit trying to hold off.
Winsome for sure got spotted over to B, by the way. That's why the rotations came through. I'm a little surprised he doesn't just go for the wall bangs through to Sugoi. In either case, so like I said, 1 play here. It's just going to come down to Wit. Wit and the pink shells. A boombot doesn't get the kill onto Bergie, but eventually does find it on the boombot, so it's not bad.
Would have loved to have kept his life, though. Xeno trying to hit from one side. You've got Sugoi from the back. That'll be another upgrade on the weapons. A Vandal held. Player in the corner. Easy read for CP2 to fall. Xeno now from the backside has the paranoia still available, but Retro's actually pinching the pinch, and this will be 100% a free kill. He's waiting for the information on the second. Beautiful trigger discipline, locks down both headshots. Renegades able to bounce back through and put themselves up 9-6.
And you look back at the early start of that previous round as well, Harmful going down early. That one's definitely more unlucky than anything else. Just walks into the smoke and just gets sprayed through. I think if Wit doesn't get this counter trade, things would have been a little bit more difficult. But yeah, I don't think they were really in a winnable spot anyway, just due to the fact that you eventually did see Retro coming in for 2. 2v3 though, if Retro doesn't find both the kills here, I think maybe another couple of kills could be traded through. It's still important for both teams to be looking for those kills, forcing the economy back down. And looking at FYB now, they can actually buy into this round if they want to. They're very much deciding on whether this is something they want to play into or if they just want to give it away. But if you're trailing 6-9, and it does seem like there's a pause in here, if you're trailing 6-9, I think you buy for sure.
Yeah.
Especially with Harmful has the ultimate available.
I mean,
so, yeah,
you've got
Brainstorm, 4 rifles, go for it.
Yeah, you've got the economy to afford the purchase coming through. I think it just comes down to the fact of what does Harmful want to do as a 3,200 credits. Like you mentioned, he's got the Bladestorm to spend. But beyond that, you've also got Sugoi with the Hunter's Fury. That could be enough to open for an execute, or putting on a retake execute, or maybe even just holding off the push from Renegades, who in their own right, I mean, again, you've got money to spend on everybody with the exception of Bergie, who obviously has to consider his utility and his kit every single round. So, yeah, I'm right there with you, though, Everett. I think this round is one that you are probably going to see the purchases come through once we get through this pause.
Absolutely, I don't see any reason for them not to. Rossi is disconnected, as you can see here, so we'll see if we can get back in time. Our performance so far, though, is FYB making a small comeback here, and not the greatest first half, just the 4 rounds, but we've already seen teams be able to come back even from that situation. I mean, look what 2D did a little bit earlier. When I say look, I mean look at the results of which. And this is going to be an important round, I think, for FYB to maintain some momentum on their defensive half. And they were really good on the offense for a set. They'll now need to be also a very good defensive team as well coming through for Bind. Renegades are looking very powerful here. If Renegades can get one more, they'll be well on their way to finishing off this map, because it'll probably force FYB to either force buy or push them into an eco, put Renegades on 10 rounds as well. Perhaps get them the guaranteed 11, and at that stage, 11-6, yeah, FYB's chances are dwindling very quickly if Renegades can confirm 11.
How about the turnaround as well? Just to talk about kind of the macro between map 1 to map 2, CP2 and Harmful, who both had a little bit of issue getting things going in the Ascent. They have been dominant here so far in the bind. A lot of clutch plays from both players from opposite sides. Really looking really strong. And I think the bigger consideration is the fact that we talked about how for Team FYB, we anticipated that the double duelist comp that they were running on Ascent would be a little bit more formidable here on bind. Wit is actually, I mean, he's not doing poorly. He's 8-12-4, but coming off of what was a 20-plus kill game in Ascent, we thought that he was going to pop a little bit harder than he currently is. Are you looking maybe just a little bit of a defensive adjustment for Whitmer to get a little bit more value off of his kit specifically?
I am a little surprised there as well because the Razors technically should be doing better, especially on the offense here. I didn't know that Wit has missed plenty of his showstoppers so far. In fact, he hasn't got a single kill. That's a little bit uncharacteristic as well. So perhaps timing there, perhaps looking at how he's utilizing the ultimate could be the change-up required. But surprising to see him that far down on the leaderboard. To be fair, Winsom's not doing super good either on their side, but at least keeping closer to where CP2 and Bergie are.
We're going into the purchase like we anticipated for FYB, and it will result with 2 operators in the mix. Wit gonna get aggressive over towards A Showers. This is a different look than what we normally see for FYB. On the opposite side, you've got Harmful locking things down at B Long, and neither are gonna find information, at least initially. Harmful with an opportunity to make point of contact here at Long. Aldrin will be scouted out. He'll back away from this. Hunter's Fury will come through for Segoy. He's gonna find value off of the CP2 will drop. A good first blood defensively from the Octagon. Winsome also gets the information read off of him, and Rossi gets the wall bang. So it's going to be a 5-on-3. FYB, very good defensive hold so far.
And that's it. I think the round's basically done now. That was a huge
read
read coming through to get the kill over in Hookah as well. So Winsome just being completely taken down through the wall. Saw the Hunter's Fury out there from Segoy as well. I believe that was on CP2, who was even teleporting. So I think CP2 might have completed the teleport there, so even read the teleport. If that was true, that's huge coming through from the Sova player. And they already had 2 operators, one looking over towards Showers, one looking towards B-Long as well. Very standard setup. Renegades will be saving now. 3 members just holding up around market and hoping they don't get pushed in. FYB may just allow them to save as well because FYB do not really have the money to chase. It would be a little bit too risky.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, again, we saw that they had the money to afford this round, but you lose and have to repurchase from the defensive POV. Things would get a little bit more tight when it comes to pinching pennies. So yeah, likely no point of contest here in the back 12 seconds of this round, and then beyond that after the timer expires. So we're going to be looking at a 9-7 overall. FYB, I think the threat right now is the fact that they're running the double operator, and that's not going to change going to the following round. So for Renegades, how do you respond to that? Do you try to go for something a little bit more aggressive, catch the operators off guard with an initial flash, or do you try to finesse them and see if you can read the information first? I guess is my question.
I think they definitely need to be able to do a little bit more on the breach here. I'm not particularly just looking at the stats of the kill death, but in terms of, like you said, flashes coming in, the Rolling Thunder would feel pretty good at this stage of the game as well. Part of the issue now will be getting past the operators, but I think his flashes are going to be really good for that. So beating off the operators with either flash or using the fault lines to stun them out of their lines as well is going to be super important. And typically, again, it will be Showers and B Long. So if you're thinking about where the ops are going to be, those are the 2 places you'll either need to challenge or think about avoiding.
Yeah, and you can see FYB is really putting a lot of pressure to make sure that these ultimate orbs stay safe with a couple of members to Renegades that are really close to earning their ults in the next couple of kills or potential soaking up of the ultimate orb themselves. And how about this read? FYB, I don't know what information you got, but they read this hit perfectly. Renegades is full 5-man stacking over towards A. The quick defensive rotation is here, though, so there will be a contest. Winsome for first blood. That's actually through the lamps. And FYB will hold their spots for now. Wait for the last couple members to get into position. But while they've taken their time, Randy Savage able to find a second kill. So now it's just on to 3. Rossi from a wide angle, trying to find value. Absolutely nothing there. And I'll tell you, Kev, I was right here thinking that FYB was going to be able to contest this. They're being completely shut out. Segoy for a 1v5 if he wants to go for it. What a play from Renegades to get in cleanly.
And unfortunately for FYB, both their swings at the same time from 2 of their last members, I believe it was Zeno and Rossi, neither of them resulted in a kill. They both got traded out nearly instantly. Segoy will get 1, but he'll have to walk away from this one, feeling the hurt of losing another round. Renegades should more than likely confirm the 10 here. Double digits found. And for FYB, pressure's on now because that was a defense I think they really have to think about. Double operators, not finding as much value as they would have hoped for as well.
That's tough. I mean, the defensive rotation, getting there quickly. I mean, You saw a world, I think, in your mind where there was at least going to be a contest on the spike plant, let alone the post plant setup for Renegades, but they get it off completely free and empty from any resistance really whatsoever. And so now you take a look at the economy from FYB's standpoint. Harmful's going to go into the operator once more with just light armor. He's not going to be able to get any assistance from Whitmer on the opposite side of the map. He'll just go into the Vandal here, but a big round there for Renegades. Momentum starting to swing back into their favor, economically especially. As really, they only had to force up one more purchase out of Retro, who will be fine to at least get some assistance from his teammates, pending he loses his weapon again.
So both teams are actually going to be smoking out A. Sure, that might be a little bit of information towards finding out where the hit's going to come through from. Randy's been pretty decent with his Hunter's Furies. Couple of tags there, and there we go, finally a kill.
I think he does connect onto his friendly Rays of Winsome a bit, but you'll take the first blood every day of the week and twice on Sunday. Xeno sitting over towards Lamps will be flashed backwards into the U-Haul itself. One contestant close by, big first blood coming through. The timing of the flashpoint was trying to get there for the execute, but now all of a sudden Team YFYB, they're able to hold much more stalwart. Randy will rotate over to at least secure the spike plant without much contest, but you don't really see a world where he can clutch this 1v4, but he'll give it a go.
Couple of trades here would be nice, but straight in the back of the head. Rossi with the wallbang as well, and FYB clean up. Very big change up from what we saw from the previous round, where it was a 1v4. Now that shoes on the other foot here, they get to be the 4 side of the 1v4. And a massive clean. You just look at where the deaths were as well, coming through from Renegades. So FYB win towards showers, they win towards short. Obviously, they clean up the member trying to go into U-Haul, and they win everything on towards A. And even the last TP ditch, the last ditch effort from Sugoi T-Camp, who even had that opening kill from the Hunter's Fury. Oh no, that was a Randy, sorry. Randy Savage had the opening kill from the Hunter's Fury, tried to TP through, got the plant down. You'll take the 1500, but you're not going to get the round.
We talked about it last game. Randy, at one point in time, we noted on his 10 assists. Right around the same point of the game, he's still got 8. Again, just finding a lot of value off of his kit. Recon bolts will be exchanged through B long. Not much is going to be converted off the back end, but at least some information that both Sovas are sitting towards the B site. And while this push would be mostly focused towards B long, you also have to consider Winsome over towards Hookah. So Sugoi going to read a lot of information off that Al drone. He's also got support of potential boombot to bait, but it looks like Renegades will mostly back away and reconsider their approach.
Big push up from Sugoi as well. Finds timing onto 1. Nice kill onto Retro. That's information. Also, that's going to be Spike as well. So that's even more that goes in the way of the info for the defense at FYB. You do see the early rotate coming through as well from Wit. It's not really committed though. I mean, you did see the spike being dropped over towards B ramps, but that was also Retro on his way out. So if anything, you're assuming that maybe it's going to be more towards A than B. And at this rate in time, FYB are going to need to push down or do a recon arrow or something for a bit more info.
A lot of information for CP2 off of his ultimate. We'll see that he's got Rossi up top, who's actually able to connect a couple of shots over towards showers. Spike is making its way onto A for likely a plant. Watch the backside flank, though. You've got T-Cap on the back, looking to make his way through Teleporter, but it's Bergie who responds to him, evening things up 4v4 for a time, but Harmful able to find a trade back, win some in his face, able to deal with 1, able to get a second just off screen. Rossi in a really peculiar position at the moment. Showstopper will connect for win some, just down to Rossi. 1v3, he's going to have to commit to this, and unfortunately he checks up high. CP2 played him down low, and a big bounce back off the 4v5 initial for Renegades to take away their 11th round.
And again, you look at FYB and maybe they're overcommitted towards B. They got the info on Retro moving out from B main, or rather B ramps. Drops the spike there, and off the spike drop, they're thinking, oh, it's maybe looking like a B kind of thing. But like I said, it was Retro leaving, and you also didn't see anyone else. Sure, you might not have info on who else could have been B ramp. You didn't really have that much info on Hookah either, I suppose. But they committed extra members over to B while Renegades were setting up for A, and the A ends up being super successful. Double operator being set up now for FYB again. Sugoi T-Cap will be looking over towards the Stinger.
Renegades do have the potential of the Rolling Thunder to really make things chaotic over towards B. The operator coming through. This is a pivotal round, by the way. FYB will be in both pretty dire straits. Yeah, both ops are going to be stacked, which is not all that common to see. Paint Shells comes through. Winsome going to push forward. He's going to split the player in the corner. He's actually able to respond to Rossi very quick and heavy. Winsome with another. Everything going wrong for FYB. Just down for Harmful to hold on to the B site. Sugoi, meanwhile, on the opposite side with a Stinger, able to convert for 1. Harmful. He gets the first kill. Reads the player up top for a double. He's got more inside the site. Harmful for 3. Last player left in this attempt is going to be Randy. Randy Savage. He's in a 1v3 situation, has felt with the first. But how do you deal with Harmful, who's not missing at the moment? Recon Bolt
This
gets
is
pulled
great.
out. That's going to read information. Randy with the second. 1v1. Randy with 33 HP. The timing is not going to be all that great as Sugoi TCAP from behind saves the round. Huge play, though, from Harmful to make sure FYB never let go of the B site.
And there's massive plays coming through from both ends. You see what Winsome was able to do towards Hookah as well. Absolutely disgusting. Picks up two, including the operator player. But this shot from Harmful, the first one, but the second one, I'm so impressed with. Bam! Locking onto Winsome straight in the air. There's an anti-air battery for Harmful to pick up 3. Incredible to give themselves the opportunity to still win this round despite being down 2 members early on. And I was very critical of Harmful early in terms of his performance on Ascent. But so far on Bind, picking up so many kills, being such an impact player and keeping FYB competitive.
Yeah, I mean, again, this was the round that you felt was a must-win for FYB. Their economy still not all that great. Randy, once again, he's been great with the Hunter's Fury. This time, Winsome's going to push forward. He's going to find Whitmer right through lamps. Sugoi trying to respond. He's going to find value off of his Hunter's Fury as well, connected with a number of different players as Zeno's able to convert on the trade back kill plus another. Now he's on a third, making a fourth. He almost had the opportunity for the ace, but Rossi gets his assist through 11-10. And again, Team FYB respond just in the nick of time.
And Retro had the orbital, rather the Rolling Thunder there as well. Doesn't get a chance to use it. Renegades now have to think about how they're going to bounce back on a round where they're very low on the cash. Indeed, I mean, suppose this one was an eco anyway, so maybe you're not thinking too hard about using the ultimates. Massive cleanup all around. Excellently defended coming through from FYB. CP2 versus Harmful for the operator battle moving on through, and Whip is now even on the judge, so perhaps looking for some early contact versus someone like Winsome who's just jumping at them with the double satchel.
Renegade's able to full purchase up again in Harmful. You can definitely feel the adrenaline rushing through him with that peak. CP2 able to respond. FYB, though, immediately into the showstopper. Trying to run away from it, though, as everybody from Renegades, and they will survive through. Again, weaponry-wise, this is a big advantage for Renegades, but Ross,
this timing.
talk about the timing here. He finds one, needs to keep his life in, not able to do so. Gets taken down just outside the spice mark, and we still have a 4-on-3 numbers advantage for Renegades.
Sugoi TCAP's going to tuck in into the corner as well. And assuming that this is going to be an A hit, Renegades will have to check that corner. Could even have a teammate, Zeno, bait for him just a bit. In order to win this 3v4 now, this is what Team FYB have to be able to do. There's a Rolling Thunder that should be coming through this round. Renegades, I don't think they can afford to take too many chances. They're just going to wait the timer down, force FYB to push up for information, force them to get a little bit desperate, maybe rotate off from certain areas of the map, but at the same time, Renegades also don't have info. Someone from FYB could be pushing down B right now and confirming that it's going to be an A push.
And this is terrible for TCAP. He's going to get red. This should be an isolated kill. Recon Bolt comes through. There's really no way he gets away from this. Rolling Thunder comes out. If he could find a single tap, that would be great, but not allowed to do it. Zeno also affected by the crowd control off the Rolling Thunder. Does it the paranoia? It's going to come through, but he actually catches one of his own, but still is able to find Randy Savage. Time becoming an issue here. 15 seconds left. Zeno backside of the truck in a really awkward position to try to keep his life, but he's going to get a little bit of help from Whitmer. Now down underneath 10 seconds. Spike still not having gone down. Whitmer finds another. It's going to be a 1v1. CP2 has to make the play for the kill. There's not enough time for the spike plant to come through, and he's not going to be allowed to find an angle onto Whitmer. Last 1v1 at the end of the round. Maybe going to find point of contact. It won't. We go 11-11. Oh boy, Ever, we got a good one here.
Zeno has completely outplayed Renegades there. What an absolute god. What a machine coming through to be able to stop the plant twice in a position where I didn't think they were going to win that one. It was, what, a 2v4 at the end?
Yep.
Retro does a solo Rolling Thunder that hits Sugoi and completely takes him down. Actually catches Zeno in U-hauls as well, so Zeno can't really help that much. But yeah, getting that first kill to Sugoi TCAP, who was tucked in, ready for a couple of frags himself. That was surely going to be a winnable round for Renegades, but stopping the plant twice, Zeno is definitely the player of that round.
Everything's gone wrong here for Renegades. Whitmer able to find first blood. That under Retro. It is mostly an eco round coming through. CP2 somehow, some way able to connect for a trade off his own operator play. Rossi going to be found out over towards the elbow. The trade is still valuable. Harmful going to commit for the Bladestorm in a 3v3. Trying to hold this off with one player with him. It's TCAP. And he'll be able to get over to the corner, but CP2 will hit the ultimate and try to scout things out. He's going to commit to this top side of heaven. Zeno knows he's here. Has seen an elbow. Just comes down to can he find the kill, and he'll take out the kneecap.
Knee shot.
Surely frustrated by that, but Bergie is able to keep things alive. 2-2 we go.
That was hilarious. does maintain control over Heaven now as well. So for FYB, very important. And for Renegades now as well, their entire rotation, they gambit through the teleporter has failed. What they can do, though, is confirm that both defensive members are in towards A, and now rotate back to B for the offense. 37 seconds. This will have to be their real hit coming on. And a 2v2 that can definitely go either way. Winsome is one away from the showstopper here as well. And now that FYB see the paint shells, they know it's B for sure.
And TCAP's almost got his recon bolt ready to go. He's going to be allowed to cross. Paranoia comes through. Here comes the commitment. Going to check every single corner. TCAP for one. Gets the wall bang somehow onto Berkey for the second. Renegades nearly able to pull out a nearly impossible round you felt like going into the weapons that they brought into battle. But FYB still able to avoid the post-plant setup from getting in. And they'll find the easy defuse and put themselves on match point here as they were still up 1-0 here in the best of 3.
And this is really, really good for FYB and terrible for Renegades now in terms of their situation in this tournament. They were up by so much in this particular map. We ended that first half 8-4, and it looked great for Renegades. So out of the first, 6 rounds, had 5 out of the first 6.
Yep.
And the comeback coming on through Sugoi, TCAP, wall bang, lucky shot onto Bergie. They would have killed him anyway, so at the end of the day, that was an expected kill to come through. Maybe not the wall bang part, but 2 versus 1. Plant just came on through, nowhere for Bergie to hide. There was nowhere that Bergie can get a 2 kill there. So, FYB, like I said, match point now, feeling pretty damn good. You said that they've also not lost a single map. They might keep that trend going.
Even weaponry coming into this final round of regulation. Ultimates that are available, just the showstopper currently for Winsome. Sugoi TCAP able to find information alongside a B. But not really anything you can convert off of that, although you see FYB are going to commit a defensive rotation. 2 members will make their way over to B, at least initially, and I think that Rossi has realized that might be an overcommitment as he makes his way back over to A.
You have to feel for Renegades now. Do they get desperate yet? Looking to force the overtime here. This is the pivotal round. Everything that Renegades have worked for needs to happen right here and now. There's not been a lot of info so far. They've not really worked too far up on B. The Owl drone might just keep B interested for FYB in terms of the 3 members still there, which will give Renegades now the opportunity to at least get a 4v2 on A. But as soon as there's no further push coming through from the Owl drone, smoke has been spotted as well. This is where FYB need to start rotating.
This has to be a commitment as well for Renegades. There's no time to rotate this back. This hit has to be successful, and Rossi's done well to find one and stay completely healthy in the meantime. Retro trying to clear out lamps.
30 seconds
Savage maybe trying to move on through to try to convert off Rossi. Not going to be affected by the fault line. Tense 1v1 inside the lamps. Harmful, meanwhile, though, defensively from Heaven, able to find one. Rossi, another. FYB up 5-2 in the numbers. Harmful, the last kill potentially coming through. It's down to Retro. He's able to find himself a double. Time becoming an issue. He's going to get the read on Harmful just outside the quad box, but does he have time to actually plant this? He's going to bait it, not find the kill. Harmful clutches up, and FYB continue to knock on doors and take down names as Renegades fall at the hands of FYB. 2-0 in favor of the newcomers.
And this just looks like that Grim Reaper meme right now where FYB are that underdog team knocking on the doors of big orgs right now and knocking every one of those teams down. It's just another notch on the belt here, another win, another flawless run through in terms of not having dropped a single map. We're into the best of 3s in the quarterfinals versus really good teams, and FYB are still coming out on top, even at a deficit, even when they come in low, even when they lose the first half. 4-8 doesn't matter. They'll confirm the 13 and they move on to semis.
Unbelievable stuff here from FYB. Again, if you're new to the channel, we've been talking about them obviously throughout the entirety of this first series. You might not be familiar with this squad, but there are 3 members that have some pretty decent experience and veteranship on the team. Harmful, we talked about from Pretty Boys. Rossi previously had played with Lemonade Stand, and Zeno from Triumph. All 3 of those players having massive moments for FYB, and we mentioned the fact that they've gone through some big organizational names. They take down complexity in groups who doesn't actually make it out of groups themselves. Pretty Boys also fall 2-0 to this team to get their way out of the group stage and elevate in the round of 16, and now Renegades in the quarterfinals. Insane stuff coming through. Again, a lot more matches that are currently happening across this monthly final here in the month of September. $10,000 on the line, of course, with presentation from Mike and Ike. But that all said, Avril, I don't know if you've heard about this, but Gamers.vote also getting their way involved with the stream today. And well, I'll let you take this one away, but get out there and register.
Exactly. I mean, it only takes 2 minutes, guys. In 2 minutes, you can win a round of Valorant or queue up for your next game. But also, head over to gamers.vote to register to vote as well. 2020 elections are coming up, and you want to make sure that your voice is heard, especially if you're in, this age bracket here. If you're a gamer, you need to make sure that you get your opinion across here, so that you get what you're looking for out there politically. So, big things to look forward to, I think, in the coming election, but also in terms of the rest of this tournament here, as well as we have FYB being one of the first teams locked into the semi-finals at some stage as well. We can start talking about some of the other teams, but yeah, this quarters has been very interesting so far, and maybe a first of many upsets to come through. Renegades, I did not expect to lose in this fashion. Maybe if FYB were going to take it, I think it was going to be a 2-1, but a 2-0, Renegades don't even pick up a single map, not even when they start really strong.
Indeed the case. A couple of other updates as we're getting ready to throw the break here. China Win does bounce back in map number 2 versus Spot Up. That series tied 1-1. Last we heard, Luminosity up 1-0 on Mystify. And Team 2D, another surprising squad able to take the first map versus Rise. Still awaiting results on that second map. But for now, we'll throw things to a break. When we come back, either more continuation of the quarterfinals or we'll jump into the semis. Don't go too far. More Nerd Street Gamers coming up right after this. Hello there, friends and family. Welcome back to the Nerd Street Gamer Valorant 10K monthly tournament presented by Mike and Ike's. Man, I'll tell you, the delicious, fruity, chewy flavors, they're going to help you not only be entertained today, but hey, they very well could help your game, power you up to keep playing at your best. Do love me some Mike and Ike's, and I'm I hold shift. With me is Avril. We're jumping into a semifinal matchup coming up here, Kevin. This is another one of those that we've been talking about when we were framing up the matches yesterday. This Team 2D squad making their way through groups, through the first rounds of the bracket. They're going to be going up against Luminosity.
And this is going to be a very interesting game for me because I expected Rise to be maybe coming on through, but maybe I underestimated Team 2D, much like I've also underestimated Team FYB for that matter. So again, teams that I'm not super familiar with are actually making it through very strong now. So it's surprising to see Rise fall down, Renegades in an equal manner as we wait for China win and Spot Up to resolve their game, and which Spot Up actually might win that one as well. We could have had three kind of quote-unquote favorites exiting the tournament fairly early here as we head into semi-finals. And if you like what's happening, by the way, coming through from Nerd Street Gamers, make sure you head over to nerdstreetgamers.com. They got a lot of merch on for sale. We got hoodies, tanks, t-shirts, and long sleeves that'll make you a better gamer. Lots of other tournaments there as well: Call of Duty, Smash, Rocket League, Fortnite, and plenty more. So stay tuned for the further tournaments there, and stay tuned for what we got coming up in terms of the semi-final too.
You're not really gaming if you're not gaming comfortably. That's much I've known for a fact. Like, even right now, we're looking all business up top, but I'll tell you for sure, it is comfort down low. I'm just wearing some gym shorts down here, and no surprise there. But, like you mentioned, full of surprises has been this tournament. Team 2D, 2-0 versus Rise in their previous matchup. Both of those are 13-10. And like you mentioned, it's not just that the fact that we're sitting here and underestimating these squads like FYB or 2D. It's the fact that they have not had a proven track record yet, and for the most part, this is their first go at a major tournament as a full five-man squad. That absolutely the case for Team 2D, who they got through their group stage, but they did get through as the second overall seed. They lost the China win and were able to beat the Las Vegas Ignition team twice over. But having gotten through Rise, they also were able to get through Team High Ground, which is a very formidable force in their own right, a 13-10 and a 13-8 there. So definitely not a team to sleep on. But on the other side, Luminosity, of course, a brand that I'm sure everyone remembers or recognizes from their time in the last couple of weeks and months here, Avril. But it's a little bit of a different look for Luminosity than what you might remember. Venerated and KZ are actually going to be in this roster from what was previously filled with Physique and Hoppin. That is the initial Luminosity squad that we had casted over a lot. This would be our first look with the former 100 Thieves and former Rise player in Venerated and KZ respectively. So it'll be interesting to kind of take a look at this fresher Luminosity squad.
I think so as well, and particularly because you do have, you Venerated in particular. I think he's one of the key members to look out for on Luminosity.
Agreed.
He used to be on High Ground. High Ground is a team that Team 2D just managed to beat a little bit early on in the round of 16. That was a 2-0 victory. So I think that is maybe the first sign coming through that you really have to take 2D seriously. If you don't take them seriously now, they just 2-0'd Rise as well. So for Luminosity coming on through as one of the only teams, if China don't win their game, then Luminosity is kind of the only team here that you would have said looking into semis as a team that really did expect to maybe get it quite far. But we're in this sort of tournament now where, especially if Spot It beat China win, it is going to be a bit of an underdog story for a lot of teams. 2D on their first major run through a tournament, FYB on their first major run through a tournament. You got Luminosity with a bit of a fresh face here, but it's still Luminosity. I still expect them to do very well. Venerated in particular, I expect to do well. So for Luminosity, they may be favored here, in my opinion, at least on paper, but I don't know how far you can go with that anymore because it has been proven time and time again. Teams like 2D are going to come out when you don't expect them to.
And we are getting information on what our 3-game series would be in this best of 3. Starting things off, it will be Bind, and then we'll get Haven, and then Ascent if we need it for map number 3. And the way I want to kind of transition away from the macro of these two teams into the specifics of what to maybe expect. Team 2D is kind of hitting everybody with the unexpected. They've been playing a pretty good amount of Sage, especially on Ascent, but they also pull out Phoenix on Haven, which is a bit different. That's mostly been played by Mizzou. On the other front, though, for Luminosity, it might be a fresh face as far as what they're running as a roster compared to what we knew before, but it's the same core 5 agents that most of our top tier teams have been using the last couple of weeks. Sova, Jet, Cypher, Breach, and Omen is the expected 5-man roster coming forward for Luminosity.
Luminosity also play a little bit of Reyna there from Thief, so
That's
they'll
true,
be
yeah.
maybe swapping the Omen hands a little bit between Stellar and Thief, where, both Stellar and Thief have been picking up the Omen. Thief will also then play the Reyna, while giving over the Omen to Stellar, but if Stellar's playing the Breach, then Thief will be picking up the Omen, so that may be the consideration there for that particular team. Mizu on the Sage is super interesting, because that may be the only Sage that we seriously see across the tournament. Very rare for any team to still be running Sage at this stage in the game, and I don't know. I don't know if I agree with it. Yeah, they may be winning, but just run the Breach, why not? Because you're looking at a situation where Mizu brought out the Sage on Ascent, I believe. I don't know if he'll be doing that on the Bind, so maybe when we get to Ascent for map 3, if we get that far. It is a little bit of a surprise, though. I think you look at how 2D have been running. Their standard comp is still just going to be the Sober Jet Breach Cypher Omen that everyone plays. I mean, that's the core fire. We know they can play that one. It will just come down to, what does Mizu feel like? When does he think Sage is good? Is he trying to do a David P cosplay? Because if he is, then that makes a lot more sense to me. Other than that, it's going to work until it doesn't, and I wonder if it doesn't is what happens when you play against Luminosity.
Yeah, we'll see exactly what comes through. Again, Luminosity have been great so far throughout this tournament, taking down a number of great teams, including Elevate and Pretty Boys, that from the group and the round of 16, and of course finding themselves the 2-0 versus Mystified, another team that we kind of had on our radar as being their first major attempt to make a run through a big tournament. They sent this Luminosity team to overtime. It was a 16-14 that was played on Haven, in which, again, like you mentioned, that Reyna could come out to play for Luminosity. It's been mostly making its name on the Haven specifically. We are just waiting on the game to start up for you guys, but those are things to expect. And I'll say this much, just as a personal note, I was a bit upset to see when 100 Thieves completely axed their roster that Venerated was in the mix of also being axed. I thought he played very clean, very concise when we saw that 100 Thieves team play. I was a bit surprised to see him also dropped, and I think this is a big way for him to come back into the scene and continue to make his name known that he is a major contender. And especially with this Luminosity team, with KZ also being picked up, they could be threatening on trying to break into that top 8 normal teams that we see in North America.
Which is why I think Venerated is going to be one of my players to watch on Luminosity right now. He's going to be on the Sova, and look, if Thief brings up the Reyna, then I'll be keeping close tabs on that performance as well. The Reyna probably doesn't get brought out unless it's Haven or the Ascent. Yeah. We are not going to Haven or Ascent until maps 2 and 3, if we get even 2, 3. So for Bind, I'm expecting just standard gameplay. Both teams might just run a mirror here in terms of the core 5 that I already talked about. I'm pretty sure running into 2D based on what they played on Bind previously, will most likely just run the same 5 cores. Same for Luminosity, so that's kind of what I'm aiming for right now. And Venerated on his new home as well. Again, you mentioned how good he was at 100 Thieves. Glad to see him find a new home, and I want to see him do well again on this team.
And the interesting thing, again, just to kind of bring a previous conversation back, is the fact that Luminosity, we talked about on Bind specifically, we typically see the Raze be played before the Jet. That's not been the case for LG. They've actually defaulted to running the Jet and not the Raze. So we'll see how things go. We're just waiting on one more player to join the lobby here for us. And again, it would be remiss if we didn't talk about our other supporting partners in AimLad, Rothman Orthopedics, ZipChair, and Temple University to help put these on. Again, it's monthly. That's the big thing, monthly tournaments. So if you're looking to qualify into these or work your way in for the following months, make sure you go over to nerdstreetgamers.com and find out information on their events tab of how your team could potentially be participating. Because let's be honest, I mean, we talked about it just previously in our last break. First Strike series coming forward throughout the winter months and the next couple here. This is a major way to set yourself up for potential success as you go immediately into that First Strike. This is a big tournament. I would say arguably you're looking at 90% of the top upcoming squads from North American VALORANT participating. No better way to try to argue your way into a potential top 8 spot on people's power rankings than by winning this event.
Especially if you're Luminosity right now, where you've got teams like FYB and 2D kind of taking out the other major teams in this kind of tournament right now. And obviously, by doing that, FYB and 2D kind of put a target on themselves as well as teams that may be running their first time together in a proper tournament. But still, I mean, work's going to be cut out for them. Luminosity don't have to play Mamba Mode game again. Luminosity came second in the last Pulse series versus Mamba Mode, who actually won that one. So in a way, maybe good to see Mamba Mode out of the way for Luminosity early on. Luminosity now on the path to potentially getting, one of the first big wins for them as a team, especially with Venerated on the roster. They got to get past some of these guys like 2D, though. I think this is the kind of bogey team, though, because there's not a heap of information on them. They're teams that are running through together for the first time in a major tournament. There's a lot more tape on teams like Luminosity. There's way more info on how they play, what they're playing, what they're doing, and their roster being together. So yeah, there's a good opportunity here for teams like 2D to come out as well. What a way to come through if either FYB or 2D get into the grand finals, if they can win that one as well, especially over teams like China Wen, Luminosity, and Co. And you talk about making a name for yourselves. I mean, what a better way to do it if you're an up-and-coming team.
It's weird as well just to look at the dichotomy between some of these squads trying to establish themselves as being at the top of this kind of competitive tier. You know, for Luminosity, they have not beaten any of those top 6 squads yet, so this is a roster change trying to help them get over that hurdle. But you're playing up against teams that have not been tested really, period, yet. So it's been really interesting to kind of see like how each team might be mentally approaching this tournament. For Luminosity, this feels like this is a must-win tournament for us. We need to win this tournament. And for 2D, I'm not going to sit there and say they're just happy to be along for the ride, but every single win, the further that you get into this tournament, the better you're going to feel about your instant entrance into this competitive scene, you know, again, with their core group of 5, and especially for 5 players on 2D that there's not a lot of information on. I think this is going to be a first look for a lot of us, not just me and you, but also I'm sure many members out there in the chat that maybe have not heard of any of these players before or haven't had a chance to watch them kind of work their way through the amateur scene, if you want to call it that. It's going to be interesting to see the untested squad versus the team that's trying to essentially build resiliency and come out on top of this grouping worth of teams. And like I mentioned, have a chance to use this roster to try to foil some of the plans in those typical top 6 squads that we talk about pretty regularly in the North American scene. We are just waiting on Proto to try to jump into game. Apparently, people having a hard time getting a hold of him.
Yeah.
So for now, we'll throw things just to a small break to get out of your ears for a moment. When we come back, we'll be jumping in. It'll be Bind, map number 1 of this best of 3 semifinal, right after this. And welcome back to the Nerd Street Gamer Monthly Invitational here in September. We've got ourselves our first semifinal. Luminosity going up against Team D, best of 3. Starting things off on Bind. My whole shift with me is Avril, and taking a look at our rosters. Pretty much what we expect. Mirror matchup pretty much throughout.
Yep, no shenanigans here, no raises. I think Raze might have been the only consideration for either team, but they don't really have a huge history of playing that particular agent. Certainly not going to see Reyna coming through from Luminosity just yet. And this is going to be a very interesting game, again, to set the stage here. 2D, an up-and-coming team, first major tournament as a team together. Luminosity on their new roster with Venerated in the mix as well. Huge hopes for what he can provide for this team as well. And Luminosity looking for a big win because they're a team that I think that you really look at and say, strong potential, but they haven't quite realized it just yet. Is this their tournament to finally realize that potential now?
Yeah, I'm right there with you. And I'll say this much again, just kind of a personal note. Proto, I would say, is been one of the more consistent Cypher players in this kind of, again, tier of competition for North America. So definitely keep your eye on Proto as far as what he's able to do. Currently, he's going to be positioned with Thief over towards the A showers, maybe looking to get a bit aggressive. And if the timing is good, we actually could see an initial 2v2 happening for that shower ultimate orb as we're just 10 seconds up to getting into our first pistol. Also potential for Luminosity maybe to get aggressive over towards B. They're posturing for an aggressive hit off the rip here.
And 2D aren't committed anywhere just yet, looking for early information, classic defaults here, nothing too special to speak of, but Showers play, like you said, opening stun, it doesn't quite hit him, Thief for 2, what's going on?
They line up, Thief knocks him down. There was also the push through B long initially for Luminosity simultaneously. Didn't find much value there. Yana, mid-map, over past the Spice Market, able to find at least one kill to make things relatively more even. 3v4 situation as the threat continues to posture towards a B execute.
And you saw Mizo throw in the fault line there as well, but it just doesn't catch Thief, and because of that, he'll pick up 2 kills. At least we make things a little bit more even. 3 versus 4, plenty of low health on both teams, so hit coming on to B very quickly.
Venerated reads a lot of information, but Mizu's the one who takes him down. Stellar now coming off from elbow. Doesn't expect the second player to be here, and how has this gone wrong for Luminosity? All of a sudden, just down to Thief. Only 18 HP to play with. Trying to go for a shrouded step, and he will not be allowed to make any action happen beyond that. Yana for 3 plus the plant to secure the pistol for Team 2D.
Not bad. 2D coming out strong, straight off the rip. LG, couple of unfortunate mistakes over towards B. Again, great start for Thief. He picked up 2 there. But Giannis 3 kills. Very impressive in his own regard. That's that fault line that doesn't quite connect. Thief takes plenty of damage. Has a lineup there as well. And this is Giannis' first pickup as well that really starts to make things a little bit more even.
Yeah, and that play from Venerated, if he's able to get 1 kill, there's a lot more value off of being able to retake defensively, but he gets triple chowed and no chance for him to get things going. Recon Bolt will be sent out. That's just to allow Venerated to grab himself an ultimate orb at B long as, once again, Team 2D just posturing across the entirety of the map with their weapon advantage, just looking for information.
Not the best recon, though. Doesn't go very deep. Doesn't check Fountain. Just kind of
this is beautiful.
Pops through. Speaking of which, Thief can't quite get out of his situation there. Kind of stuck in the cubby there. Still a 1-for-1, though. And for the team that's on Eco, which is LG at this stage, getting that 1 kill is not bad. Stacking A now, hoping it'll be the hit over that side, and they might just be rewarded.
The trade was super valuable from the defensive side, considering that you had a player completely caught out. There was really nowhere that Thief could have gone. But the takedown toy in response is massive. 50 seconds to play, 4v4. Stellar holding on to a fault line right outside of the Lamps U-Haul. Information for Yana. Here comes the peek off the fault line. Not going to find much. Recon Dart behind this. That will find a little bit of information, but now 40 seconds left, and this is going to be a reset from Team 2D.
Yeah, and TUD are definitely getting some cold feet here. They must assume right now that B is completely empty. They've drawn a lot of attention over towards A. Quick rotation for Luminosity as well. They should be able to meet in time. There will need to be a fast plant. Lin, he's up first for contact, sees the utility, and now up for multi-frag.
He's going to find himself too, has to swap back over to the Classic, not able to grab it, but Yana's there for the immediate exchange. 4 kills in quick succession as Team 2D also gets the spike planted. Great rotation out after the information read that Luminosity was heavily defensively stacked to A. And 2-0 start for them. A couple of the repurchases will have to come out for 2D, so as we get into our 3rd round, it will be just about a full gun run for everybody in the lobby.
And this is an important one for Luminosity as well, not just because it's the first purchase, but KZ picking up the operator. It's going to be glass cannon coming through. No armor whatsoever. Probably limited util as well. We'll be looking over towards B. No long play, though. Typically, if you're going to opt early, you will be pushing out long B with that. Will allow his 2 teammates to do so. Venerated has to be careful.
Aggressively goes for the ultimate orb, is able to pull it away, even though he was fault line concussed for a moment. Spike still dropped, though, backside of Spice Market, so this is just an information gather once again for Team 2D. You've got the Hunter's Fury to play with for Yana. Maybe you pull the trigger if you can find a way to get a bolt off, but no, not going to happen off of the Aldrum. Venerated going to use one of his own to counter peek over towards the long side, and Yana, he's going to find information here, able to get 1 tag, hoping to capitalize on Venerated, will just be able to catch him inside elbow. Big first blood as Team 2D will likely try to get this execute to B.
Venerated, by the way, who had his own Hunter's Fury, so that's going to be a defensive ultimate gone for LG, who sorely would have needed it. KZ does not fire off a shot with the operator, and this is going horribly for Luminosity on the defense.
Although Stellar's still alive, he's gotten some tags on the player in Hookah and been able to trade out Mizzou. 2v4 situation. Stellar's going to have to do more than this. Thief has a paranoia. Going to toss that one out just to see if he can find any information. Yeah, he's going to find one pick, but is it going to be enough? Stellar's going to have to combine for the 1v3 and 4 total kills in the round, and all he's got to play with is a fault line. And again, in the third round early on, where Luminosity is going to be hard-pressed for cash, you either need to find a couple of cheeky kills to maybe give yourself an opportunity, or maybe just try to bail and try to save this Vandal if at all possible. Not going to be allowed to do it. Lin takes him down. 3 clean rounds for Team 2D.
Stellar just stuck there. Len will have the cutoff, and 2D just looking so good coming through on Bind so far. 3 rounds, including the pickup on the very important gun round for Luminosity. Again, no kills coming through on KZ's operator. They lose 2 members very quickly. Venerated dies with his own Hunter's Fury available, courtesy of Yana and his ultimate plate. And 2D now looking super strong. Get a free operator onto Lin's body. And now 3-0 up, walking into number 4. Another save, but venerated on the Shorty, oh sorry, the Bucky there. Let's see what he can do.
He's going to stack this long B side with 2 members with him. Stellar and KZ that are there. But this time the spike still drop, but leaning more towards a potential A hit, as Luminosity are going to be hard-pressed to hold on to this one unless there can be a couple of special shots from Thief and Proto holding opposite sides of this A site. And how about Thief? He's actually getting aggressive here through Shower. Him and Miller are on opposite sides of the walls from one another. This could be a huge first blood and maybe even a weapon pickup, but now Thief has been figured out. Just spam through the wall. Miller able to convert for first blood.
Thief is just not patient enough there, I think, and maybe getting a little bit too frisky. Reveals himself very early, and now that Showers is clean, Miller pushes up, and that's going to be one of the potential Ninja Spot players done for. LG still have 4 alive, now rotating over towards A. They want to gamble in this direction. Look at this recon, though. Doesn't check the cubby. Let's see if Yana swings left for it, though.
Okay, 1 shot for Proto, but doesn't have enough ammunition to secure the second. Nearly had an opportunity to double up. It would have been huge for Luminosity to try to hold on to this thrifty round. But Team 2D have been shrugged off of this A execute. They're going to back off the Showers. 2 members are severely weakened. You're looking at Mizzou and Miller, both in the red currently. But you've got to commit. 22 seconds left. It's going to come right through the pathway of KZ, who is able to essentially throw an elbow out, and Toy will make advantage of that. Stellar, now, good flash, good ghost shots as well. Leaving it to now a 2v3. Time becoming more of a consideration. The Rolling Thunder going to be committed. Stellar for a second kill. He's trying to find a third. Stellar will pick up the Vandal. 1 more player left. Knows that the spike was dropped, and there's not enough time for the plan, and Stellar will convert onto 4. What a play from the Breach from Luminosity to get themselves on the board.
There it is, Luminosity finally breaking the silence here, and they even had to do it while being on a thrifty round as well. Yana dying to a Proto here, not super comfortable, so a Proto being tucked in there very aggressively. Needed to go for at least a 1-for-1. This flash and then a kill from Stella is super good as well. Slows down the plant, 10 seconds remaining, not a lot of time to play with, and Stella's going to make it very, very good for 3 kills.
I'm sure Toy's a bit sitting there in disbelief after the 3rd kill came through for Stellar. Vandal v Ghost, up close and personal. Recon Bolt going to find information here, and KZ will be allowed to push over towards the teleporter. Tough angle for him, but has the ability to tailwind back, and he's got some good support as well from both Stellar and Venerated, who are also stacked towards long B, but nobody's actually scouting out Hookah whatsoever. This split hit with just 4 players very well could isolate 3 members defensively. Venerated going to commit for the Hunter's Fury, going to get 1 tag off and convert the kill onto Lin. Nearly gets the opportunity to find information on the second, but Toy has made his way into the site. So now again, these 3 members defensively on the long side of B are essentially trapped here, and if you can find a way for Team 2D to get a flash off and do just this, push on in, maybe you can find a couple more, but they second guessed their intel, and Venerated finds the second pick.
3 still into Hookah, and this is where 2D might just decide to back out of the situation as well. If you're LG right now, trying to listen for some footsteps, trying to look for some information, seeing no one over towards B long. If they're not coming out of Hookah now, they might be rotating off, and you can see the LG players. Thief is already gone, a Proto's gone as well, even using the From the Shadows to have a look over towards short. The timing's not quite there for him, so it doesn't get the very crucial information. Smoke might be very useful at this point in the time.
Here comes the hit. 20 seconds left. Thief. Paranoia comes out. It'll slow things down a touch, but Toy stays away from this, so he'll be trusted to clear the line of sights. Thief up close. Can he find the timing here? That's a beautiful first. Gets the information read on both the last 2 remaining players. There's a second. Looking for the third. Miller will shut him down, but Proto there for the immediate trade. And 2 rounds consecutively here for Luminosity, getting them right back in this defensive half, just down 1.
Well played. I mean, that's going to be important now. Luminosity 2 up, or rather 2 up in the last 2 rounds. They're making a bit more of a comeback now. And this is going to force the eco through from 2D as well. Just looking at Toy, he's at least going to have the Blaze Storm available. So possibly the key member of this particular offensive round to be able to pick up a couple of guns. KZ still as the operator. Luminosity gaining a little bit more momentum now, especially from Thief, who again was pretty big in that previous round.
This feels like a round where KZ needs to get himself warmed up with the operator as well. Toy's going to go into the Blade Storm here on this eco round for Team 2D. They have the ability to follow up with a Neural Theft or a From the Shadows potentially if they get the opportunity to maybe convert this Thrifty round, but I'm still kind of focused on if KZ can get himself going here. Again, the former Rise player, also before that, the Charlotte Phoenix. Definitely a namesake of both of those 2 teams previously, getting his opportunity here with LG, and he will be rotating back away from A Heaven over towards B as the information read off of what has been sent their direction seems to be lending towards a Team 2D hit over to B.
And KZ just might be here right on time as well as 2D are getting ready to hit. There's a lot of information. Iterated scouting the entire thing out, and possibly the rest will start rotating through as well. Saw at least 2 on the Owl Drone. Still the possibility for 2D to make a TP play. But at this point in time, the 3 that are definitely arrived for LG are going to stay put, and the operator looking over towards long as well. This is where KZ can really start to get it going.
Stellar still has 1 more Flashpoint and an Aftershock to play with, just to add a little bit of distraction over towards this potential hit. The only player still lurking by A is Miller. Toy, gonna be trusted to be the first one in potentially with this Blade Storm. KZ will see the cape, but does get fault line. Here comes the play from Toy, finds 1, not able to get the second as Federated shuts him down before things got too interesting, plus a second beyond that. Now it's just down to 2. Yana with a 1 tap. Stellar still on the corner. He's going to find a wallbang for the first and grab himself the second. He's been incredible thus far in the elbow, and that has led to 3 consecutive rounds for Luminosity.
2 kills picked up from 2D, not too bad in terms of what you can expect for an eco, but 3 in a row on both ends. LG in particular picking up their 4th round so important. Most teams would lose that 4th round due to the fact that they were on an eco and then hope for number 5 here. But this is a situation now where things are looking that much better. Great kill from Toy initially to be able to pick up KZ there. You'll say that's at least 1 important member down. I do believe the operator should have been picked up by a teammate. So yeah, back in the hands of KZ once more. And now looking at 2D's economy here, I would say that you lose this one, you're back into another eco. So for 2D, they have to start picking up rounds again.
Big value here, but Miller with the running 1 tap onto KZ through Shower. It's going to be on to Thief to try to find the response. He'll be able to at least snap back and keep things even at a 4v4. Rolling Thunder is ready for both players. Thief and Yana exchanging a bit of information off of one another, but nothing more will come of it. Although Team 2D will hit the From the Shadows, scout things out, and Lin is actually going to get into the defensive side of the map. Hunter's Fury now going to be called by Yana, just searching for information with this. Going to hit absolutely nothing, but Lin can play spoiler, pending he can find a first kill. Thief reads it, able to secure the kill, and Luminosity back at the advantage 4v3.
And that's a huge kill as well. I don't know why Lin feels so confident about pushing through if he just maintains Heaven control. That allows his team to be able to start pressing on towards the site. Now 2D don't really have site control anymore. They may have to use Rolling Thunder to be able to break in. If they do that, a counter Rolling Thunder should be deployed as well. Now down to the 40-second mark. I don't suppose that 2D will back out. They're going to have to commit to this.
The question is, do you commit the Rolling Thunder to try to force this through? Trying to clear the site just outside of Shower. Mizzou holding over for an angle potentially to the lamp side of you, and that's exactly where he's going to throw the Rolling Thunder. Flashpoint comes through. Thief able to deal with a little bit of information, but they know he's here. Toysm only able to find 1. Stellar able to respond. Mizzou snaps on the Thief, though. Still doable. 2v2, time becoming an issue, but the spike going to be planted.
Here's the ult. Counter Rolling Thunder being put through. It doesn't stop the plant in, but should confirm the kills. Luminosity just have to swing through. Need a little bit of confidence here. Stellar surely gets 1. He doesn't. It's a 1v1 situation. And a Proto already knows where Toy is hiding, and they are going to be able to get that defuse. Ended up being very close here. Didn't think that Luminosity were only going to be down to 1. Didn't think it was going to end up being a 1-for-1 in terms of the 1v1 right towards the end there. Surely the counter Rolling Thunder from the defense was going to be able to clean up, but still gave opportunity for 2D rather, to be able to potentially look for a win.
Operator was salvaged as well there, Avril, so KZ will get another opportunity to make use on it. Also has a Blade Storm if he so chooses to pop that out this upcoming round in round number 8. Yeah, needs to get this on the board, you feel like, right?
Operator in hand for multiple rounds now. still sitting on a donut. Might be able to get the first one this time around. His first blood to first kills, so first death rather, ratio is not going to be looking too good on the stats page after this, but still plenty of time to make things look good as 2D do go for another eco. Big push up from Luminosity down B long, and here it comes.
Gotta get this one. This is a softball round, and he actually tags through the wall. Good help is here, but Lin is able to respond. Valuable trade back pick as here comes the push through Hookah. Choi is there, and Lin's gonna find one more. Able to swap over to the Phantom, and actually tailwinding into the teleporter there is KZ, so he's not here to help defensively. It's just gonna be down to Thief. He will eventually be traded off screen. And the spike is going to be committed to make its way over to B. KZ gets caught with a knife out. This is all gone wrong. Proto by himself, though, has an opportunity to line up too. Neural Theft going to be expended. He snaps onto the third. Proto, are you human? 3 kills and enough time for a defuse. Incredible third snap to clutch up.
I don't even know if he waited for the neural theft to be able to come through there. I don't know that he had the full information of where the last player was, but it ends up not being a huge factor anyway. A Proto for 3 kills rescues the round that was going so poorly. Lin opened things up big time for 2D. And this is what I'm talking about here. Okay, neural theft, does he have time to check? Just barely. Massive snap onto Miller. And you have to feel bad if you lose that round coming through from 2D, because that was ridiculous from Lin. And KZ, he missed. He got one big shot to start with, but then misses a very critical one that would have saved one of his teammates' lives over towards B long. Has to TP through, and then gets caught in time.
Another heavy commitment utility-wise to secure the ultimate orb at B long. Mostly gone the way, and
come on.
KZ, you need that one. Toy is completely stuck on the wall. It's absolutely, I'm right there with you. That's a shot you absolutely need to be hitting.
This is a bit of a disappointing half so far, specifically for KZ, the Jet player, but maybe the rest of Luminosity, especially looking at a Proto who's been a massive factor for the clutches, can still maintain the lead. 5-3 is still good. As 2D have the player advantage for now. You can assume it will be a 2-2 split unless Luminosity are stacking for some reason. There's not really been enough info to suggest that Luminosity should be stacking. Mizu should be here to sell a bit of a fake, as the other 4 members of 2D will group up for A, and they'll be pushing through any second now.
Yeah, Mizu's going to use absolutely everything in his kit to try to keep these defensive members planted on B. Toy trusted to come through first. It's Proto with another double. Unbelievable for him to find 2 right there. Granted, they were lined up a touch, but that will at least leave an opportunity for Luminosity to rotate back over, essentially simultaneously with Mizu. 2v2 situation, 25 seconds to spike collected, and likely it will be planted securely.
And all 3 members coming up from short died, so yeah, the spike had to be committed late there. You had to wait all the way for Mizu to wrap around from B, over through market, into short, pick up the spike, then plant. This is going to be very difficult in terms of trying to hold on. Mizu does pick up the Contestella though, so say difficult, but it is a 1v2, and surely now 2D can't lose it. They even have 2 ultimates available. Even if Venerated goes for the defuse here, he's going to eat a Rolling Thunder, so it's not really going to be possible unless...
Okay, you say that. 1v1 opportunity. The former 100 Thieves player looking to clutch up now again for Luminosity. Would be 6 rounds in a row, but Miller with the wide swing, able to capitalize on the kill, and 2D able to bounce back into this half after what was a very strong start for them, all things considered. Luminosity, by way of a handful of incredible clutches, they were on 5 in a row, and now all of a sudden we go 5-4 with a ton of ultimates in the bank for Team 2D coming into this 10th round.
And this is what you notice as well. There's a lot of ultimates and not a lot of money on both ends, because there's just been heaps of kills. I mean, both teams are consistently in 1v1, 1v2 situations. Every single round ends with basically only 1 person or 2 people at most surviving from either side. So, yeah, it's been very bloody, all things considered. A little bit surprised that Mizu stayed on site there. Maybe thought they didn't have time to get off site. So I thought he was going to be able to get away, use the Rolling Thunder to prevent the defuse, but Miller's going to be able to secure it regardless. 2D on a bit of a small comeback here after a 5-round spree for Luminosity. 4 ultimates for 2D. Like you said, plenty to work with.
Well, the thing about it as well, Avril, is yeah, it's 5 rounds in a row for Luminosity, but how many of those were 1v multiple situations? You could see the economy for Luminosity is not great. They're essentially just on pistol upgrades right now. This is still very doable for Team 2D to swing back this round heavily into their favor, as we got a little bit of Kai v Cam v Cam going on, essentially nodding at one another around the A site.
Well, both teams know that both ciphers are here. You see that KZ is still over towards B, checking for rotations. At this point, they know it's 100% going to be a 4-stack. Just waiting to see who possibly could come through Rolling Thunder from showers.
And from the shadows, following behind this into heaven. Miller getting out of showers. A lot of flashes being traded. Proto, how does he find another elimination? He nearly able to double up once more, but again, the weapon's just too strong here for Team 2D. The neural theft will give information on where KZ is going to be coming from. Spike will be adjusted on its plant spot accordingly to that intel. And KZ, I feel at this point, maybe you play for exits, but likely just a save to come through here in this 1v4.
At this point in time, if your stack failed over towards A, and KZ was realistically only playing for any possible rotations, any possibility of players coming back to B, staying safe anyway. If no one comes towards B, then you do just save. So even walking over to A maybe is a little bit unrequired. No one should be able to take him down. So it's going to be one rifle kept, and 2D will be able to equalize 5 and 5 in what is a very competitive bind so far. 3 rounds for 2D to start things out, with then 5 in a row for Luminosity. And finally, now that 2D are getting back into action, they're looking pretty good.
Small update from the last quarterfinal that we were waiting on. It was a game 3 between China Win and Spot Up after Spot Up took the first map 13-10. 2 consecutive 13-8s for China Win. They get past Spot Up and into the semifinals they go versus Team FYB. Try to give you guys updates on that one, as that map will likely be starting here in the very near future. But getting back into this round 11, last 2 rounds of the half. Full gun round coming through, but a much healthier economy for Team 2D trying to finish out this half.
We'll see who gets to go through the grand finals from either of these 2 semis so far. If this first map is any indication, possibly Luminosity and 2D could go all the way to 3 maps here. Trying to win, only barely scraping through after losing 1 to Spot Up, who I'm sure at that stage, China will be wiping a bit of a sweat off the brow. So was Steve for that matter. 1 kill into Miller straight away.
You love the little mini chess game. Yana tossing an early shock dart over towards the ultimate orb actually catches Venerated for a bit of damage. That's been his consistent play off the rip every single round so far. But he does at least get some information off the owl drone. But still, numbers advantage here for Luminosity. And Team 2D are going to have to find a way to adapt in this round. They only got the Jet ultimate to play with. You don't really see a world that it gets popped immediately unless things get a little bit dire.
Toy, by the way, is doing a really good job of distracting over towards A. He's even pulled back Thief there, so this is going to be a 5v3 coming through onto B. They have some good players in terms of the breach being available for the B defense. The fact that Toy is just even putting down some smokes, keeping KZ busy. That's the operator still stuck on A, by the way. You feel the hit will be coming through any second now. And unfortunately, Thief is none the wiser. He's still just checking around U-Hole.
Recon Bolt queued up. Here comes the execute in the backside of it. Stellar, Flashpoint coming through. Still has a lot of utility to play with. Watch out for Proto, still surviving in the container. Venerated able to keep his life over by Elbow. Proto for 1 on the transition from Elbow for the offense. He's going to find another. Eventually dealt with, but is it too little too late? Stellar picks up his angle, finds himself another kill. He'll double up from the same position. Luminosity holds strong. They go up 6-5, looking to convert a 7th in the last round of the half coming up.
Great patience, Luminosity. If they win this one, it comes down to a Proto. Consistent 2-for-1 trades. I don't think a Proto ever just dies without getting at least 1 kill. He trades evenly at a minimum, but more on average, I think he gets 2 to 3 kills. More specifically, 2. Every single time I've seen him on the kill feed, there'll be 2 kills there for sure. Stella gets the other 2 kills required, and then 2D don't really have much of a chance after that. Coming into the final round as well, double ops being picked up. Toy doesn't quite have a gun here, so we'll be playing Sheriff plus Bladestorm and a Rolling Thunder coming through from Stella, who's been the other player that really you have to think has been playing well for Luminosity so far. And just based on the util available, including the ultimate, Luminosity should pick up 7.
Really, for me, this comes down to can the Hunter's Fury from Team 2D find value for an opening pick. Gonna try for it here. Able to get a connection off 1. That's KZ. Staying alive through this. Thief still holding close by the U-Haul lamps. Going to be smoked and flashed. Mizzou for first blood. KZ again comes up empty. Had the operator and the Bladestorm to play with, but Thief nearly gets an opportunity for 2, but it's Lynn and Toy who open things up. That is going to be Proto down, like you mentioned, the clutch master for Luminosity, but you still have a Rolling Thunder to play with if you're LG.
The Rolling Thunder might be able to get you 1 or 2 kills here, especially if Venerated can connect straight away. Rolling Thunder into U-Haul. That's at least 1 down, or at least 1 being stunned. No kill through just yet. Venerated, beautiful shot onto Lynn.
No way, he finds himself a 3rd. Miller, last one left alive, is able to find the first kill. Venerated has to play off the spike. Trades away the operator for a Phantom. Miller, camera, comes through, gets the information read. Venerated knows where he's at though, but gets a little bit Windy on the shots, and Miller able to clutch up the 1v2. Team 2D exit the half, tied 6-6.
Switching sides.
And that is such a tough round to play. Miller just pulls up the camera, and I think the camera is exactly what he needed there, because that just throws Venerated off, has to swing to kill the camera. Actually had a lot of util there for what it's worth, by the way. Venerated could have chosen to just double shocked out the corner, tries to spam through, unluckily does not connect on towards the head, and then the timing for Miller to be able to swing through and get the shots that he needs as well. So well played, but Venerated nearly pulled that one through, even though a Proto went down, even though so far what I think has been the most consistent member of Luminosity goes down without a trade this time. You still have Venerated 3. How many kills? 3 or 4 kills there on the Operator.
Yeah, 3 at the end. Nearly an opportunity for 4, and I'm telling you, the value that Proto brings to this team is an absolute... There's not enough words to say about what he's been able to do for this LG squad. Mix up before that. We get into this pistol, though, of our second half. It looks like it will be KZ trusted to move first. First blood for Miller will be traded. Thief actually is able to get 2 through showers. A little bit of a late double peek coming out of Toy. Leads to a numbers advantage for Luminosity, but Yana 1v1 mid side of A short, able to find himself 1 pick, but now he's completely isolated and has to wait for teammates before he can really attempt for the retake.
Ironically, Thief goes down the same way. He popped down 2 players on his opening pistol round as well. 3v3 now.
Spike planted.
2D does have a member tagged up, so does LG as well. Flash coming on through, and this is Luminosity trying to find something. Casey down early, no trade. Stella finally gets one back.
2v2, Mizzou chasing the shadow of 1. Lin on the opposite angle. Has the information read, the jumping burst comes out, and Team 2D take the pistol, put themselves up 7-6, and Mizzou just having a little bit of fun at the end. But it's one of those things that we have to take this back and think about the overall narrative. Who is this Team 2D squad in a lot of people's minds? I mean, they've been playing so clean and concise throughout this group. They've taken down a number of great teams, and even here, they're standing tall with this LG squad that I think a lot of people would have as the favored team.
I mean, I certainly do at this stage in the game. That's a massive kill from Mizzou as well. If Mizzou doesn't kill that, it's probably a 1v1 that can still go either way. Lin's been playing pretty spectacularly, opening up a lot of opportunities for 2D to work with. And I think part of the reason why LG right now are kind of struggling is you do still have to look back at Casey. I'm still expecting Casey to pick up a bit more. The 1 in 10 not looking super healthy on the score line. 6 and 7 is still very close though. So you feel that Luminosity, just a couple of slight adjustments and they'll be on their way.
And you feel like a lot of the adjustment might have to be on the behalf of what do you do with KZ at the moment? He still only has 1 kill. Is that wallbang we saw at Long B with the Operator? Do you still trust him to scope defensively here for LG? Do you swap things up a bit? I mean, you feel like that has to be some sort of a consideration. Just over 60 seconds to play. Luminosity going to wrap this back over towards A, it looks like.
And there's nothing there to work with as well in terms of, I think it's just 5 classics, no armors. They probably did pick up a bit of util, so not even upgraded pistols here. They're going for about as clean of an eco as possible, just minimal purchases across the board. And at this stage, you know, how much util do you even want to use on this particular round, especially you're looking at Stella here. Surely you'll at least flash through. If you can get a couple of kills here, maybe take away 1 SMG. There's actually 2 pistols even still on the side of 2D. Mizzou, one of those pistols straight away gets a kill.
Toy strafing back, finds the second, but good trades here for Luminosity. Miller actually goes body to body with Proto through the dark cover. Spike has been planted though, but Miller is able to capitalize on 1 kill. Venerated peeking a little bit too wide for the shock dart. They know where the last player is. Lin will be confirming the final shots, and Team 2D, as expected, take the second round, but it comes at a bit of a cost here. The spike comes down and you lose 3. Handful of repurchases will be forced going into this third round of the half.
And I call that a successful eco for Luminosity for sure.
I agree.
3 kills when you went 5 classics, you didn't buy any armor, you might not have even really bought into too much utility either, namely, or thinking about the fact that you just want to save as much as possible here. So Luminosity, very successful. 2 Ghosts were still on 2D, so maybe not super surprising that they end up losing quite a few there, even though those 2 Ghost players did actually get kills. So I wonder what Luminosity can do now on their first proper purchase. And for 2D, can they get a little bit more value, especially now that Toy is on the Operator? If that's a first blood from Toy, things are not going to look good, but no one's looking over towards A short, so Toy's probably not going to get a kill just yet.
Yana tries to challenge it. It's tagged up a bit. But at least the consideration is there, and immediately they just forfeit over B long in the octagon. They'll move back over towards Elbow to hold on to the site defensively with Mizu, who's currently stacked up inside the container at the moment. 4-member hit, potentially for Luminosity. Spike not with them, though, so it will be trusted that Proto will wrap behind this, pick up the Spike, and then likely join his compadres over here towards B.
So there is going to be B-long attention now from both teams. That was a huge amount of information coming through from the defensive Aldrome. Yana sees a lot there. Is going to call over the extra rotator, and that's going to be the operator of Toy moving across as well. Might just be here in time to pick up the opening frag. Again, we talked about the fact that it is going to be a round 3 operator, and straight away KZ down.
Oh boy, talked about that first blood versus first death ratio. Not going well for KZ, and everything's come to a pause. You've got 30 seconds, and are they going to really try to wrap this? Sure seems that way. This is going to be pretty telegraphed, though, and still in the sight is Miller. He's got the entire setup that he wants at A. Cyber cages and trap wires, spy cams alike. And he'll be the first one to try to hold off for as long as possible. Does get his location revealed off the bolt, but Toy has made his way topside heaven. That'll be good for 1. Miller does fall. Spike looks like it's going to go down successfully, and it will. But Lin off the back will make sure that the post plant never gets set up. And it's just down the Thief. 1v3 finds the first. His position absolutely known. Dark cover going to be thrown out. Might have an opportunity for another 1v1. Able to take this down. The 4th kill in front of him. Runs out of ammunition. Tries to go for a weapon swap, but doesn't pick it up. It's going to be trusted to the Classic. And Thief, somehow, some way, able to salvage around and steal one away. Luminosity still in this game, 7-8 down.
And the first kill onto Lin, so critical as well. Lin was hiding around the showers side. He puts the smoke down then, and Thief was able to just go nose to nose versus Yana, I believe, who just sticks his head through the smoke, and I don't know whether that was really worth it. Thief finds the final 1v1. I thought it was maybe over when he ran out of ammo. Surely at that stage, Toy's got his number, but nope. Thief for 4 kills, 18 and 12. Ultimate available, puts Luminosity back in, especially on a round that they desperately needed to win to make sure they weren't going to be forced into another eco.
Lindstrom committed early for Team 2D. Toy going to be the one holding on to those blades. Venerated. Going to be able to scout things through shower. Nobody here whatsoever, and he's going to get a lot of information. Knows where Toy's position and gets the read on the Cypher late. And you can see with that vulnerability, Team 2D are going to commit a couple of rotations early defensively. But this has not been a commitment yet for Luminosity. They've got a lot to play with, though, here, Avril, to try to execute.
Well, 2D's here, though. They've arrived. Both teams have ultimates. Hunter's Fury on both ends now as well. Decent amount of tag damage. That Hunter's Fury shot is definitely going to be able to connect Toy into a Proto as well, so that's one of the key members down. And it's now a 3 versus 4, and the Rolling Thunder is still available if Luminosity want to use it.
Oh, and what a pickup that is from Mizu through A short. That's the Spike dropped. You can't commit the Rolling Thunder off of what looked to be a good opportunity. And how about this? Team 2D are going to challenge the Spike. They're going to get aggressive here. And why not? You've got weapons that are in front of you, so go ahead and make the commitment call for it. KZ's going to try to peek. He finds himself a first and a second. That's going to feel nice to get things going, get out of the blender a little bit. But Lin has changed up the angle. He's actually going to wrap behind this. And if his timing is good, maybe he catches a couple through the teleporter, but unfortunately not able to get there in time. So he'll pick up a Spectre and then consider what he wants to do for this 1v3.
That's a really good call from LG as well. Don't take the risk. Lin is currently an unknown player. He could be anywhere. He could be hiding a U-Haul, could be playing around boxes, could be just somewhere on A where you don't expect, and that's somewhere for us that we know is coming through, wrapping around from the back of showers into market again. Now that he's picked up a Vandal, he's not going to go for the 1v3 at all. Even if he picks up a couple of kills, there is a Rolling Thunder, and I would expect that Stella pops that one in to make sure the defuse is not going to come through. So smart play from Lin as well to not go for it, but Luminosity making sure they're not going to play for too much risk, get the plant down, and KZ as well, tripling up for the amount of kills, finally on the board properly.
Yeah, that's going to feel good. Absolutely for KZ to get things rolling. And the operator has only hit once so far, but be able to get things going with the AR, maybe you just hard commit to using that the rest of the round out. We're going to be tied 8-8. Economy coming in, though, to our 17th round. Should be split pretty evenly. Small advantage, I imagine, for Luminosity after a couple of spike plants in a row, plus, of course, salvaging 3 weapons here. But for Team 2D coming off of an eco, they should be able to purchase absolutely everything that they want.
Pretty good. Way back on the operator now as well. He had really good success earlier on that 3rd round, responsible for putting 2D into an early player lead. Sadly, they still lost that round, courtesy of Thieves 4K. And now, as things head towards another evened up scoreline, 8-8. I mean, we're just going neck and neck with these two teams so far. I'm looking at the operator plays again. Showers is where Toy will be sitting.
A real point of contact going to come through as both Cyphers will exchange a bit of information on one another. Toy's going to hold the angle, going to catch the shoulder of Venerated as he was setting up for what to be a recon bolt. Information gathering tool down for Luminosity on this hit. They still have that Rolling Thunder, but are you going to commit this blindly into this round? Again, a full gun round for both teams, and Luminosity will have to rethink how they want to hit this site.
And that's about all you want to see coming through from the operator as well. Just get you that opening kill. Massive hit coming through from Luminosity now committing to ultimates. U-Haul control has been obtained and very slow rotation from 2D. They at least will have their own Rolling Thunder for the retake. That is definitely going to need to be used now.
And here comes the positioning out of Mizzou. Through Link, KZ's gonna chow this. The flashpoint comes out. Can he keep his life? He can. Even better, he finds one kill and it's on to Mizzou. So no Rolling Thunder here for Team 2D. It's gonna be off the back end of just the raw numbers. 4v3 situation. Paranoia comes out early. Toy able to take down Proto. Opportunity brewing for the retake to come through with good time left. Thief though in lamps. He's able to find himself one, knows that Toy is watching his shoulders, goes to bait out the shot and finds himself a second. He loses his teammate, but doesn't matter.
Serious?
Thief for another 4K. No, not gonna happen. Miller clutches up. Time should be allowed for the defuse, and Team 2D almost crack away on that one, but still find themselves on 9.
I don't think 2D would be mentally capable of fathoming another 4K clutch coming through from Thief, and I wasn't ready for that either. That is insane. The fact that he even gets 3 is already quite ridiculous. I mean, that was going to be a very difficult retake. Mizzou down early. Great plays by KZ to be able to push up. He got flash. I'm surprised he didn't go down super quickly, but at the same time, they don't expect that someone's just going to be pushing up like that. So KZ kind of makes the heads-up play to assume that no one's going to check him there. No one will assume that he's there, and he should at least be able to trade for one and gets the most important member, takes a Rolling Thunder off the board, allows the opportunity to get the win his way.
That's a big kill for Toy. Thief is 22 and now 15. An incredible value to find 20 plus kills already in this game. And Toy shutting him down early will give a numbers advantage to Team 2D. They never were able to commit to that Rolling Thunder. Keep in mind, as Mizzou fell early in the retake opportunity. So even if things get dicey here, they'll have that to play with. Double shock darts come through. KZ will be tagged just mildly by the first and be able to avoid the second. But how about this? Toy now is going to take the mantle, playing through the elbow. Lin from the shadows going to find a bit of information. That will lead to maybe Toy just holding this angle a little bit longer. KZ, careful, brother.
Toy nearly fell off the angle as well. I thought there was going to be a timing there where KZ maybe gets across for free. Toy's getting a little bit impatient over towards Long. Might still be awarded with one, but is more so looking towards Hookah. What he doesn't know is that most of the attack has fallen off now. It'll just be KZ selling a bit of a fake over towards B as the rest of the offense has already moved on A. And look at that. Proto is so deep and finds a kill.
Massive first blood on this take for Proto.
30 seconds.
The Cypher down. Mizzou trying to make use off the flashpoint. Will only find one, but Lin doubled up with him. So now 3v2. Spike collected, immediately rotated through the teleporter, and Toy, are they going to expect that he's still here? I mean, KZ's pushed through already. Toy's going to get the kill on the the holder, and KZ, though, from the backside will take 2 on rotation. 1v1. Massive moment for KZ, but it's Toy with the operator able to lock him down. And 10-8 we go, Team 2D. A dicey retake situation, but Toy, who just exists on point, is enough.
And again, it's a situation where I don't think Luminosity expected that one more member was still going to be on B. You've done so much on A. In this situation, it's not surprising that Stella's got a knife out. Why would you ever expect that Toy is still waiting here? It's really kind of ridiculous even. He's probably complaining that rate, like, what is this guy doing? But at the same time, that is the game-winning play for Toy. He picks up the plant, picks up the spike planter, and then is able to win the 1v1 as well. 3 kills that round, including the first blood. Operator definitely still in hand, and could be up for another first blood here if someone pushes in line of sight, and they're certainly going in A short.
KZ wants to get aggressive with the Blade Storm. And how about this? Maybe an opportunity. The Toy actually takes down Thief from behind. Have to find value. Here's a right click. Misses. KZ, no, not like this, brother. Gets flashed out. Miller with the trade. Team 2D in a 5v2. Spike will be planted, but oh boy, does it ever come at a cost.
There's no way 2D loses this now, surely. 5 alive. including plenty of ultimates to play with as well. Yana has info, will just run down Venerator, gets the second shot onto Stellar, easy as you like it, and a flawless round for 2D as they pick up 11. LG falling by the wayside, and 2D looking ever so strong. And now that we're getting quite deep into this map, I'm really looking more and more at Toy. He's gotten so many first bloods. His first blood to first death ratio is going to be insane at the end of this map. Completely opposite of what we've seen from KZ.
Absolutely, yeah. That 1-for-1, that little game inside the game, Toy absolutely dominating. KZ is trying to salvage this map, but it's been a struggle, including this moment here where Miller is able to take use out of a flash that comes out, and then Yana at the end. Little double up, no problem for him. Again, an expected round, I would say, through and through for Team 2D, considering it was an eco for LG, but all you get is the spike plant. You don't force out any repurchases, and Team 2D is going to be feeling very healthy on their economy. They're actually going to keep the Bulldog from the previous round as well, just to kind of make sure that economy stays safe to secure this game in the next couple, if not this one.
I mean, if you're confident, you'll beat LG on this round and take a gun for free, so Miller might just be able to get a free upgrade. Another thing importantly to note here is that Venerated actually has the operator over KZ, so it's a Sova player over on B. I'm still looking at Toy. Sorry, Venerated on the attack, rather, so excuse me. It's going to be Toy, though, on the defense for A, currently on short. Toy's been responsible for many first bloods, has been mentioned multiple times, and I think that 5v4 just works in 2D's favor. Time and time again, it's just gotten them so many rounds.
LG with the early owl drone through showers, not going to read much information. All it really finds value out of is taking care of a trap wire, and it looks like a cyber cage maybe also has been triggered, or very well could be triggered. Toy still holding on, will be smoked out by the dark cover. Is going to get some assistance as Yana's on the rotation. Blind
How
shot,
does he get that?
Unbelievable from Toy. Miller still holding close to the Bulldog, not able to find a kill in response. Hunter Siri from Yana trying to keep this defense strong, and it will. Unbelievable. Toy able to find a second kill with his Ghost, make it a third. Yana and Toy combined for all 5 kills. Team 2D on 12, looking to put Bind in their back pocket.
Yeah, I think you can write off LG for Bind already. 2D just looking so good on this map. This entire defensive half, look at it. There's only been 2 going the way of LG, and even that third round, I think, came at quite a bit of a cost as well. They barely won that third round to memory. Fourth round might have been better for them, but from there, you can forget about it. Toy in the last 4, maybe even 5 rounds, has been responsible for the first kill every single time. He is just flawless. Even gets one through the smoke this time. Maybe it's luck, maybe it's skill, I don't know. The difference is it gives 2D the win, and that's what counts.
Rolling Thunders for both teams here. Toy is going to let the
again.
owl drone. He's just going to let the owl drone come at him. Wants to try to play for the opening pick. Will not get allowed the opportunity, as Venerated will now take the owl drone into sight. Not going to find much information, though, so defensively rotating back as Team 2D. There were 4 members that were stacked up over towards B. Still haven't committed if you're Lin to one side or the other. He'll throw his dark covers out to maybe give some assistance over to Miller just in case, but here comes the hit. Stellar, Rolling Thunder coming through. Mizzou, one of his own, able to essentially throw that right back in their face. Yana for first blood as KZ again comes up empty looking for first blood. Mizzou still holding on to his life inside the container. Him and Lin able to combine for 2 kills. Really no chance here for Luminosity to get things going. Last player left is Stellar. Team 2D close things out 13-8, and again continue to showcase surprises here in the September monthly by Nerd Street Gamers.
And really, at this stage, I'm not surprised at all anymore. Every single time I see a team like 2D, you know, it's you have to assume that they're a team that can do well. Now, FYB, again, it's sitting in the same boat. Didn't have a lot of information on them. Came through looking very strong with this tournament. And what if we get a 2D FYB finals? I mean, that's certainly possible now. I'm looking at 2D very impressively. I mean, first half, it was very close. What are we in with? 6-6, I believe. Looking at the second half, though, it's just all 2D. I mean, 2D didn't let anything go there. Toy, incredible performance on the operator defensively. So many first bloods. Mizzou there saved the Rolling Thunder right towards the end, and the counter Rolling Thunder play will secure that last round. Yana, Lin, and Miller all picking up some big frags in the middle there as well. So, I mean, all things considered, 2D playing super, super well and very well deserved to be able to pick up behind.
And that's off the standard composition that we come to know and, for the most part, love in North American Valorant. But we've got a lot of considerations for Haven coming up next. On the backside of this break, we'll be talking about how Mizzou very well could be pulling out a Phoenix to try to keep things a little bit more in lieu when it comes to Luminosity, maybe expecting the unexpected for what 2D could potentially bring to the table. We'll be back trying to frame up map number 2 right after this. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Dirt Street Gamer Valorant Monthly Tournament. $10,000 on the line, presented by Mike and Ike. My whole shift with me is Avril, and we've got ourselves more surprises. That's just all we know. It's just surprises and scares all over the place so far in this monthly tournament. Team 2D able to take first blood in the best of 3 to the tune of a 13-8 over Luminosity here. And Avril, we were talking about it just briefly there before the break. More unexpected things likely in the mix here for Team 2D going to Haven for map number 2.
Yeah, and I've got stats, by the way, for our previous map on Bind, so I'll just go over that very quickly before we start moving on to our further maps in the series. But yeah, as expected, the difference between the Jets very much felt there. 294 ACS for Toy, 177 ADR, his first kill to first death ratio, 8-2 here, so responsible for 8 first kills and only 2 first deaths. On KZ, it's the opposite, 1-8. So died 8 times first, got the first kill only the 1 time, and that is a massive difference, especially as operators are concerned. I'm pretty sure as well, this is just going off memory, so don't mind me if there's maybe a little bit of mistake here, but I'm pretty sure in the last 4-ish to 5-ish rounds there, and at the tail end of Bind, Toy got the first blood on all of those rounds. I think everything outside of that final round, in terms of the 5, in the past 6 rounds, 5 of them, I'm pretty sure he got the first blood, is what I'm trying to get to at the end of the day. So massive performance by Toy on that Jet. And now that when we move on to a map like Haven, where operators are going to be even more important, I think teams should be looking to double op here as well. Toy, I think, is going to be one of the key members to watch out for once more.
I'm right there with you as we take a look back at how we've gotten to this point for these semifinals. Again, we had kind of updated you guys that Spot Up had taken the first map versus China Win in their quarterfinals, but 2 straight 13-8s came through for China Win to get them into the semifinals, in which they're playing up against their other big Cinderella story in Team FYB. Of course, those members, I would say, as far as the Valorant history is concerned, have a little bit more reputability, right? I mean, a couple of members that had existed on a couple of other previous rosters before this, but this Team 2D squad taking a lot of us by surprise. We're going to go over to Haven, and this is actually a map that previously they were running a Phoenix on. Not the case here. Standard composition for Team 2D.
And I don't hate it. This is actually kind of what I want to see. You know, teams just playing it safe sometimes. You don't have to try and change things up too much. And it's going to be Thief on towards the Reyna, though. So we didn't mention a possibility of Reyna coming through. Didn't think it was going to be Haven, but there it is. Very quick take on towards B, and that's full control now on the side of LG.
That spike's going to be planted, and this retake is going to be largely from the front doors. Lind actually tries to sneak in first. Will be dealt with by Venerated. Former 100 Thieves player trying to lock things down. Stellar able to help out, but here comes the retake trying to get things going. Toy and Mizzou combined for 2. The only player not really accounted for right now is Yana. Recon Bolt dealt with. Tries to jump forward. The Ghost does hit a headshot, but not enough for a full kill as KZ stays alive, but now down to a 1v2. Mizzou cleaning up 1 kill. Needs to check for Stellar on Gong, and the timing a bit atrocious for him. In Luminosity, they'll survive through the first pistol, going up 1-0.
Yeah, really difficult for 2D to come back there, especially Mizzou in the 1v2. Doesn't have backside control, doesn't know that there's a player over towards Gong. But how quickly LG actually tank B, I mean, that's really what matters at the end of the day. That's how they got the plant there early. Not a lot of time for 2D to work with. And they have to get through so many players. Now going on to the second round of this opening half here, onto the anti-eco. Expecting Luminosity to be able to walk away fairly healthy. KZ will be saving for the early operator. The round 3 operator timing could be very strong. We can start forgetting about the Bind performance a little bit as we start moving on to Haven, and just consider that KZ has a fresh opportunity to start impressing.
5 Sheriffs the mix here for Team 2T defensively, as this rollout for Luminosity is leaning towards an A executed as Stellar finds first blood. That might just be the case. Yana going to make his way onto the site. This would be a 1v5 response he needs to deal with. Not going to find the first there, and that will lead to a spike plant pretty securely here at A. Retake, if it's going to come through, will have to be from the front.
Thief hasn't even taken any damage there, so doesn't even need to heal. It's been another quick take on towards the side, another fast plant. Now for 2D, another difficult retake as well. Great shots by Lin to open the door. Can they get further in, though?
Need another for sure. Miller's been scouted out up top. KZ going to see information on player close. Flashpoint comes out. Venerated holding his position. He will convert on the last 2, including Miller falling from the top ropes. And as expected, Luminosity in the following round to the pistol, able to clean up pretty cleanly, only dropping, 1 player there. So opportunity to hold on to SMGs that they want, but more importantly, like you mentioned, KZ will be able to jump into that operator early.
Yeah, they dropped 2 members there. You can see KZ going down here, but it doesn't matter because Venerated had the crossfire set up. KZ dying has no consequence in terms of KZ was only saving for the operator anyway. That's been picked up. Round 3 timing, so important. Now that you do have the operator in hand, backed by Stella, even picking up a Vandal here, your chance of winning this round is actually pretty high if you are Luminosity. If you can take down the first proper gun round coming through from 2D, that's going to set them very far behind.
Big energy being thrown offensively towards C Long. Nobody in this site, so Venerated's not going to get any information off of his Zal drone. We'll follow up with a recon bolt. Meanwhile, Mizzou over the middle of the map has found first blood onto Thief. So numbers for the defense of Team 2D. Paranoia will force everybody away. Lin essentially again just solo holding on to C at the moment, and he's done well to give himself some time and space.
The Paranoia catches everybody, and that is actually going to be the player that forces LG away. If it wasn't for that connection, things could be looking very different. A Proto gets forced away from B as well, courtesy of the spy cam from Miller. So across both C and B, not looking great for LG. And that's why they'll now be moving on towards 2D's A setup. And the A setup looks like Toy tucked in all the way down A long. Does anyone push him? And do they check?
I think the other question is, does Toy even try to shoulder this and then tailwind away to get to safety in the A site? He would be the only player here defensively, but look at the read out of Team 2D. You're going to get to Sova rotating in. Toy holding his angle. Recon Bolt's going to find some intel. There's first blood spike carrier down underneath 30 seconds. Cloudburst immediately tailwinding through it to stay safe. And big numbers here for Team 2D. 5v3, make it a 5v2. Toy going to re-challenge the angle. KZ, no chance for him to try to execute with the operator. He will find Toy on the pick, but this will be a save for Luminosity as Team 2D get on the board.
Even the mid lurk there fails, unfortunately. So Luminosity don't even manage to get a Proto into position. He goes down to Miller, I believe. And at this point in the game, you 100% are going to try and keep this operator alive, if nothing else. So, unfortunately for LG, again, stuck at C, couldn't quite break through, exit Paranoia, then smoke follow-up. B as well, the spy cam, and then the eventual kill onto a Proto who is trying very desperately to lurk. Thief going down super early as well. LG losing their spike carrier on A. It's just all falling apart. So round 3 is going to go the way of 2D expectedly.
Full weapon still being available for purchase for both squads, though, going into this 4th round. Pivotal one to try to take an early advantage in this first half. Got the Blade Storm if you want it for Toy. But he has purchased a Vandal coming into this round, so chances of us seeing it here rather low, I would say. You also have From the Shadows potentially for Stellar. And KZ getting very aggressive through the middle of the map. He's going to have a little bit of help, but if he gets caught in a pick here, that operator's going to be in a really trepidatious spot to try to recollect. So a lot of trust to KZ to find first blood over towards B.
Well, he does have the forward set up, though. No one's challenging just yet. If Mizzou swings through, he should probably go down. Assuming KZ does land the shot. Mizzou's current positioning, his current line is very safe. It's unlikely for him to get challenged here. No push-up coming through from 2D, so no forward information in terms of what's happening. A lot of smoke's being thrown over towards C. I think both teams actually put one down at this stage in the game. 2D just need to kind of gut check a little bit. Where do you think it's going to be? You've seen a little bit of util on C, and 2 members will be there. Lin for first blood. It's excellently placed.
Last point, traded with Paranoia. KZ, middle of the map, able to take down one player in rotation. That was Toy. Proto another. It's going to be on to Mizzou to try to hold off this hit, and interestingly enough, you've got the full flank coming through for KZ, but everyone backs away for Luminosity.
They don't trust
this is going to give some time that Team 2D can actually set up for a retake.
And Venerated even our drones that they really have very little trust that they actually have site control. There's a little surprise there, especially considering KZ actually opened up, came from the back alley, so it's definitely clear at that stage. 2 defenders here for 2D. There's a lot of work to get through to clear all the members here. Yana and Miller. Yana up first contact.
And I was about to say, this is interesting. How do you miss that if you're KZ? No chance. I was going to say Miller, I believe, got just individual information on to where Stellar was positioned. I don't think Stellar ever saw the hit coming through C Long. And how in the world does Yana win the second? That can't happen. Avril, no.
Now, he even pulled out the arrow. He pulled out the recon, I believe, with the shot. He pulled out some sort of util and has enough time to put away the bow and arrow, get his rifle back out, and still land the headshot into Casey. That is going to be the 1-to-1 there that is the decider for the round. I mean, that single 1 versus 1 definitely decides the round for me. Here we go. Once more, let's take a look at it. A lot of whiffs there coming through from KZ, and then the 2-for-1. Look, if KZ wins that, it's a 2-for-1 in the favor of LG instead. and it wouldn't have to come down to a Stella versus Yana 1v1 where Stella is unfortunately looking the wrong way as well. So, bit of disappointment early on.
Oh man, now the Hunter's Fury for Giannis tagged a couple different players. KZ shut down again. Toy with the up close and personal operator. Yana converts off his Hunter's Fury, and oh man, at a certain point, is there even a way to come back from this mentally if you're KZ? He is getting absolutely handled in this matchup. Mizzou trying to come through. Desperate attempt for a plant from Luminosity towards B. Mizzou staying alive. Spike will trade hands. Stellar going to be trusted to put this down. Aftershock plays in a great spot. That's going to get the kill and shrug off the Spike carrier. Oh boy, just down to Venerated. 1v4 has information on the first. This is Lynn who's nearby, but Lynn doesn't lose the gunfight. And Team 2D, you feel like they've completely deflated Luminosity in these last 2 rounds.
This is rough. This is definitely rough coming through. And the Luminosity are going to at least be able to purchase up here. I do expect that maybe Thief thinks about using the Empress finally. There's going to be Operator versus Operator. Both sides are going to have it. But again, taking a look at how the early frags come on through. Toy straight in the air. Yana as well onto a Proto. 3 versus 5. Comes down to a Venerated 1 versus 4 that realistically is just not going to be winnable at all. So how can LG bring this back around? Well, let's see if they can really dig into some of the ultimates and maybe the first blood opportunity for KZ.
They try to set him up for it. He actually forces himself on a tailwind away, even though there was a Lear there to try to set him up for an opening pick. I mean, a lot of the energy. Yeah, I mean, the fault line came through, but LG is just in a position where you can see they're actively trying to get KZ more involved. I mean, try to give him a couple of softball picks just to get the operator online. And I don't know, I think at a certain point we saw Venerated pick it up instead of KZ late into bind in the second half. That might have to be a much earlier consideration for LG because KZ's come up completely empty really so far.
Actually, I think his operator play has been mostly fine this map. It's just that last rifle 1v1 that was a little bit questionable.
Yeah.
So if he can at least do something with his opening op shot, Thief's going to give another potential softball. Here comes the lair, and then the follow-up swing should be able to come through as well. It's just Yana there. Actually, he's got a couple of friends arrive.
Empress out for Thief. Gonna be the trust to be the first one in. Finds the first, able to go to the dismiss, stays alive. Venerated was able to find the kill on the Miller who was challenging. Now the spike will go down. Proto still lurking mid-map is going to provide a huge headache for Team 2D. Eventually, Lynn will deal with them in a pretty timely fashion, actually, beyond that. Do you want to consider this 2v4 retake, though? Probably not, I imagine, as Toy will get an operator in hand and then just likely just try to stay alive.
You're pushing into an Empress. Venerated's probably way off site now as well with the Hunter's Fury, so even if you could clear sight, you can't really defuse with the Hunter's Fury available. So it's going to be the smart play from 2D, and Luminosity finally will be able to get on fairly cleanly. They didn't lose anybody on A as they pushed through. The only member that went down was a Proto lurking on B, and even then, a Proto's real job was to try and find some stragglers, assuming that 2D maybe thinks about saving there. Proto could have picked up 1, maybe 2. That would have been great. Dying there has very little consequence for him. So not bad. Did an extra member die there? I'm pretty sure they had 4 alive.
Yeah, I wanted to say the same thing, but I missed it with you, I think, right there. And
did the spike get a kill? I don't know.
Yeah, I must have. I mean, I didn't see it in the kill feed, but yeah, I'm pretty sure there was 4 alive. I mean, regardless, they're able to... Proto's not
KZ had
have...
an operator.
Yeah.
He doesn't have one anymore. So...
Interesting.
Oh, he might have lagged out. We're paused.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
KZ might have lagged out. Okay,
Yeah.
so he lagged out. He
That would make
died to
sense.
the spike, and then that's how we arrived at this current situation. There we go.
That would make sense. And just to kind of give a little bit of formidability to KZ, he actually had a great group stage. In the matchup versus Elevate specifically, he went a total of 39 and 19 in the 2 maps that they played. And Elevate is not a team you want to sleep on. So
We're watching this one again, just to really rub the salt in the wound.
Yeah. But it's just one of those things that this matchup in specific, I know it's easy to be negative on the guy, but he's been an influential member for all the teams he's been a part of so far. So definitely going through it a little bit here versus Team 2D. But I think more than anything, it just speaks to how diligent and disciplined this Team 2D squad is and how talented individually they are as well.
For sure. And they're going to need to be able to really come through with the consistency now as well. We head into round number 7. It's still 3 and 3. Fairly even now. It looked like it was going to be 2D picking up maybe 4 rounds or maybe potentially 4 rounds. don't want to speak too soon there. Certainly on the last couple of offensive takes here, very fast, very clean from Luminosity. The Empress being used to a great degree. We saw in the replay there,
Yeah.
opening up the kill and then being untradeable, dismissing away. This is what you want to see out of Arena. Thief might not have the most kills so far on the team, but at least the ultimate usage from me has been A+.
KZ, the Vanguard for the Spearhead, trying to attack over to C. Lin able to back away. Miller, timing. Their cover is going to be just enough for line of sight break to get KZ over to C garage doors, but it's still likely first point of contact coming through this area. Does Miller check his top right? He's not going to be able to. KZ for one. Toy on the backside. He's going to pop the blade storm, be able to find the first. Knows that KZ's nearby. Even gets a little bit more information. Lin's going to convert the kill. Retake looking strong. Venerated trying to hold on with the Hunter's Fury. Will find a bit of damage, but isn't able to secure a kill. 3v3 we go. Thief in the corner.
Wow.
He's going to find himself too. Last player scouted out by Venerated's Recon Bolton. He will follow up individually for the kill. Another massive play though for Thief.
Spray transfer on lock there. Luminosity looking on fire finally on this Haven map. Picked up another round in a row. They got that pistol, they got the anti-eco, but as far as the gun rounds have gone, it was all 2D up until the past two, and now 2D's money situation is starting to look a little bit more dire. They might still be able to purchase up a little bit more comfortably here. Miller, not quite. He's sitting on a sheriff, so one part of the site is going to be compromised. As a defensive team, having one player not quite on a weapon, especially for Haven, which is quite a big map as well, where you do expect players to be able to play solo sometimes, that will hurt 2D's chances ever so slightly. That being said, though, Toy is very capable. You can maybe just keep Toy by himself on A for now, rotate Yana off to another place.
Venerated deals with the trap wire. Aldrin's trying to scout out the site. It's once again KZ up front. A lot of trust for him, and he made good on it last time around. Can he do it again? Beautiful shots from KZ. Able to get through. Finds information over towards the garage doors. Will cloud burst out the angle to make sure the alley stays safe. You also still have Thief, who's lingering on the Reyna mid-map, trying to burst things open. Mizzou, is he going to be baited out by KZ here? Sure is. That's valuable on the trade. 4v3. And the Reyna on the flank is going to be able to find likely a kill for free, if not a second, depending on the timing on this kill over towards Miller, who is going to be forced to back away as the dismiss comes through. Beautiful shot from Miller. Spike is planted, and now all of a sudden the 2v3 very doable, pending they can upgrade this Sheriff to a weapon and hopefully get this Operator online.
Well, he's going for it for sure. There it is, Vandal in hand now. 2 versus 3. If Miller gets one more, it's possible. They'll back away, though. Again, 2D's money situation is starting to look a little bit worse now, exemplified by the fact that Miller didn't even have a real gun. Still manages to get a kill, so he's one of the last 2 members surviving. But Luminosity, their attacks have been looking much and much better in terms of being able to get on sites effectively, being able to really just execute and get a couple members down. They got the first blood on their team. KZ goes in deep, baits for his teammate, secures another trade. I mean, that's really important for Luminosity to be able to do to get those plants and then the post-plant situations.
The role that, again, is trusted to the Jet is so important as far as how Luminosity wants to use KZ, and this is a brilliant opening first kill onto Lin. And then, like you mentioned, the trade-up that came through, and then Thief able to find the kill from behind and shrug the player off from the C garage. And you saw for a moment there, Miller wanted to give that maybe a go to see if you could find that trade C garage. And if you can get that pick, all of a sudden the retake becomes a little bit more doable, but very wisely back away, keep the Operator in hand, as the economy is looking to be a little bit more considered here for Team 2D. And how about this? 3-man hit right up the middle. Toy has been good through the smoke before. He's got one lined up. Does he know it doesn't make a difference? Lin converts for the double, and the aggressive play C-Long comes through valuably.
And this is the thing, Luminosity have been playing C, they've been playing a lot of places right now, they've been doubling up, pushing it through quite aggressively. Speaking of which, they'll be going A now. Yana has to try and stop this one, but it is a 3 versus 5. Yana makes it a 2, and this is looking very difficult for Luminosity, despite, I think, having the ability to still plant.
Yeah, no heroics this time from Proto or Stellar. They drop simultaneously. And Team 2D make good off of the previous round save. Nobody falls here. Flawless round through. 4-5 we go. Take a look at just kind of the rundown on the stats. Again, a very even participation from everybody in the lobby really this time through. No real big standouts outside of Lin at 8-5, but he's being trailed pretty quickly by a couple of members.
And Lynn only got the 2 to put himself onto 8 last round as well. So great read by Judy to say, we've seen what their C long aggression looks like. We're just going to challenge it this time. Putting down a smoke ourselves. Get Lynn and tucked into the cubby as well, and he'll pick up a couple of kills for that. Yana even gets one by himself onto A. If Yana doesn't get a kill there, I think the plant comes through, and then Luminosity can maybe still salvage the round. But
Yeah.
Judy put the lid on that one. Keep the scoreline close as well. Possibly a bit of action over towards short as Proto's managed to sneak his way in. That is going to be very important a little bit later on because they assume nothing's happening A. Yana's rotated off now. And at this point, I think you call for the spike to go A.
Absolutely you do. This is a big round here as well. In round number 10, Toy takes down Thief. That was actually
Toy's
a
dead
pick
here.
that... Yeah, this is tough. So say he had an opportunity to make use out of getting that pick A short, but can't find the second. So now the threat should be pretty well established from 2D's POV defensively. They should know this is going to be an A hit. Proto pushing forward can set up a little bit of a post plant setup with his traps and his cages, but how about that? Mizzou down to 10 HP, still able to win the gunfight versus Venerated, making things much more doable in this 43.
Let's see if Yana can spot anything with the L drone here. Doesn't trust what's happening into heaven. I don't think there's a play here right now. Proto should be in hell right now. There he is indeed. And very low HP as well for Mizzou. So where's Mizzou? That's an important question. KZ for 1, and the flash is so good. Look at that.
Yana for 2, nearly able to swap to the pistol for the 3rd, but Miller will clean things up, no problem. Good information off the Owl drone and the Recon bolt simultaneously from Team 2D will tie us up at 5 apiece, and now I gotta try to think back. Does Luminosity have the economy to purchase into this round, or are they gonna go into a light buy and try to save up for the final round of the half? It looks like they could mostly buy, but likely it'll just be a light buy, try to save up for a full purchase going into the 12th round.
So one thing they should do this round is actually pick up a rifle, especially for Thief, and he'll be able to use the Empress this round. If nothing else, if everyone else wants to save, that's their prerogative, but you get one gun into Thief's pocket. Like, if you're Venerated right now, you need to absolutely drop this Phantom over to Thief and swap guns, because the Empress is going to be the win condition. If you're not doing that, I think you're not really playing the Reyna properly.
It looked like coming off the rip that they were going to keep the weapons with who was carrying them in, which means that I'm pretty sure Thief has just got a Sheriff. Venerated still has the Phantom in his tally. Stellar going to try to find information off into the shadows, and he's actually going to get onto site with this. Paranoia is the back. Even trades throughout this. This is very doable. You do lose the potential of the Empress as Thief falls. Miller trying to spam through the double box backside of the site. Won't be able to find many connections, and now Team 2D have to be a little bit considerate. Do you use the Hunter's Fury here just to try to clear off part of the site for the retake? Yeah, sure
There it
do.
is. Hunter's Fury coming on through. No oh, there is actually one connection early on. That
No
will
way.
make things so much more workable. And this is low HP for the 2 remaining members. KZ for 1, but on 30 HP only. Stellar in a great position. Come on, you got to get a kill here, and does not do so.
Wow. Tough scenes right there. Stellar getting baited out by Toy's Tailwind. And KZ just not able to respond, but the value off the Hunter's Fury, it finds 1 kill, but it also brings KZ down to 30 HP. It was blind, it was bold, and it ended up being big, apparently, for Yana. Now 11-6-4. But going into this next round, Luminosity will be the full purchase. So you had the possibility of stealing away around there, but you still, I think, the entire way were trying to play for the 6-6 at least. So that opportunity still on the table, and now you'll be able to get that Empress into the mix. But while this has all come through, Mizzou has been able to earn himself up a last-second Rolling Thunder coming into this round.
I just think playing for the actual 7 instead of the 6 here is very important for Luminosity, considering that their attacking half has been good. Haven is ever so slightly attacker favored anyway, so maybe time to take a few more risks. And on top of that, I mean, I think the win condition was clear. You had the Empress available, pop a rifle there. Thief will get you the kills required, and then you can win the round from that point onwards. We're heading into B, but if a Proto can get onto A for free again, I think we just swap.
Have they baited Mizzou into popping this Rolling Thunder early? They're trying to. Mizzou restraining himself from pulling it out, and now it might be the time, as here comes the full hit. Mizzou actually finds 1 for free without having to commit the ultimate at all. KZ up top, though, with a second. Does get traded. Still a threat. Sees the weapon, but it's Thief on the swing. That's going to be the Empress potentially pop to secure this round of the 3v3, but more importantly, no threat of the Rolling Thunder.
And that's extremely important. Mizzou doesn't end up using it at all, so you talk about him being baited to use it well. Certainly doesn't bite. A Proto now, 1v1 ahead, has to check towards the left, but can't do so. Lin is going to make 2D in a very possibly good position. Venerated, though, is still alive, as is the Empress for Thief. Now it's looking good for Thief as well.
Yeah, Thief is able to essentially go right underneath Toy, who tried to get in the backside of the Gong with the Blade Storm. Miller by himself, knows Venerated is outside, tries to go for the 1v1, but Venerated puts him down, so he will get out of the first half. Another 6-6, just like we had on Bind. And you got to feel good about what KZ's been able to do in the backstages of this first half. He's leading his team 9-11.
Looking pretty good on the rifles. And my biggest question now is, do we go back to the Operator? His Operator was actually pretty fine in the earlier rounds of this particular half, and then he kind of just stopped going the Operator altogether. I don't know if maybe the money was not looking great for him to be able to pick it back up, but their speed and tempo, I think, is what gave Luminosity a lot more attacking rounds. You start looking at where Luminosity were finding those rounds in the middle there. I believe rounds 6, 7, and 8 is what they want on the attack, specifically in the gun rounds, and obviously number 12 that we just saw here. And a lot of those just came off of tempo plays. I mean, you have guys like a Pro that can just sneak on a site for free. They're able to hit onto sites like A and C very quickly. So playing into that was helpful, and off the back of rifles on KZ was pivotal as well. But on the defense here, I think KZ will play back on the Operator. Defensive Operator is very strong, as we saw from Toy. So that's going to be something to think about when we get to the gun rounds.
Good read here from 2D. Initially putting some energy over towards A long. I think they read both players playing aggressively on the defense, so now they're going to take the quick rotate over to C. 4-man stack through long. It's going to be on to Stellar to try to hold this from inside the site. Possible quick rotations from both the Sova and the Reyna. That would be Venerated and Thief close by at garages, and now they realize here comes the hit. It's going to be the initial from Toy. He's going to find first blood, immediately traded through. Here comes the rest of the members. Everyone's on site already, though. Thief and KZ have done well to get a couple of kills. Thief, another one, able to dismiss away. Proto takes his mantle inside, just down to Lin for a 1v3. Has the spike. But looks like he wants to try to chase down maybe a kill or two before he commits a plant, and I don't think he realizes that he might actually have a free rotation all the way back over to B or A here. Everyone is stacked up for Luminosity over towards C Garage.
30 seconds left.
Even had the opportunity to maybe fake a plant there. Thief thinks better of it and greatly turns around at the right time, lands a headshot onto Lin and picks up 3. And this is going to send Reyna, by the way, into quite a bit of a timing for Thief. So 3 more kills, maybe a defuse or something like that, is going to give him the Empress. And if you can get the Empress by round 3, then get a round 3 timing to be able to pop it, that is going to be huge. So that's what I'm looking forward to now for LG to be able to get a little bit more of a lead walking forward.
Good controlled pistol play from Luminosity this time around. Arguably should be able to take this into a clean second, but again, with KZ and Thief just trying to save up, maybe for double ops, they're going to be pretty weakened as far as what SMGs they're bringing. Just 3 Spectres, but of course the full armor might play the biggest difference maker. KZ staying hot. First blood again, this time on Iana. Aggressive peek for Thief, gets caught. Can he get away with his life? Gets an opportunity for a 1v1, but Miller shuts him down. 4v4 we go.
And this is why I think you need to put in a gun into Thief's hands as well. You need to be playing for that round 3 timing. He's not going to quite have Empress available for round 3 anymore. And if he had an SMG there, maybe he at least gets a 1-for-1 trade there. He'll be on to 4. If he dies, he's on to 5. Picks up an orb on round 3, and there's your Empress. So team's not playing, I think, the ultimate macro as best as possible. Small nitpicking here, though, as 2D get themselves onto A mostly for free. They should be able to plant now. No issues forward.
Retake should be pretty quick to try to hit this, though. Some consideration as far as if Proto wanted to go for the long flank, but now he recorrects himself, comes back over to join the squad. He'll be here a bit late. It's going to be KZ up top. Stellar pretty much inside the site already. But how are you going to gather information off of this? Looks like they're setting up for a recon bolt to come through. Paranoia also going to be played. Here comes the retake attempt. Flashpoint comes through to stall this out for as long as possible. A good opening shots from Stellar, but he's traded. Toy down low. Also will meet his maker. 2v2 we go. Miller backside of short. Going to have 2 players contesting him. Dealt with. Mizzou, last player left alive. The Classic won't get the job done, and Luminosity hold on. But again, I know what you're going to say, Avril. That's not bad at all for Team 2D for 3 kills plus a spike plant.
Not at all, for sure. I agree with that call. Pick up a couple of free sheriffs there as well. I would like to see Luminosity maybe play that one a little bit cleaner. And this is where you have to start thinking about whether it was really worth it for Luminosity to save 2 ghosts there. They played the anti-eco 3 SMG 2 ghost. I understand the one for KZ because you're saving here for the operator, but the second one, the Thief, it's just a little bit too greedy, and they're not quite thinking about the same win conditions that I'm thinking about in my mind in terms of at least how to play some of these ultimates, and that's something that is missing at this level of play maybe. The operator is going to get picked up for KZ, not quite glass cannon, is going to have at least a half armor. possibly up for one kill over to C long, but most of the action is going to happen on A.
I'm right there with you. We'll see how this all starts to unfold. As you've got an aggressive push through C long, it's going to pay off. KZ opening snipe shot. That's got to feel great for him. Again, leading his team KD-wise at the moment. And getting the operator online, that threat needs to be established for Luminosity if they want to find success defensively, and it absolutely has been. Still an attempt, though, for Team 2D. Looking to hit hard over towards A. It looks like their best opportunity as well.
Thief is all still posted over towards the cubby on C, so he's going to be the sole defender there. Looking forward for info. At this point, you can start gambling towards A, and I think this is what Luminosity want to do as well. 2 on B currently. KZ should be moving at A pretty soon as well. They're not seeing much over there. They know it's definitely not going to be C. At this point in time, 2D need to pick up the spike and pick up the pace as well, because time is starting to really get slow for them also. Luminosity, what are they going to do here?
It's a lot of trust on the 2 members defensively to hold A. But I think if there were 2 members you want, it's Proto and
30
Stellar.
seconds left.
Here comes the cloud burst. Recon bolts overhead. Stellar is still holding onto a paranoia. Going to throw that one out, but Proto falls already. So he's going to have to reconsider this. Long flank trying to get on the way for the Reyna. But it's going to be Matt. Look at this. Picking up the pinch currently is the Cypher of Miller. But is he going to trust that this information read is actually going to be good? Meanwhile, Luminosity have found themselves to get a numbers advantage 4v3, but Toy is able to respond to a player peeking through the link. Stellar is still here to threaten this, but Miller, he's not able to clone up the shots. Will eventually get the wall bang, and Team 2D's post plant looking pretty stalwart as Toy finds his 3rd kill. Last one left alive is Stellar, and he'll just go ahead and grab the operator and back away. Maybe look for one more kill on the peak. Not going to have it. Team 2D find themselves their 7th round.
Really important, by the way, to save the operator here. If your op player dies, typically if you're in a losing situation, you want to save the op as the op player, but Stellar backing out, picks up the important gun. Might even get chased down here. I think 2D know it's important, but it's too early to risk your own economy. Try and take it yourself. Almost a good play coming through from Thief, but doesn't realize that Miller could be potentially hiding over towards the sewer section there, so great heads up play by Miller, and this is what I'm talking about as well. Opening shot's not quite connected, but the wall bang's fine. Doesn't even take a shot in return either. So at the end of the day, post plant looking very healthy coming through from 2D. They are going to be rewarded round number 3.
Small update, China Win able to take the first map versus Team FYB in the other semifinals, if you're interested in that one. But getting into this here, for Luminosity, yeah, you saved the operator, but that's going to be the only real influential weapon you have, and KZ wants to get aggressive with this. Now he's completely trapped outside. He's going to need help from his teammates who are pushing down the middle, and they'll at least be able to give him some sort of assistance. Steve up close and personal. He finds one, nearly almost able to get a second. Will dismiss away, get the reload off, and reset the fight. And as it resets, Yana will find the kill. No trade through. Yana a second. No way he gets the 3rd. Nearly does, as KZ just goes a bit wide with the operator. Meanwhile, towards C long, more aggression from Luminosity as Proto able to tie things up 3v3.
They can get guns now. This is really important because Luminosity have at least got one maybe in the hands of a Proto in just a second if he decides to push up. They don't have info though, so perhaps still just a little bit too scared. KZ, I don't know how he got tagged up that hard, but straight away as he comes out from double doors, he eats a headshot from somewhere through a wall. So the 25 HP doesn't feel good. Operator in play might still give an opening pick here for the retake, and they're going to have to go for the retake. Maybe not KZ specifically, but the other 2 members who still only have pistols, they're going to do something.
KZ's clearing a lot of angles. Should know that there's at least one player right underneath heaven. Retake coming out. You see the Sova's backing away. Maybe trying to, again, watch that potential pinch. No flank this time around, though, so readdressing back towards the retake coming from the front. All 3 members stacked up. Miller, can he find the first? He does. Traded out. Proto, though, dealt with by Toy. Numbers advantage for Team 2D, and like you mentioned earlier in your breakdown, really no chance for KZ to get super involved, and he'll back away to save the operator.
Very important. That is going to be useful for the next round. You also don't want to give it over to Toy for free. We know how good Toy's been on the operator so far. So 2D, they don't get to win this one without huge losses. Very similar to what we saw earlier. In fact, how does Toy even manage to go down there? Not quite escaping the spike AoE for in time. And no excuses there either. We know that KZ, the same thing happened earlier because he disconnected. But, I mean, I'm pretty sure Toy was well into the game there. They are going to have the money to rebuy, but losing one extra gun doesn't feel good because even a situation where you won that round 2 alive, your economy does take a hit. Winning that round with only 1 alive, your economy is definitely taking way more of a hit. And now you look at this, Miller can't purchase full armor because of it.
You're also wondering with Thief, with an Empress, is this the round you pop it? Pivotal round here in round number 19.
I think so, yes.
I'm right there with you. Or pardon me, round number 17. Math is hard. But I think this is definitely the round that we should expect to see it. Defensively, he will be playing inside of the bead, right behind the gong, actually. So pretty isolated and very alone when it comes to holding off a potential B hit. And with this Ultimate Orb being picked up, we know how threatening the Hunter's Furies have been. It's just been earned from the POV of Yana.
I suspect that they'll use that to clear as well. If they want to go through Garage, the Hunter's Fury will come through, clear out all the tight angles. At this rate, I think if you're Thief right now, part of your game plan is going to be the potential retake, where you want to retake with the Empress. You have to use the Empress as a win condition here. I'm very critical of teams and how they use Empress, because most teams that I've seen, they do not use it correctly. But here we go. Hunter's Fury in towards Garage. I mean, maybe just for the pick here. Second shot doesn't land, neither will the third one, and we're already on to B, actually.
How about this? Thief sees the information. He's sitting back on. He finds himself too. Hasn't even popped the Empress yet. Still has double Leers to play with. Lin trying to get on. Yana's going to commit, but Lin falls. And now all of a sudden it's just down to Toy and Yana. Thief not able to find a third. No way you let this round go if you're Luminosity. Just down to Toy for a 1v2. Spike is being pinged by his squad mates, but I just don't know if Toy's going to be able to get here in time. It's being held by KZ. And Luminosity nearly give away the round, and at the end of the round, too, Toy actually gives away a weapon there. KZ just jumping forward, gets the burst shot in.
Yep. Toy didn't really have too much to give away in the first place. KZ already had the operator in hand, and Luminosity now. Very big round, important round. Didn't use the Empress, and maybe I think you're looking through from Thief's POV. He's already got 2 kills. He's thinking it's a 5v3. We probably don't lose this one. Maybe I just hold on to it. Ends up going down, though. It ends up being way too close. So many rounds here we've seen just come down to a couple of members alive. Luminosity just saved 2 members' lives there. So that's why even after winning, it just doesn't feel like they have that much money to play with. Looking over to Team 2D, it's even worse, sadly, as first op shot does connect. So KZ on the board for this round.
What a bounce back this map for KZ. He does eventually get traded. Good flashpoint there, but I think Mizzou actually got tagged. Seems that way. He's down to 23 HP, so even value off the damage alone. Empress is going to be popped here for Luminosity in the 4v4. Yana is able to take down Thief. Lin from the opposite angle is able to find another connection. That was the neural theft to read the info off of Miller's call to pop it onto the dead body, which was still fresh enough from KZ. So now a 4v2. You've got numbers to play with, and the spike is still fine. Lin's going to go ahead and try for the from the shadows. He's going to go over to C, but while this has all happened, Proto finds a kill for free and is able to tie things up a little bit more evenly. 3v2 we go. And the backup finally coming through as Team 2D reposition to look to probably go over to C.
And you see what the gameplay there, the game plan rather for 2D was use the From the Shadows for Lin to go over to C, force him to rotate onto A. It's a fake for the C, but as soon as they drop the spike on towards A, someone died at the exact same time as Lin ulted. Lin had to just cancel the ultimate. They knew they couldn't fake it anymore. They had to try and recover the swine by just slowly rotating over that way themselves. The plant is already there. The post plant should still be good. Due to the fact that Luminosity have to make their own retake rotation, and they don't look like they're too actively going for it just yet. Well, that being said, that is a disgustingly good shock dart.
Unbelievable. It all stems from Proto reading the information, puts the ping down off of his cam. That is a crucial pick. Now the fault line, that's going to give away the position of the breach. They know that he's sitting over poor C long. Flashpoint also going to come through. Hunter's Fury now coming out. Venerate is going to find one, Proto the other. Unbelievable retake from Proto and Venerated. All of it back on the side of the fact that the cam scouts out the intel for the shock dart, and then they punish with the Hunter's Fury.
And it starts awkwardly as well. Remember, KZ, he did get the opening pick, but then he gets traded. Thief uses the Empress and dies instantly. That's something you hate to see for sure. Whenever a player with the Empress pops it, gets straight away killed. It's not what you want. KZ here, I think maybe the re-peek is a little bit greedy. Could have just dashed away. Venerated, though. That opening shock dart off the back of the cam, like you said, beautiful. They had the information that 2 players, or at least one, was coming through from C-Long. You knew that the breach was there, so using the ultimate of the Hunter's Fury to clear it out, smart. I mean, at that point, it's not a waste at all. Securing that round, forcing now 2D to go into another eco as LG hit double digits.
Big momentum swinger in that previous round for LG. Team 2D, how do you try to respond on this eco? Aggressive push through C. Garage Miller finds first blood. That is more than beautiful for him. They don't salvage the weapon, though. It's a little bit too aggressive to go for it. They'll back away and play with their numbers. Yana, another one tap. What has gone wrong here for LG again? No chance. They drop this round. But all of a sudden, a huge opportunity for Team 2D. They've got a Rolling Thunder and a Harness Fury that they can still play with.
Yeah, but Yana's, I mean, what is Thief doing? He's pushed up so far. Look
boy.
at Thief's body. It's all the way over towards window. And now Yana doing a lot more damage. This is very important for the Sheriffs, by the way. A Proto will cling to back. Might be up for a few more shock darts connecting beautifully. Mizzou picks up the gun and gets a kill, and you don't know which direction this goes in.
Proto, no chance. He almost cleans up the ace. I mean, it's just when you see these mistakes come through for LG, you rule them out. But how about KZ wants to get aggressive off the potential plant from Yana? And Luminosity somehow, some way, still hang on to a round that they had no business losing because of the weapons in the first place. And then you thought for a second they had no business winning.
How does Miller, by the way, consistently get those Sheriff kills in Garrus? Not the first one. Not the first time we've seen him do that either. And this was actually so winnable, sadly, for 2D, who may even feel like they kind of got that round robbed away. Thief gave away his life for free there. Miller picks up the first kill. It's a 5v3. Mizzou picks up a gun and gets a kill as well. It's a 1v1. Could have had a post plant. Doesn't go your way. Doesn't matter, though. KZ needed to hit one shot. It's not going to give his team the opening kill, though.
Talk about the differences of LG's defense over the last couple of rounds that they found successful. They're starting to really get aggressive, and maybe that's some consideration for why things have gone a little bit sloppy at times. But this time through, Team 2D, much more aggressive on their own attack. It's going to be the tailwind through for Toy. He's already on this site. A Proto up top is going to just keep his life for as long as possible. The defense is trying to rotate over. The Spike still, by the way, not in the site. So, yes, it will likely get down. There's not a lot of ultimates that could distract from them to do that. But for Team 2D, you could set up purely for the Rolling Thunder if they want to try to hold on to any potential retake from LG.
Orbital Strike, sorry, not Orbital Strike, Rolling Thunder available as well for Mizzou, but Mizzou's really deep on site currently. Typically is the breach play, you want to be a little bit further off site to use that ultimate, and in a 5v5, you definitely are going to want to use this one. A couple of layers come through, and now the Rolling Thunder rolls on through. The problem with that, though, is they can't follow up on it.
No kills whatsoever, not even any damage confirmed. Up top, Toy holding on the angle from window, able to grab the first kill onto Proto. Second one up in front of him. It's even trades back and forth. Pinstripe goes to kill feed. 3v3. Venerated trying to stay alive, will find himself one kill. Lin last hope, and Miller with him. They'll double up right as the spike was about to be defused, and Team 2D hold on to their attack towards A. 9-11 we go.
Only barely, though. They made that one very difficult. Far more difficult than it should have been. Just put Mizzou off-site. Just use the Orbital... Sorry, the Rolling Thunder. I keep calling Orbital because, I mean, the guy looks like Brimstone. In any case, though, just use the Rolling Thunder the easy way instead of being, you know, in a weird spot for Mizzou in hell to try and, you know, throw it in towards CT and hope it catches enough people. Then you can't go after those kills anyway, so it's a little bit awkward. They win, but not by enough. It will still force Luminosity to go into an eco 2D. It's definitely keeping this one competitive. It should be 10-11, which means we're off for a very, very tightly contested Haven.
I don't know about you, Avril, but I'm starting to hesitate seeing what should happen at the beginning of these mismatched weapon rounds. We'll see what Team 2D can put together here. Phantom on the hands of Yana, tries to get some spam shots over through the C garage door, which is being held on opposite angles. A bit of a crossfire being set up. Toy able to find first blood. Are they going to expect the second? KZ has been good this map so far. Yana will get the information read. Can they find a way to get the isolated pick? Isn't even isolated anymore. Luminosity have sent 2 more members over to the C garage window just to keep KZ safe, and they've done well to do just that.
And 2D, by the way, don't have to play in the garage here. You are trying to play into a bunch of stacked pistols when you know there's a couple members in the window. You know someone's very tight as well. KZ pushes through, great patience by Yana to keep his crosshair there just in case. And now C should be a lot more open. You can get through very comfortably now.
Oh.
Good flash, but Venerated still picks up the kill. How?
He's able to sidestep the flash mostly. He finds himself a second. This could be a third. Able to get a lot of damage dealt. And he reads it beautifully. No chance Venerated does this. And he won't, but goodness, did he make it expensive for Team 2D? 3 kills by way of Bucky. So yeah, Team 2D secure their 10th round. They're just down by 1. But that will still keep the economy from snowballing out of the hands as Venerated picks up the 3 kills with the Bucky.
And that's the thing, right? Because we've seen multiple rounds now where even if 2D can win this one, they're only getting away with a couple of players coming out alive. So the money situation is still fairly dire. Lin doesn't even have full armor. Mizzou's down to 400 here. I mean, the rest of them are looking a little bit better, but typically at this stage in the game, you want to have some more bank to play with. You want to have someone 3k in the bank, 4k in the bank, and Luminosity far less than that. Hoping for a bit more of a comeback to confirm number 12
splitting Hunter's Fury. Venerated finds a tag and gets a kill on the Lin. Does he find more information towards C-Long? Throws one of his last darts that direction, but it splits right down the uprights of a couple of different members from Team 2D. So Proto going to be trusted to hold on to the site essentially by himself. Aldrum will be spent as well from Venerated just to give a bit of assistance. Proto's going to be tagged up by one kill. Yana looking to respond with a Hunter's Fury of his own. Toy will make good off the first bit of damage, and we go 4v4.
Just going to make things very even here. Spike hasn't been picked up yet, so I don't know that 2D is completely committed to this play. Nothing's happening over towards A. You can see that Stellar's found out all the information there. This is why LG currently can just stack over towards C comfortably. And they've done a good enough job of holding on to that site. 2D are getting some cold feet there and moving away. And now I think Stellar is the most important member for this defense in terms of what can he see, what can he hear. If he sees anything over towards A, then LG have to rotate very quickly, and they're doing so now.
Yep, indeed the case. Stellar has to back away. Keep his life. Paranoia. Good timing on it. Does he peek for this? Tries to. Not going to be rewarded with any kills. Watch the Jet player mid-map, though. Toy could come behind this. He dashes right through a trap wire. He's able to find one kill in the flank, and Yana's able to get the trade. So now opportunity for 2D. 2v2 opportunity maybe going astray, though. Spike needs to get down. Can Yana get it? He will, just before Venerated can capitalize on a shock dart. And a 1v2 now for Venerated. Has a recon bolt to play with. Couple members very tagged up. Only will take about a bullet for each of them. But the problem is getting down from heaven. He's flirting with the idea, trying to make a little bit of noise to see if he can bait out a peek, but Team 2D very disciplined, not going to peek him whatsoever. So he's got to make the play. Falls down, finds the first, trying to respond to the second. Knows he's got to be somewhere on the Spike side. Gets the angle, Venerated for 4. Opens the round with the big Hunter's Fury, closes the round with a double, and Luminosity go on to 12.
And I'm looking at Yana, looking through the X-ray as well, and I'm thinking, when does Yana swing for this one? You know your real chance of winning here, knowing that the player is Heaven, and they have to know the player is Heaven. There's a lot of noise being made by Venerated there. He's sending out the recon through there as well. So 100% he's going to be in Heaven. As soon as he drops down, this moment is when Yana should swing. And this situation shouldn't be winnable for Venerated, purely because it's a 2v1, purely because you have up one player in Heaven and another player around the boxes near the actual Spike itself. So as soon as a drop comes through from the Heaven player, Yana swings, and there is no way Venerated can pick up both at the same time. That's what should have happened. What actually happens is Luminosity get 12, because I don't believe that 2D played that situation perfectly.
And I think some of that is just based on the consideration that Yana's literally one bullet, right? I mean, he's getting maybe a little bit too self-conscious about what his health pool is, and doesn't feel confident enough to make the right read, which I agree with you. I think that this is a situation where double
Then
T
Toy
has to
would have
come
got the
out.
kill.
Yeah.
Either Toy trades Yana or Yana trades Toy. That's how it goes, but they didn't trade each other and they lose. So now we head into what could be the final round, and LG desperate to win this one because, again, they're trailing by one map here. They've at least made good on their attempt. Got a little bit of padding to make sure we don't get into the overtime just yet. A couple players walking to operators. This could be tricky.
KZ trying to bait out the ultimate orb, still getting aggressive A long. Sees a weapon! I was going for a quick scope, but Stellar! He thought for a second he was going to line things up. KZ does at least trim the trades into the favor. One more shot down low. KZ tries to stick the angle, but does get punished from the shadows from Lin. Puts him into hell. Has a great paranoia available. Here comes the hit. The recon bolt comes through, but Lin still finds first blood snapping onto Thief. He knows one more player likely going to be sitting over towards the A link. I think Proto has shown a shoulder. And this 2v3 retake is going to be pretty hard-pressed to get through the post-plant setup of Team 2D.
Well, Venerated gets to have another goal in this one, and so did 2D. 2D need to make sure they can win the situation where they couldn't last time around.
Oh boy.
And this is looking very difficult for them. Toy in the 1v1 now versus Venerated. We've already got a clutch. Venerated nearly hits the shot, but Toy is just a little bit better, a little bit sharper. Headshot through the wall, and 2D get 11.
1v2 situation at the end for Toy. Luminosity's retake found much more success than I think either of us were expecting at the start of it. But it's Toy who comes through clutch, his 19th kill, confirmed 19, 16, and 1. Yana, 24, 16, and 11 assists. Venerated trying to keep up with him at 21, 14, and 10. This has been a back-and-forth affair. But as we get into the potential last round of regulation, Luminosity come in with the advantage of the ultimates.
Luminosity, man, they desperately need some guns. They'll be playing what hopefully would have been the map point round with some decent equipment, but at this stage in the game, did they even fully buy up? It looks like they didn't, which is real strange because for them, it's kind of like the last round. If 2D get one more, it goes to overtime anyway where the money gets reset, so I don't know why LG didn't just buy out.
I don't think they had the economy, Avril. I mean, they had Bulldogs in the round previous, and they lost the round, so I think some members are able to afford a couple of SMGs. Didn't get a good look at the inventory before we jumped in, but we saw at least a couple of sheriffs in hand.
Well, they're going to need to rely on the ultimates, as is mentioned. The Blade Storm available for KZ, that's a pretty simple one. We've seen a lot of kills coming through from the Hunter's Fury today, and that should continue. Bit of a stack happening over towards A, but no information. They're just stacking with 0 info, which means they're likely to get basically unlucky on C, where 2D are already moving that direction. There's just a camera there. The camera will eventually spot them, but if LG have to try and retake with pistols, it's not really going to happen.
This is going to be 100% a stack over towards C. 33 seconds to play. Hunter's Fury going to come out defensively and offensively, traded back and forth with one another. No connections from either side, though, so Thief, how does he find first blood? That's actually in the middle of the map. It's going to open up an opportunity for maybe a flank to come out. Team 2D, though, on the
and
execute. Trying to get through the Empress, like you mentioned. The neural theft as well could come into consideration. Spike has been dropped in, though. Here comes the retake. KZ, first one up. Double hit coming out of the middle, and no way. Luminosity on a thrifty round have been able to find full value. KZ with the third big kill. We may have dogged on him a bit and bind from the first map, but he secures things from Luminosity here on Haven with a massive performance. 13-11. Map 3 queued up on the way.
Talked about 2D maybe feeling they got robbed a couple times. This is one of those rounds for sure. They must feel like it should have gone their way. Congrats to Luminosity for taking the second game where we are going to go to a map 3. But reminder, Luminosity walked into that last round with a bunch of pistols and one rifle and a proto, I think, before we got to... That's all I got to see before we got into that round. And somehow, Thief gets a kill, picks up a gun, has the Empress. KZ uses the Blaze, and we already knew that was going to happen. And gets 3 kills there. So off of Thrifty, they're going to confirm map number 2. And that is really, really upsetting for a team like 2D, who I think they felt like they should have been able to push it to overtime. And then in overtime, who knows what could happen.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I was expecting to see some overtime rounds come through, but LG in, again, special fashion, like a number of their rounds were throughout that Haven defense, able to clutch things up on a Thrifty. So we go to the 13-11. We tie things up 1 map apiece. Ascent is coming up next for us here, Avril. And this was a map that we've seen from 2D, at least throughout this tournament. They've been popping up a Sage. We don't see Sage all that often.
No.
This could be an opportunity where 2D, again, are trying to wiggle with some strangeness, if you'll say.
You better hope that they do pull out the Sage. They have a good reason for it. Again, trying to do a David P cosplay, because I don't know. There's just not a lot of good reason to bring out the Sage right now. Mizzou's been pretty fine, to be honest, on the Breach, and the Breach is a lot more meta. Bringing out the Sage just feels like you have to do way more to try and get those rounds than you would otherwise have to. So, do 2D want to have an easier win or a more difficult win, or is this going to be the pick that maybe cost them? We'll see.
We'll see what happens. We're going to send things to a small break, but things are only getting more intense here with the Nerd Street Gamers 10,000 VALORANT Monthly tournament presented by Mike and Ike. We'll be back with map number 3 Ascent right after this. Hello and welcome back to the Nerd Street Gamers monthly finals here. They're actually in the semifinals, not quite to the finals yet, but $10,000 on the line. My whole shift with me is Avril. We've got a good one here. Again, we've been talking about the frame up of a lot of Cinderella teams in the mix. Team 2D, absolutely one of them, as this is one of their first major tournaments to play together as a group of 5. They give a lot of work to LG in the first map. They nearly sent it to overtime in the second, but regardless, we'll determine the outcome of this one on map number 3, Ascent, coming up.
And this is going to be interesting because we'll finally be able to send one team into the grand finals. You're talking about it being the monthly finals, well, we'll get there very, very soon. So Luminosity and also 2D right now. I think LG kind of just scraped by on that second map. It did feel like 2D has been very strong so far. LG had a very good overall map. That 6-6 start on Haven, very tight. But once we got to that second half, some very decent defensive rounds there from LG. Some good attacking rounds as well. I felt like LG finally started to find their groove a little bit more. And now, moving on to Ascent, still anybody's game. I still think 2D kind of just edge out LG a little bit for me in terms of who I favor. But LG on that Haven is starting to change my opinion a little bit as well.
And I think it's just off the fact that you've got Thief and Proto, who have been able to look incredible individually. But the question that we framed up before the break from the side of 2D's POV, when they've played this map before, they've played the Sage, that will be the case. So, Avril, give me the rundown on your thoughts here on Mizzou's Sage.
Well, you're not going to be playing the Breach anymore, so, okay, you're going to have walls to play with. I think walls for Ascent is going to at least going to give you situations where you can sort of walk away. You can maybe gamble more effectively by just walling off, say, A long. It depends where Mizzou's going to be playing. Typically, I've seen Sages play more so around A than B, so you're going to be walling off either short or long, and then you'll be able to rotate your Sage or somebody else off. For attacking, you're going to have some wall boost to play with, specifically on the B windows on B main. I think that's quite strong for Sage. But yeah, I don't know. It's still weird, like, because even before Sage was heavily nerfed, teams already started to not play Sage, specifically on this map, even when Sage still had 100% play rate everywhere else.
Yeah, it's just so interesting, you know, the conversation since her most recent nerf, that was enough to essentially put her from considered to definitely into the lower side of the tier list in a lot of people's minds. So we'll see what Mizzou can put together. We have seen a couple other teams, you know, immediately past the nerf, try to make use of Sage specifically on this map. And the big consideration, I think, for Sage players is when do you put down that wall so it has time to actually fortify and find value as a blocking tool. Another aggressive push through for Toy with help of a Paranoia right over towards Gelato. Nothing going to come of it, but they will soak up the ultimate orb as Luminosity on their attack are looking to stack to the middle of the map.
And that's 5 pieces of utility now used by 2D straight away. Hearing some gunshots coming through from short brings attention back from Mizzou, who was looking to rotate off. They got information A main, nothing there. A lot of presence in mid right now. 2D members as well, moving over towards B and mid. So their read over what's happening in this round so far has been mostly correct, but LG having some second thoughts about B.
And I think the big thing here is the fact that Team 2D, with that Paranoia coming out for hopefully an opening pick being gone, there's really no crowd control outside of slow orbs now. So we'll see if there's able to be enough. Yeah, Team 2D really trying to stack over towards A. They're reading this essentially correctly. Mizzou over towards Garden. Luminosity stacking with the exception of Proto, who's lingering mid-map. There goes the Paranoia through for the execute. Recon Dart also in play. Toy trying to save as many as possible before he falls. Not able to get anything, but Mizzou's able to find one in response from the Garden. Keeping things a bit dicey for Luminosity. Spike has been dropped in that exchange as well with 25 seconds. It will be recollected and it'll try to be stuck. Proto was going to catch one off guard and that would be good for a 4v3. Spike planted in favor of Luminosity.
And LG just have so many members here. They do not have a lot of HP, so a couple of them, in fact 3 of them are kind of one-shot here. You do actually have to hit the shot, so Miller certainly doesn't. And now it's a 1 versus 4 situation. Yana did so well on the previous map, but it's not going to really come through, at least not in the pistol so far. I lied about the second slow orb coming through from 2D. So yeah, using 5 pieces of util off the bat, including all of Mizzou's util. He used both the slow orb and his wall pretty much straight away. Toy pops down a Cloudburst and also the Tailwind, and Lin pops through the Paranoia. So 5 pieces of util from 2D, not to get a kill, just 1 orb. You can't really blame them too hard either because the gambit is good. You want to make plays to try and get the opening picks, but as soon as that doesn't happen, at that point in time, it gets a little bit awkward. So they don't quite have a lot to defend with. And if you are going to be playing the Sage, once the Sage util is gone, very easy to attack into.
Yep, right there with you. So the risk of trying to use that Paranoia early comes up empty. Stellar, different angle here, just getting some elevation. Able to get the burst down onto Toy with the Bulldog for first blood. Lin is thinking about maybe even doing the exact same thing, at least by way of the dark cover. Meanwhile, mid-map, Thief long-range shots able to find another elimination. So a 5v3 starts to unfold, and Luminosity are going to stack up and try to hit this B site.
Let's see if Miller can connect some of these headshots on the Sheriff again. Very good with that earlier on Haven that we saw, so that would be something I'm definitely looking out for. This round is definitely looking the way of Luminosity as well, especially with Stella just picking up Miller there. There's only 2 alive now. There's only 3 anyway, and they only had the Sheriffs, but retaking with Sheriffs, Mizzou is at least going to be able to make things a little bit more competitive, but should really still not be going the way of 2D.
Full utility for Mizzou if he wants to try to throw these slow orbs down. Proto going to get information off his spy cam. And for Mizzou and Lin, it just comes down to, are you playing for exits here, it looks like? I mean, there's not a lot of energy being thrown into the retake itself, and based on their positions, it would provide for some good crossfire on any exit kills, of which I think they know the information that Luminosity is full stacked in this site. So here comes the exit. Trying to get out, slow orb comes down, Stellar for his 3rd kill, and KZ able to take down Lin hiding in a corner. Clean exit, Luminosity stay flawless, or pardon me, not flawless, they actually lost 1 member, my apologies, but 2-0 regardless as they get through that pistol and the following.
And they only had to repurchase 1. It's fine. It's very comfortable. KZ even saved, I believe he had, just to ghost that round. So he picks up Thief's Spectre there that he dropped over. So, yeah, I mean, money-wise, it's fine. Thief might be done 400. Because KZ's on 5,700, they can still play this one as a bonus importantly. They can now also use Thief as a bit of a win condition by himself with the only real kind of important weapon on their team. There's not a lot of armor on the other side as well. So if you are 2D, this is going to be pretty tough. The SMGs can still rip you apart if you're only using light armor.
Venerated catches information on Lin, but I don't think he actually ever scouted out Toy in the tight corner. Sure hasn't. Toy finds 1 just before he gets flashed. Lin a second. This defense looking much more well-versed as Luminosity come through completely empty. Trying to get through, but completely caught by the double slow orb. Look at the placement there from Sage. A flawless potentially on the cards, like you mentioned. Proto once again lurking by tree. He's going to find nothing. Lin for 3 kills, but how about Mizzou? Double slow orb and A arches makes life a living hell for Luminosity on their execute.
Well, Luminosity were also stacking up really hard on A main as well, so it was very easy for 2D just to stack with the util for the counter plays. At that point as well, you really have to credit Toy for getting that headshot onto KZ even while Flash. So insane to be able to pick up that kill. Lin as well, the opening 2 kills just to make things so difficult for Luminosity to play with as we head into number 4 now, operated in the hands of KZ, who really stepped it up onto Haven. We're playing another operator-specific map now where the jet op play is very important. KZ's going to need to step it up now that he's got this weapon in his hands.
Fault line thrown over to A, just to give some consideration as far as the defense not being able to push through for the ultimate orb, but Toy doesn't seem to care too much as he still pushes through the archway, trying to threaten that orb, but Luminosity, again, similar rollout to what they had round 1. You're essentially going to have Proto lingering towards B, 4 members stacked up the middle of the map, and eventually they'll decide where they want to go, I think probably mostly off of what Thief can find mid-map. KZ on the operator has made his position known by taking a couple shots over towards the tree, and Luminosity will group up and consider what they want to do here with a minute to play.
Toy is somewhat pushed up here, so he has a bit of info that nothing's happening A main. Wall coming down for A short as well. This is going to allow a massive rotation from 2D to go over to mid and B. And there's a lot of mid action as well. To be fair, Luminosity, despite being in mid, Thief is the deepest one here. They're not really committed either. They can still go to A if they want to, but they're running out of time to develop a personal site. So developing B makes a lot more sense at this stage, that the spike will travel to B main.
Oh, and I'm wondering if KZ got the information off of Yana's little jump peek there. Shock Dart's going to find some value onto
30
Thief.
seconds left.
The threat middle map should be pretty well aware. Toy starting to push through A long. Wants to try to get around the backside of this hit. 20 seconds, has to make the move now if you're Luminosity. They haven't made any breach at all towards either site. Still stuck mid-map. KZ's able to get over to logs, but he's got an operator and not in a great position to use it. Trapwire going to be found value as Yana gets the elimination. Mizzou 1 in the middle of the map. The spike has to go down. There's not a lot of time left here. And Miller's still on site. He will stop the threat of a spike plant from coming through. And with that, it's just stay alive. All you gotta do is stay alive for Team 2D. Last two members were very weakened up, but at least they split the difference and they will spread apart and make sure that KZ can't clutch things up. We go 2-2.
Good info game by 2D again. They pushed up Toy over towards A main there. He eventually goes long and goes even further. They wall up over towards A short and they stack extra members in mid and B. That's exactly how you want to be playing the map when you have a team that's just kind of you know, they're sitting on their hands a little bit. You have
Yeah.
the Luminosity team stacking 5 over in mid, and I'm not talking about going into pizza or going into market. No, they're just literally inside the mid courtyard, not really doing too much there. And at that point, 2D can just trap them, which is exactly what happened. Operator will at least still stay in the hands of KZ, who I am still looking at to potentially get some first bloods here. You need to be doing that in this round in particular, try and wrestle some guns over. Otherwise, KZ needs to play this one super safe. And if his team loses the UK, which they probably do, he needs to save the op again.
Mizzou's already tossed out a slow orb. We'll put the barrier orb down as well. It's going to block any line of sight potentially from KZ. Except for maybe Toy top heaven. He's got a Vandal.
You know what they should do? 5 stack on the Icefall, just hug it. Hug it 5 stack, and as soon as the Icefall comes down, just flood. Because at this point, 2D don't know what's happening. 2D have no idea, so unless 2D have somehow scouted this, which I don't believe they have, LG can just rush in off the back of this Icefall breaking.
Information there on the Toy. Fault line, recon bolt toss, Mizzou up close and personal. Again, the slow orb is just so devastating. There's 3-4. Third kill for Mizzou. Toy eventually drops, but Yana there for the cleanup. And maybe we're starting to see exactly why Team 2D have preferred this Sage. The second slow orb, now a couple of rounds in a row over towards their A execution Luminosity has been absolutely a huge determinant.
But LG could have played that, I think, a little bit smarter. Like I said, they could have waited for the ice wall to melt. Instead, they decided to break through it with the guns. That reveals their positioning. If you try and rush after that, now you're playing the slow orbs. Playing off the back of the fact that 2D didn't have information would have been the only way for LG to maybe do something with the 5 pistols, or rather the 4 pistols and the 1 operator that they had. Now in the hands of Toy. Says thank you to KZ for purchasing that one for him a little bit earlier. Gifted over. Toy now, potentially looking for first blood. There's a push through from Thief.
Venerated mid-map, long-range shots on Yana. Right outside by the market doors. Mizzou backing up, rotating over, and this is actually a rotation away from where Luminosity are trying to hit. They've just stacked mid-map. They haven't committed one way or the other, and we have not seen them yet on their offense push through mid-market. Resurrection will be spent. It should get Yana up successfully. Shock Dart will essentially make his health a bit of a consideration, but he'll also catch a healing orb, so staying as close to full HP as humanly possible. Yana going to try to scout this out with the drone, and he will find some information. And this is, again, you talked about it from rounds previous, Luminosity is sitting on their hands a little bit here.
And you look at the healing orb nerf as well. Yana doesn't heal back to full HP. It might not be that important, but I do believe it means he's, like, what, 3 body shots away? 2D. Oh, okay, that's going to be a kill onto Lin. Gives the opening now. Rolling Thunder, by the way, still available from the shadows used by Thief. Now we're committing.
Underneath, already into heaven. Proto finds Yana on rotation. Looking for the retake to come from purely heaven at the moment. Got Miller, who's trying to rotate back over to the middle of the map through tree. Trap wire comes through. He finds one. Not able to get the second, but he would have been hard-pressed. It would have been a 1v5 situation. And with that, Luminosity's conversion onto the A site comes through successfully.
And they forced the resurrection as well that we did see earlier from Mizzou, so that's something they don't have to worry about later on. Always feels good when you force the resurrection and then you still win, because that kind of feels like a 5v6 situation. Heal not getting Yana back up to full. Great plays by Luminosity to kill Lin early on, and then TP straight onto A and get the pressure in there. So now we're starting to look at a very competitive half. 3-3 once more. These two teams typically are going to go maybe 6-6 on that first half. Possibly going to see that again on Ascent. Depend on how many more Luminosity can pick up on the offense though.
Toy KZ opening shots through B main, tilts in favor of KZ this time, and what I was about to frame up was a pretty needed round here from Team 2D. Sure, they're on a full purchase here, but they're going to be hard-pressed to do that again if they lose this round. Neural Theft can be committed early. Hunter's Fury now venerated. He actually gets stunned up by the fault line. That might be just enough distraction to allow him, or pardon me, to disallow him for actually converting any of those shots. He had one completely lined, but the fault line concussion will stall him. Proto sees the head, has to duck underneath, charges back to the weapon, is not able to get the full break. Now they're rolling Thunder, the second execute coming out for Luminosity, but are they able to get through this distraction of Mizzou? Here comes the push through, KZ sees nothing, Yana on the defensive Hunter's Fury for 1. Defense holding strong so far as Miller finds 2. Just down to Venerated for a 1v3, stuck in a corner, finds the first, will be allowed to pick up the spike, and this 1v2 will reset.
Winnable though. 150 HP here. Still has a little bit of time to play with. Does need to plant though. Both
30
both
seconds
two
left.
members of 2D now can
doesn't know what to do.
converge at the same time. It's one kill, nice by Venerated. Almost clutches through. We've seen Venerated clutch before, but we've also seen Yana come through big time and is able to come through. Now 4-3 is the scoreline at 2D. Stay in the game.
Venerated nearly gets the opportunity. But like I mentioned, that pretty pivotal round for Team 2D. They're still going to be a bit hard-pressed to buy what they want. You see Miller and Lin have already zeroed out. On the offensive side, Luminosity also considering what they want to do. Both economies essentially dead even at the moment, and it looks like it'll just be 2 Vandals and a couple of pistol upgrades. So Luminosity opted to be a bit more cautious with their buys compared to Team 2D.
It'll be a tough round for Luminosity. We have seen Thrifty wins though. As a reminder, Luminosity won a Thrifty flawless in that final round at Haven as well, so anything can happen. 2 rifles can make some magic. Toy though, not going to find any action early. That's going to be good for Luminosity to dodge the operator early on. Now the rotation though, Proto onto Yana is a big early pickup.
That's a solo play from Proto, and now the first time Luminosity's actually pushed through the middle of the map. Miller finds one, but DayZ from mid-market doors finds another. Thief on the backside. Now all of a sudden, if you're looking at this from a Zeus POV, you got no idea where you're going to be challenged from. Could be some consideration from the back, could be consideration from the front. And it looks like Luminosity will full stack as the spike will be planted. 4v2 situation. Very valuable round so far for Luminosity as they've upgraded some of those pistols into ARs. And for Toy, he's going to be wrapping around through middle a little bit late, and this is going to have to be a very well-timed execute if they actually go for this retake.
It's going to be rough.
That'll do
Again,
well.
they don't have a lot of money either.
Blocking sight.
It's a nice first kill, but I don't know that you're going to get more. There's a crossfire set up over towards Market. Mizzou now can't even leave if he wanted to. There's too many players. It's a 1v2, but there's no time. Might get the kill, doesn't quite connect it. Stella will get the cleanup, and Luminosity tie up 4-4 in this half so far. Keeping parity here, even gets a nice operator into the hands of KZ once more. And you can see the effects of that round mean that 2D cannot purchase comfortably. And I talked about the fact that Luminosity can definitely pick up off a Thrifty, and it's not even a full Thrifty. It was 3 chefs and 2 rifles, and they're going to get it done. They're going to win off that.
So now all of a sudden Luminosity into, we'll call it a light buy. Sheriffs, light armors, SMG purchase so far. Luminosity full force in their arsenal. Looking for round number 5. Lin setting up for the same push-through setup that they tried round number 1 for Team 2D. Paranoia into a fault line and the tailwind push from Toy. But Luminosity have been very vacant from this part of the map early on in the round. Stellar holding the angle, gets rewarded for the kill. Meanwhile, Proto mid-map able to find another. Big numbers advantage for Luminosity, 5v3.
And now they can go wherever they want. They can assume that B is going to be mainly empty here. Well, they'll check around for sure. But at this rate in the game, you got 2 early kills. You know the Sage often plays around A. You know the Omen plays around A. It's only the Cypher you have to care about. So once you've cleared it out, no Cypher here. That means you've got this one in the bag. And a Proto, another kill. He's very low HP though, so has to be a little bit careful.
Nice pickup for Mizzou. It should turn into an upgrade for him. Outer fight towards B main. Stellar takes that one. Maybe an opportunity was starting to brew if Miller can find the kill, and you would be in a 2v3 situation for a potential retake, but not going to be allowed. Luminosity still holding strong in a round in which they had a huge weapon advantage, and now we go into round number 10. Big round coming forward here for Team 2D's POV. Even if Luminosity lose this next one, they'll be in a position where they should be able to full purchase again. So if Team 2D want to exit this half with a winning stat line, have to win this one right here.
And 2 members don't quite have full HP either. The good news is Mizzou is only 1 away from getting the resurrection, so if they are down 1 early on, especially versus an operator that's still in the hands of KZ, 8-3, great scoreline from this guy now. The deeper we go in the series, that res is going to be very important a little bit later on. Toy pushed off his line, and A main control given away to LG.
Spike is completely left back towards spawn, though, so any potential threat from Luminosity is just intel gathering. Maybe good for a first blood, but they'll track back out of the gelato area through A-long. Likely collect the spike and then decide what they want to do. And typically what we've seen from Luminosity in these rounds, when they essentially intel gather at A and B long simultaneously, it ends up being a mid-stack, and that's currently what you're witnessing. 3 members stacked up and Venerated to use the Aldrin to scout. He'll see at least 1. I don't know if he sees the second by way of the Sage, but the slow orb and the wall will give away their position.
And gives time, by the way, for Yana to rotate over. He's thinking about it right now. At least should consider some mid-control. Luminosity are not quite committed to going towards A short. You have to wait out some of this util. There's no more slow orbs remaining. Still no kill, no ore pickup either for Mizzou. So talked about the res, but that can't be a factor until he gets that last ult charge. LG right now, they lose one.
There's not a lot of time here, Avril. 33 seconds, and not getting in the first blood in your favor. Luminosity's got to make an execute call happen. It's going to be an offensive Hunter's Fury coming through. Paranoia through the middle, but nobody checks the corner for Lin as he finds himself a second. Pirtle eventually able to get the trade. 4v3, now the neural theft's coming through as Pirtle's going to scout out the information on position. Stellar gets 2, one by way of Aftershock. He survives with a breath of air left in his lungs, about 1 HP.
He's got an ult.
And yep, that's what I was about to say. He's got the ultimate to secure this for the retake. Crossfire set up. Shoulder peek comes through. Yana only able to get one. And Stellar's actually going to use this onto Miller, who I think he reads top mid, but I don't know if you really needed it at that POV. He still at least is able to shrug him back, and now Venerated can set up for the recon bolt. Location revealed. Spam shots are good. Luminosity take away that pivotal round and put themselves up 6-4.
I think Stellar was maybe pressured there. He knew he was on very low HP. If he doesn't make a play, maybe they give away the 1v1, the potential for the clutch to come through from 2D, but it's not going to be a reality. Rolling Thunder is going to make sure that Toy is, or rather Miller is not going to make any good attempt of it, and the recon dart will secure the deal as well. But 2D actually started off pretty strong here. I mean, consider the initial setup here that Lin gets that kill. I think if it wasn't for Stella's Aftershock kill, like getting Mizzou down, this could have been different because Mizzou was in the best place. He was in tree. He could have stopped the push coming through from short. He would have had short control for short, which would have been so strong. If he doesn't die to the Aftershock, and I don't even know how he dies to the Aftershock, by the way. He should have been able to get out of the way. That would have been a different round.
Update on the other semifinal. China win after winning the first map. Take the second. A walloping total 13-1 on Team FYB. So they will be our first grand finalist, winner of this map 3 to join them. In this first half looking pretty positive for Luminosity thus far, but Team 2D on an eco have a lot of ultimates to potentially use, including the Resurrection. But with First Blood coming away with Thief as he gets aggressive to the middle of the map, Miller has to respond to this, gets flashed out. Paranoia will actually hit from the opposite side of the map for a moment. Miller for one, that's not bad. It'll keep the opportunity for a defense alive, but he does get traded. Venerated for one for free. I don't know if he realizes that Mizzou's close by. Sure does it. Mizzou able to capitalize on a headshot, and that'll be a weapon upgrade instantly.
I think you're right. Yeah, you certainly go now 3-3. Guns on the ground as well. Miller's done so much work in this particular round just to get the headshots in. So does Mizzou. Miller's gotten so many share of headshots across the few maps that we've seen so far. Bladestorm in. Everybody is equipped now. This retake is possible, but you got to get down players like a Proto. He's going to be a big problem now because you don't have time to clear B main. You just have to enter site.
Toy dancing, dashing, able to find himself the first. Stellar, though, with response. Toy still alive. 1v1. One knife will do it. Doesn't even need the right click. Pushes. He knows where he's at, but KZ! Oh my goodness! Able to snap for the headshot to save the round. A big investment from Team 2D, but talk about a reprieve from this side from KZ. He has been electric in the last two maps.
And now you start looking over towards the first map. You start thinking about the second map as well. He was going very poorly in that opening bind. Did much better onto Haven, but as soon as he starts picking up the pace, LG 7-4. This is the kind of LG that maybe we thought was going to come in today as soon as you saw the matchup in the semi-final. Look, we know 2D is decent, but LG were always going to be the favorites here. 2D upsetting would have been great. 2D can still upset. I still like to maybe see them make that upset happen, but it is getting harder, especially if KZ is hitting shots.
You do have weapons at least, though, from Team 2D to try to close out this half 5-7. Still have a Neural Theft, still have it from the shadows. Luminosity just working with the Omen ultimate for now. Aggressive play early. KZ with the operator scouting out the A site for essentially free. Nobody's here.
Mid's clean.
Yeah, absolutely the case. As you see the research by Toy, will find nothing mid-map. So this is all Team 2D. They're completely rotating over with the exception of Miller. This is possible to hold this as they're going to have multiple angles held down.
Yep, slow orbs coming down now as well. So does the smoke, and this is very difficult for LG to push through. At this point, I think 2D are thinking about LG are thinking about maybe walking away. They don't want to be pushing into the further util. Toy missing versus a Proto cannot happen as the Jet Orpit, and that is going to hurt for sure.
I cannot explain how different this round looks if Toy finds that shot. There's no way to freely rotate over. Proto's going to hold this angle. Gets a read on a second, but Lynn's able to get the trade. But it's not before Luminosity have
30
already
seconds
full
left.
wrap back over to be completely concealed. Miller's going to have to read this off his spy cam and then respond likely by himself for quite some time. 20 seconds, fault line, recon bolt, all coming through. Miller scouts it. Team 2D trying to get quick on the rotate through, but the hit is here. Luminosity trying to make their way through. Last time this hit came through, Miller was great. He needs to try to delay the spike plant for as long as possible. 7 seconds left. Stellar has to stick this. Here comes Mizu on the retake, but he loses his teammate. It's going to be a 1v3. Off the defuse needed, and Mizu's going to be flashed out. Challenge. Stellar cleans things up, and Luminosity win the first half 8-4.
Why does Mizu not wallbang there? I'm pretty sure you can wallbang at least some part of that box. Some of it you can't, but some of it you can. And I don't know why you don't go for that one, because there's no time left. 2D have to stick the plant, and if you get that one kill, that's it. You get it. Stellar can't plant. There's no more time, and then Luminosity, they lose that round. But you know, LG, they clutch it through. They get it that one regardless. And in this last situation, I mean, we might still even see it here, but yeah, that's a tough one to lose. I don't know that we've seen 2D be in this kind of position before. Can they bring it back? Possibly, but it's looking hard because LG are on fire currently.
Yeah. Looking great. Multiple angles. I mean, the first map, it was really just Thief and Proto that were really holding things down for LG to keep it competitive, but now KZ playing massively. Stellar trying to clutch up here, but Toy has also been a main influence from Team 2D as we get into this pistol. A quick hit coming out from Team 2D, already getting into the B site. Thief has a shorty. Cyber Cage will give him at least some ability to peek, but the Shock Dart takes him down to 10 HP. Unbelievable scenes here. Thief trying to hold on. Will find one pick, but doesn't able to swap in time as Team 2D will get the spike planted, and the Barrier Orb will come into play to stop this up. Venerated looking for a lineup off the Shock Dart. What does he have for us? There goes the first and the second. Neither will connect with really much of anything as Team 2D are still holding strong in this 4v3. Miller trying to be the first line of defense. Lynn holding the tight angle, gonna get some information, does get tagged up, has to stay alive. Toy able to help out from B main. And I don't know, Luminosity just not able to get any entry whatsoever. KZ trying to take a 1v1 at B main, but no opportunity to even make a play for the spike, and Team 2D win another pistol.
And Mizu really did quite well there because he comes through. Thief doesn't land the shots quickly enough, and Mizu gets a 1-for-1 trade there onto, I think it might have been a Proto. If a Proto survives there and Thief gets the kill quickly onto Mizu, they still have 2 plays backside, and those 2 players are going to be difficult to flush out. Requires more resources from 2D, requires them to do more to try and get those kills. That would have been, I think, a very different round just off the back of that 1 kill. So Thief doesn't quite pull the trigger fast enough to take down Mizu. And now 2D on the way to an anti-eco win, which will bring the scoreline to 6-8, and we'll start feeling good about their chances on this particular offense.
Luminosity 4-man stacking the A site. Intel gathering going on from Team 2D. You've got Yana playing mid-map. Some consideration from Lynn holding the backside angle. And it will look to be the combination of Toy and Mizu hitting from the front side of A. All intents and purposes, this is looking like it's going to be a commitment to A, which Luminosity will be happy about, pending they can read this information quickly.
By the way, closing the door and not going towards tree is a mistake in my opinion, because now there's free access for 2D to go into short and maybe into glass if they want to. The fact that they're just stacking on towards A, I think you have to be a little bit cautious here if you're 2D, because you heard the door close. Surely you heard the door close, so you know something's up. And you haven't had any other info. You are definitely going to be walking to a pistol stack now.
Toy, Lynn, first 2 kills. Venerated able to get to the site, though. Can he find a second? No, it's Mizu who's able to respond beautifully. And Team 2D come through. They win the round as expected. And Luminosity nearly a chance to hold the site, but the SMGs and Mizu's Ghost apparently too much to handle.
Only 2 surviving members on critical HP as well. That really could have gone either way for me personally. Again, I don't think that 2D played that one the best. They didn't get enough scouting done. They don't have a lot of information. Versus an eco, you have to assume the possibility of either 1, aggressive players coming through from the eco team, 2, that they could be stacking somewhere. So if it's not one of those 2 and they're defaulting, the pistol team is not going to win. Typically, the pistols have to try and do something. So for 2D just to walk into the Lions in there and walk out alive with the round, should be pretty thankful.
Cheeky position this time defensively for KZ. Getting all the way back into the winery. Thief able to allow him to get there with the dark cover thrown out early. Toy, are you going to expect this? He has been the catalyst of aggression from Team 2D's offense thus far. Takes some spam shots. KZ holding his angle at all costs. I think Team 2D realized that this is a potential threat.
KZ, he heard something.
Yeah, had to have.
That smoke is actually not good. I don't think the smoke should have been used, but it allows KZ to maybe at least get the one kill to Toy, who was above the smoke, because otherwise KZ could have maybe even gotten a second kill.
I'm just wondering if that was just information off of KZ. You know, you saw the spam shots from Toy up top. Maybe he's calling for that smoke to make that challenge happen. Tough to read, but hell of a first kill.
Well, it works out in their favor. I think it could have
Yeah.
gone either way. A little bit 50-50. I think it would have denied them the ability to kick down Mizzou. And taking down Mizzou would have been a very high priority kill personally for me, because he's also looking for Riz now. Going for the orb. He should be 6 out of 7.
Left.
Now opportunity, 2D. Not a lot of time though. They're trying to get onto B and they're struggling.
Slow orb blocks off any rotation from coming through the defensive side at spawn. Venerated for 1. Stays alive underneath the heady, but it does get taken out. Yana on 2. Lane up the middle, stopping the rotation. Can't find a second. Just down to Yana for a 1v2. He does get the spike. No, pardon me. He actually pulls off of it. Looking to play for at least one more kill, but will not be allowed to. His Luminosity on the retake looked good. 2 members survive. They go up 9-6.
And not a safe plant either. Tries to go for a plant into the corner and is going to get flushed out by 2 players coming downstairs. So now things turning back a little bit now, but we do also expect the Luminosity was going to, at least on that 3rd round, actually pick it up. And this is kind of what I'm talking about. I mean, it was kind of a 50-50 play. Yeah, you aren't going to kill Toy, but I think the other kill would have been Mizu. And you have to assume that Toy was going to, like, what if Toy doesn't push? Here's what you do know. You know Mizu's picking up the orb. You don't know that Toy's going to re-pick the angle. So I don't know. At the end of the day, though, LG, 9-6. Guns look good.
And Team 2D on a pistol upgrade. Save round, essentially full eco coming out. Fault line will stop any aggression over towards A short, or probably A long, at least initially. And Miller, I was about to say, he's about to wide peak this completely dry. Immediately gets picked by Proto. And with that behind the Owl Drone of Venerated, looks like this should be a pretty easy call for Proto to start making his way over to A. Here comes the commitment. Stellar up top, able to find 1, not a second though. Lynn able to find the kill and likely upgrade to the Spectre, but does not expect Proto to challenge so quickly. And with that, we go to a 4v2. Mizzou looking to jump on in. KZ holding the tight corner on bricks. Not going to even need to give away his position as Steve finds the pick, and now Toy in a 1v4. Does have the spike, but not much hope beyond that.
And sadly, 2D couldn't quite open up any part of the map. There is that 1 kill coming over towards Glass, and I mean, that was at least something that they could work with, but you lose your 1 player over towards B. A Proto should be able to pick this one up. No problem there. Another headshot from him. 3 kills this round. And maybe a pistol upgrade. He's already got a Sheriff, actually. LG feeling pretty darn good. 10-6, and for 2D, you're in a position now where Luminosity are only 2 away from getting that match point, and 13 will secure it, and the grand finals. The pathway to the grand finals. 2D, for all the chances they've had, for how well they played on Bind, for losing Haven when I think that last Haven round should have gone their way. This is going to be a map that is going to feel really bad for them if they lose.
Yeah, this is a must-win round right here for Team 2D. They've got a lot of tools to spend as far as ultimates are considered. Bladestorm if you really want it, but more importantly, I think the Resurrection. How about this play? Thief going aggressive. KZ for 2. Unbelievable. He's going to be able to combine for Thief for 3. The trade backs keep his hopes alive, though. And on the slow orb is actually Venerated, so it looked good initially off the aggression from Luminosity, but Team 2D off of a lingering slow orb able to send things to a 2v2, tons of time to play.
And this gives 2D the advantage, especially because you do also have From the Shadows as well, so Lin can go wherever he wants to. At this point in time, Luminosity have gone for a 1-on-1. They have 0 info. And Luminosity might just have to allow 2D to plant. You might just want to play for the 2v2 retake. A Proto might have a timing here, though. Oh, he walks away and is not going to spot the 2 members going into Glass.
This is not good right now for Luminosity. The threat through the middle at Garden is not good at all. It'll stop the rotation, but it also could catch Proto off guard unless his timing on the second pick is good. He finds 1, has the information read on the second, and very wisely backs away. Breaks the glass, and with that, Miller is now in a 1v2. Checks the long angle, but it's Stellar who's able to catch him looking left and right, and Luminosity, on what needed to be a must-win round from 2D, may have just put the hopes to Cinderella run really to bed here, past midnight for sure, looking like, as that's round number 11, and it likely will turn into round number 12. Do you force buy here, Avril, in your mind?
Looking at the money here, I think you kind of have to. you can think about the situation like if you don't force buy, you are playing for 12. And in that case, you're giving yourself, I guess, the best chance possible to be winning that round. But both kind of work for me. In terms of what my opinion here is, I think force buying here, to me, is my opinion to go for. Now I'm going to do that eventually because you have to play for the win here. Playing for 12 is kind of like feeling you're playing not to win. You're playing not to lose at that point. Playing to win, you force buy for sure.
They have all 5 ultimates to play off of, so hey, who knows? Bladestorm gonna come through. I believe that's from Toy. KZ with a Phantom. Doesn't look like he's hit the triggers as of yet. Yana getting a lot of information mid-map through the market, but his Aldrin is eventually dealt with, so they know there's a player sitting deep in the spawn, and it's a very passive setup from Luminosity. 3 members essentially still in spawn at the moment. Proto's going to eventually get onto the B site, and this is looking like this very well could be and should be a B execute from Team 2D.
Not great ultimates for executing with. Hunter's Fury could be the way they open up, but at this point in time, as Luminosity expects something, there will be 3 here pretty soon from the Shadows. Has already been expended. Stella for 1, and Proto might get 1 too.
Resurrection comes out. Proto's in a position, though, to read this. Hunter's Fury coming out defensively. Toy able to find 1. Proto! Oh my goodness! He snaps the transfer for a tight double. 3 kills in the round. Getting spammed at from the spawn, that's just enough of a distraction to get Lin in. Still alive is Team 2D. Trapwire comes through. Spam shots for KZ won't connect. Paranoia from the back door. KZ will also make his position revealed. Spike, though, is down. That's the big problem here. Trying to sneak for it is going to be Lin, but gets shut down. It's just down to Toy. 10 seconds has to play for the kills, and he won't be allowed to get the first. 12-6 it goes, and now Team 2D, I don't even know what they could purchase going into this next round. Maybe a couple of SMGs at best.
Proto 17-14. If you weren't convinced that he's an absolute god at this game, you better be now. Just for good measure as well, by the way, on Haven, his headshot percentage was 43%. And that's still, I believe, active now. I would very be keen to see what his headshot percentage and other stats look like after this map. It does look like LG will be able to take this one away. 2D in a hell of a trouble now. Hell of a mess to be able to climb out of. And this is why maybe the Sage just isn't good. How you were supposed to attack with the Sage. If you had the breach right now, you could have flashed through. You could do so many things. 2D staring down the face of defeat. They need some opening picks. They need damage. They need something.
It's just so tough. I mean, you've got the Bladestorm available for KZ if he wants it. Yana's got to find value off this Hunter's Fury, and he's going to find absolutely nothing with it, but Lin's able to make use of the space gain. He'll find 1 kill. They actually force out the Rolling Thunder. Stellar looking for the push through. He will find the kill to secure it. 4v4 we go, but a valuable defensive ultimate spent just to trade back the first blood.
2D still in this one. This is going to need to be the biggest round. They got past the Rolling Thunder. That's the big one they got away from. They do lose 1 member, but it is still an even number game. Can they get past Thief? That's going to be a gun barrel reveal. Spike on the floor as well. Thief's done all he needs to do. In fact, he's done even more. And that round might be done just because of that play.
2v3, no Spike. Completely trapped on the A site. Full defensive rotation coming through. Not a lot of time to play with here. Gonna have to make the call to try to get in to get this Spike right now, and Thief is in a great position. Neural Theft spent Thief for his 3rd, looking for number 4, and oh, he gets caught on the reload though. Yana for 2, 1v1, 20 seconds to play, but the problem here is Yana's got absolutely no idea where Venerated is.
He's going to gamble B. It looks like he's going B. He'll just have maybe enough time. He has to run for it. I don't even know if there will be time to plant.
No.
We'll have to see. He's on a race for sure. It's going to be a photo finish here, Alan. I don't know what's going to happen here. Maybe.
Doesn't look good.
Oh, just. I think he just got it.
Oh my goodness.
Yep.
All right.
Trust.
Avril, the king of timings, reads it perfectly. Yana only has recon bolts to play with, and he's going to throw his first out very early on. Venerated with the ability to counter. There it goes. His backside of sight. Shock dart's also trying to be thrown out. Intensity for the 1v1. Yana able to catch the timing on the peak, and Team 2D stay alive.
Incredible. Incredible. That could have gone so many different ways. I think LG were ready to celebrate when they saw the timer hit 0. I think they felt like the game is done. We won that one. But there was just enough time to get the Spike plant down. And this should have been done from here. Thief getting these 2 kills, dropping the Spike on the floor in a position that was going to be very difficult to claim back. That should have been enough. And at that point, LG felt like they probably had the 13 confirmed, but 2D just managed to climb back.
Oh, man.
It's not over though yet. They still have a mountain to climb. It starts up with another step.
10th of a second or so before he's able to grab that spike plant. And just the 2 kills to retrieve the spike in the first place was unbelievable. 7 to 12 we go. Team 2D with a little bit more of an arsenal to play with than the previous round, but still not exactly as healthy as they want to be economically. Ultimate Orb going to be picked up. Neural Theft has been charged already for Team 2D, and they are very much so biding their time mid-map.
About a minute left now. Did a little bit of development over towards A, and that is going to be where most of the stack there is as well. 3 members. A couple of movements down over towards mid just to make a bit of noise. It is going to be an A plant or an attempted A hit here. And the noise made over towards mid just to draw back attention. You see that Proto's already moving back. This could be a pretty big hit.
Thief into position to maybe use a paranoia. Lin holding on to his. Here it comes. Hit starting to come through. KZ, big responsibility for him. He finds one. Thief off his paranoia, able to find a second. Shouldering, trying to bait out his time as long as possible, but Lin puts him down. 3v3 we go. Team 2D trying to get the spike planted. Will be able to, but the aftershock finds the kill before Lin can get away. It was placed very nicely. Miller, he's actually been stunned up by the fault line. He's going to be taken down. Big mistakes here. It's down to Iana again. How many more miracles are in the tank for him? He finds the first kill, able to grab the second. He has the third lined up, but can't snap. Luminosity off of Venerated, securing it up for the clutch. Take down Team 2D, and will put themselves in the grand finals versus China win 13-7.
Would have lost my damn mind if Yana gets a back-to-back clutch there, but Venerated coming on through, another Sova player, Venerated, someone that we highlighted here, to bring it up big. Huge map coming through for Luminosity, 13 confirmed, the Ascent was all theirs, and this is the situation now where you have to look at their particular, both halves. I mean, you look at their offense, 8-4, you look at their defense as well, completely going their way. What is it, 5 rounds that they managed to get in a row as well, I believe. Only 2, I think, no, 3 picked up there for 2D at the end of the day, and one of them had to be one of the craziest clutches I've ever seen, planting with about 1/10 of a second left to go. I think I just saw the 4-second timer pop up, and he just managed to tag, which is why I think he had it, but that could have gone either way as well. 2D really made Luminosity work, I think, in the series, particularly on Turbine, but LG at the end of the day, very powerful team, and they're going to go through the grand finals to meet China win.
Big bounce back as well. That first map, it wasn't looking great from KZ, but talk about his resiliency to stick into the game and really lead his team through a lot of those crucial gun rounds, finding a lot of good opening picks and tilting numbers advantage in their favor. So we're left with 2. We started with 32, down just to China win versus Luminosity for the grand finals. 10,000 on the line here. 6,000 for first, 3,000 for second. Here's a look back at the bracket to see how they've worked their way since their quarterfinal matchups. China win the technical 8 seed, had a little bit of trouble in group stage, cleaned things up though, no problem really to get on top of their group, but they had a tight call versus Team 2D and a pivotal matchup early on. They get through Prism, you see them get through Spot Up, and then Team FYB. Luminosity waits for them here after they had worked their way through Mystify in their opening round on the day. They were able to get through Pretty Boys in their round of 16 just previous to that, and Elevate and Flux in their group stage. And then we saw them just recently beat Team 2D. So China win versus Luminosity for the better part of $10,000 on the line. Avril, boy, I'll tell you, this could not be a more exciting grand finals we have pinned up for us here.
Yeah, for sure. China win, defending champions from the previous month as well, coming through from August. You look at LG coming through as a very strong team, a team that I was definitely looking out for. You looked at this bracket, and I think at some stage, teams like China Win and Luminosity were always going to make it far. My big hope was to see if FYB or 2D can make the upsets happen, and they made plenty of upsets happen today, trust me. Watch FYB take down Renegades. I can't remember, did FYB manage to take one map off of China Win or not? Oh, they didn't, but...
No, they didn't, no.
It could have been, I don't know. I mean, China Win, they struggled versus Spot Up. They lost a map to Spot Up as well. 2D also took a map of a China Win, in the group stage too. So China Win are not unstoppable. Their walk into the grand finals now is probably a favorite, but Luminosity also looking very strong. I look back at the series that we just saw as well in terms of Luminosity playing against 2D. And I mentioned Proto's being one of the players that I really thought performed super well. I said he got a 43% headshot rating percentage on Haven. Guess what he got on Ascent? 49%. He even
Good grief,
improved
man.
from his Haven game. And overall, across 3 maps, he averaged 41%. And everyone else is hovering around 20 at best, really. A bunch of 20s there, a couple of 30s on both sides, and then suddenly a Proto on 41. So an absolute nutcase here coming through in terms of his aim ability and luminosity pulling through big time on a set.
Big stuff. And while we were going break, there is a major way that you at home can pull through. After all, of course, November coming up here in the States means voting season is starting to come through. And well, in 2 minutes or less, you could accidentally text your ex, make 2020 a little bit more awkward, or you can register to vote. I think that voting is probably the best way to go. So we'll go ahead and jump on over to gamers.vote. Of course, this is also in partnership with HyperX behind the helm. Headsets going out, 7 of them, I think, in total. There's the beautiful look at them right there. I personally love my HyperXs. I'm not wearing them right now, but I've got them right next to me. Love HyperX. Great quality product. And again, those go into the winners and maybe a couple extra at the end of the stream that we could potentially give away. So make sure you head on over to gamers.vote right now. Get yourself signed up. Register to vote coming up for the election this November while we're on our break coming up. When we come back, best of 3, grand finals. China win, Luminosity after this.
Revealed more details about their next generation of consoles. Starting with the main PlayStation 5, the console will be priced at $500. This is the version with an optical drive and all the bells and whistles, so it's competitive with Xbox's Series X in price point. Meanwhile, their digital edition comes in a little lower on the radar at $400. This version ditches the disc drive, but still has all of the energy and oomph that you need for that next generation of gaming. It's a little bit more expensive, coming in at $400 as opposed to $300 for the Xbox Series S, but it should still be a very attractive purchase. And frankly, despite all of the insane computing power that's being promised this go around, the next generation of consoles look downright affordable. Alongside the details about their next console, Sony also unveiled a whole bunch of game announcements, starting with one of their tentpole franchises, Final Fantasy. The next iteration, dubbed 16, looks pretty awesome from the cinematic trailer we saw. It seems to be set in a medieval era. There's swords and sorcery as per always, but there's also a whole bunch of crazy fantasy buzzwords, something about an icon and crystals, and there's a kid who's the Duke's son who you're either trying to protect or kill, and he either turns into a phoenix or an ogre. I'm really not sure what the hell is going on, but it looks awesome, so be sure to check it out. For this next announcement, folks, you better don your sorting hats because we're headed to the Wizarding World. Hogwarts Legacy has been announced, an RPG set in the Harry Potter universe that puts players in the role of a student attending Hogwarts in the late 1800s in a completely different era for the franchise. Now, this game's been rumored for years, and it has a fervent following already who've been trying to compile all the little drips and drops of leaks and information they could, but now it's actually out there in the world, and it looks good. And it had better, folks, because if they do this right, if they make you genuinely feel like a wizard in an RPG scenario exploring and experiencing the world, they're going to have a guaranteed blockbuster smash hit. But if they do it wrong, if they fail the fan base, well, there were a whole bunch of other titles teased, announced, and more details given, but the most exciting announcement came right at the end of the broadcast, when a teaser popped up for the next iteration in the God of War franchise, this one titled Ragnarok. Now, we don't know anything about it, apart from the fact that it comes out in 2021, and it deals with the end of the world of Norse mythology, although frankly, end of the world feels more like a 2020 thing. In a cool piece of gaming news, Valve are bringing a new update to Left 4 Dead 2, a nearly 10-year-old game and the first update in 8 years. This one made entirely by the community. The Last Stand game mode will feature all sorts of new content, and it's free, so check it out. In a complete industry shakeup, Microsoft have announced the $7.5 billion acquisition of ZeniMax Media. Now, if you're not familiar with ZeniMax and you're wondering why on earth they're worth $7.5 billion, you might recognize some of these developers under their umbrellas who make some of these games, a few of which might be some of your favorites. They're a huge tentpole developer still privately held, now part of the Microsoft umbrella, and that could completely reshape the gaming industry as we know it. All of these games will likely now be Xbox and PC exclusives that won't be sniffing the Sony market, but as has already been established by Microsoft, the current exclusivity deals will be honored for games like Deathloop over on the new PlayStation 5. This is going to completely change things, and it's all part of Microsoft's bid to build basically the Netflix of gaming with Xbox Game Pass, where for one monthly subscription fee, you'll now have access to all of these games, including any new releases in the franchise on day one. This is huge, and it's going to reshape the face of our industry. I don't know what this is going to look like 2 years down the line or 5 years down the line, but I am very curious to find out. That's it for us this week on Field of View with Nerd Street Gamers, your weekly dose of gaming news. Now I'd better get out of here so I can keep my knees safe. Not again.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Nerd Street Gamers Valorant Monthly Tournament. $10,000 on the line. The grand finals queued up for us here. One more best of three. All of it, of course, presented by Mike and Ike. I hold shift. With me is Avril. Luminosity going up against China Win. The big storyline, I think, for this one is the fact that this is essentially a fresh face for Luminosity after Physique and Hoppin no longer participating with the squad. It's Venerated and KZ that jump in, formerly of 100 Thieves and Rise, respectively, for both of those players. But on the opposite side, it's China Win, a group of five that we have become very familiar with over the last couple of months.
I think so, and China Win come in as, I think, favorites here, not just because they've been a team that have been sticking together for a while, but their results have been solid. They are defending champions from the previous month as well in August for the NSG Monthly tournaments, and they're here to defend their title, so it's always good to see a defending champion get to the grand finals again. This was never going to be an easy journey for Luminosity. They dropped one map in their semis. China Win don't drop any maps in their particular semi-final as well, and now you have what is going to be a very exciting finals indeed.
And the interesting thing beyond that is, yes, for the most part, these two teams stick to a core roster of what their agent composition looks like, but there have been a couple of flexes. We mentioned in the previous one that Thief, very often when it comes to Haven, will pick up the Reyna. That is actually mimicked by Decop on the other side for China Win, whereas the other kind of big flex is the fact that China Win with Pancakes are one of the only teams to still flex every now and again on the Brimstone, which is something that we saw just recently in a couple of our broadcasts just in the last week.
That'll be unbind if anything, and I don't know how much more that China Win really want to play that. I just still think right now, in this particular meta, most players, most teams agree here that Omen should just be played on every single map. Omen's so flexible, so good at what he does, and Brim is kind of falling out of place now over the course of the various nerfs that he's also received. So, yeah, I mean, the Brimstone is a very classic agent to be used on bind, and bind is maybe the last place that he still does get used, but even then I don't think that's really that good on this particular meta. Pancakes probably will also do it just because it's what China Win have been relying on. I do wonder if they maybe think about the Killjoy again. China Win have played that in the past. I believe Valorant has been someone that's picked up that in the past. It's a possibility. I don't know that they still want to go in that direction, but China Win certainly have some options.
Bit of a grudge match here as well in the Pulse series that just happened a couple of weeks ago. It was Luminosity to knock China Win out of that double elimination playoff bracket. So as far as our best of three goes here for that revenge run, it's going to be Bind for map number 1, China Win starting off on the attack, and then we'll get Haven and Split for map 2, map 3. The thing about this is we just previously saw LG on Bind starting off on defense. They looked pretty all right. They were able to split 6-6. It was their attack that was lacking, where they only grabbed 2 rounds against that previous squad of Team 2D.
Yep, and I'm looking over towards the other side as well. I mean, we didn't get to see China Win play against the competition of FYB. We get a good feeling of some of the results in terms of the rounds there. So 13-7, there was a 13-1 there as well. And the 13-1, by the way, now that I'm looking through the stats, includes 12 in a row for China Win's opening attacking side. So they're attacking side 12 in a row, and then they finally got they lose the pistol following that, so they can't get the 13-0 because of it, and then they win the second round anyway. So what a huge performance coming through from them. As we move into map number 1 though, straight away grand finals time. It's bind gameplay and nothing super out of place here. We did talk about Decop potentially looking towards Arena. We did talk about Pancakes on the Brim, and both of those are coming out early.
See how that fares. No raise for the side of Luminosity. They're going to opt for the Jet instead this time. KZ didn't have the greatest of runs last time around, looking for immediate redemption here. The bounce back for the grand finals. Big offensive push coming through A Showers. 3 members here. Decop holding on to a lead that's going to come through immediately. Fault line will be placed. Stellar able to stay away from it, but doesn't expect the leader to be where it was. And Decop, Fatboy, they're able to find themselves the first 2 kills quickly as the attack towards A very successful.
Well, I see there's an encounter trades here. Everyone from LG has certainly arrived, but Proto down nice and early. Just the 2 left now. Venerated. He's been in clutch situations before, but maybe this is asking just a little bit too much. KZ would love another good start to him. That bind was a troublesome one for him earlier on, and now he's got himself a headshot.
Big information read. The double challenge coming outside of the lamps, but isn't able to find the second kill to try to keep that retake alive. So the full stack really through the showers is successful through China Win. And defensively, the only thing to really meet up against that initially was the fault line out of Stellar. Wasn't able to find any kills on the back side of it. So that's definitely something to kind of keep in mind as far as if China Win decides to posture for another quick A execute. But going into the anti-eco, full Spectre purchases and full armor for everybody. And it looks like they're going to stack more towards the middle of the map, maybe try to threaten Hookah early on this time around.
And Decop really picking up some big kills early on, 2-0. Just a little bit of context here versus FYB on Bind. Decop finished that one 20-6 with a +14 in terms of kills, 341 ACS. If anyone's going to carry the hell out of China Win on this Bind attack, it will be Decop, and he's first up, instantly gets a frag.
Oh man, it's so crucial for him. Goes to the overheal. Don't even know if he even needed it. Proto tries to peek out through lamps. Nothing there for him. And China Win able to put themselves in a great spot once again. Quick spike plant coming through. Decop holding close. Pancakes just spamming through the sky smoke, and KZ will get 1, but that's about all that they can root for here. Mina able to capitalize on Stellar top side of heaven, and KZ will just take the Spectre and leave.
And honestly, you look at that play, this is not going to be a flawless half, or flawless round, rather, coming through from China Win anymore. Decop going down, I actually think it's reasonably inconsequential. Yes, you're going to give over the SMG to the other side, but what you're really going for here is Decop getting really aggressive early on. He should be at about 4 out of 6 in terms of the ultimates, if I counted correctly, So he's on his way to a potential third round timing here for the Empress. So he'll need one more kill plus an orb if possible. And then he's off. He's off to the races. He's good to go. And then he can win that next round pretty much by himself if China Win play the Empress properly.
Well, KZ will survive, so he'll bring a Spectre into the next round, which will do well for him eventually trying to invest into an Operator. Will just be light armor behind it, kind of trying to, again, reiterate that same point. We'll actually decide to go into a full armor. I like that call better. But beyond that, for the rest of his squad mates, they're going to be a bit more hard-pressed when it comes down to being able to full afford rifles, armor, and their utility. You see a couple members already zeroed out on their economy right now. So as much as you would like to think that Luminosity should have an advantage here, it's still pretty even footing, all things considered.
I want to see where D-Cup goes. I think he might go showers here. If they push for the shower orb, very important. Not only that, but look at the situation with the actual buys come through. Because KZ saves his Spectre, he still keeps the Spectre. He's not going to be upgrading onto a rifle. So Luminosity, despite this being their gun round, they're not onto full equipment. Now, that's going to be good for Eco, but it drops their chances ever so slightly. D-Cop now, first up going on for it. He's been responsible for so many kills, and that's a beautiful one to start things out with.
And those are kills that Proto usually finds one, if not two. We were talking about that masterfulness in the last time we saw this Luminosity team on LG, but he's not able to find a lot of value, at least not early so far in these engagements towards A. Another successful spike plant comes down. 5v3. KZ, nice long-range shots. Just double taps, essentially, the long-range headshot on the D-Cop for the full kill. Venerated going to get some information off of the Al drone, so an opportunity maybe to go for this 3v4. Still a bit hard-pressed. You're looking at Stellar, who really needs to open up some space, and he does. He finds a kill in the cute fat boy, so now all of a sudden it's a 3v3. Everyone's going to be flashed up inside of Lamp, but Pancakes with the Chow will take down Stellar, traded away. KZ inside the Cloudburst, can't track down DXN. Venerated, both players low, gonna get the information onto one, knows the second wants to jump peek, but does he have time to go for the defuse? After this, he finds himself his third kill, but not enough time for the defusal. So China Win will find themselves their third round, but it's Venerated who still wins the day as far as getting the kills on board.
Super clutch coming through. 3K for Venerated, but the 3 for China Win in terms of the round score, very important. Massive play from KZ to kill D-Cop, by the way, who had a great position. D-Cop at that stage, I'm a little surprised doesn't take the orb. Maybe didn't want to give away the location, but at the same time, I mean, it's pretty standard for players and teams to be making some movements over towards A showers. If he gets the orb, he has Empress available, ends up not having to use it. We'll have it available this round, and honestly, I think this might not be a bad round to do it for. Venerated has a rifle, still KZ has purchased into the Operator. That Operator will be very important now for Luminosity to try and work with to get early kills. No information over towards, or rather no one seen over towards showers, which means information given over towards perhaps a B push coming on in. That's where all the China Win are.
And Luminosity on an abbreviated buy, they're actually pushing through showers. This is going to allow a couple members defensively to rotate over. Empress could be popped on the take towards B. D-Cop has to be forced back, though. Recon Bolt coming out. Venerated, can you find some value out of this Hunter's Fury? He's going to tag one player up close and personal, but can't get anything more. Mina for the first opening pick here towards the B. Execute. Cute Fat Boy up top with a second. And Luminosity, you thought that maybe they could find some value off the defensive side and stack, but unfortunately don't get a lot of value off the Hunter's Fury, and they find themselves in a 3v5 retake scenario.
The only possibility here is if Thief comes up really clutch coming through from his big flank. We'll take a second kill, beautifully placed as well. It's possible. Mina can still shut it down. Empress has subsided now, so that's gone. You don't have to worry about that anymore. Still, though, it's difficult. 2 versus 2. Operator spots a player.
This is going to be a 1v2 situation for D-Cop. He's trying to play off of the leer. He's going to find one dismiss away. Has the spike to play with. 1v1. Challenging. KZ wants to get forward. Misses the Operator shot. Tries to go over to swap to the secondary. Can't find the kill. D-Cop will clutch. Tense moments, though. Luminosity, again, nearly able to break through, but still it's a 4-0 tally in favor of China Win.
And Thief made it so possible. If Thief doesn't get those 2 kills, there's not even a potential for the 1v1 there. KZ has to hit 1 Operator shot, doesn't have time to do so, isn't going to be able to get it. I think even if he gets the kill, there's not enough time to defuse. So at the end of the day, D-Cop kind of wins that situation by himself no matter what happens. The Empress was used at the correct time. I love it when, we do see Reynas, I think, being used appropriately. We are funneling resources towards the Reyna. We're trying to get Empress up on time as well. We're using it at the right spacing and timing and trying to win 4-0, looking very good.
Economical considerations for both teams coming through, but more importantly, I'm looking at the ultimate status for China Win, Showstopper, Orbital Strike, Neural Theft, all available, and China Win love to break through this A site with their Orbital Strike, posturing potentially for it Two members stacked, including Pancakes and Cute Fat Boy through A shower. Steve is the one trying to be mindful of the area, as actually him and Proto have swapped sites defensively. Showstopper coming through, Orbital Strike also in the mix. This is all about trying to clear out over towards lamps, but nobody's here. KZ actually finds first blood. Defensively, this has been great so far. Thief, another one up close and personal. The trades do come through. A bit of a pinstripe in the kill feed. Stellar is going to say has another one lined up, finds the second kill. Just down to DXN for a 1v3. Can't capitalize on Proto through the link. And Luminosity get on the board. Not only did they find their first round, but it comes at the cost of a Showstopper and an Orbital Strike from China Win.
Yeah, big shutdown from Luminosity there. They don't even have to use a Rolling Thunder in response. They got time to look for a few guns here before the actual defuse comes on through. And the China Win as well. Let's talk specifically about the Orbital Strike into Showstopper play. Your Orbital Strike reasonably deep, that's fine. You're trying to catch players exiting out from U-Hall over towards CTE here. And then the Showstopper to take up anyone still hanging around the entrance of U-Hall closer to A shot, but no one was there. And then you have Mina just kind of chilling out in that location, waiting for the Orbital Strike to succeed, and then walking through, then instantly dies. So not really getting value out of either ultimate there, sadly. The China Win will find their first loss so far of the half, and even onto an eco so
yeah.
Big losses.
Massive moves being made here again, even though you might be looking at that 4-0 tally. It's been closer than the score would suggest. It's allowed the economy to actually get quite established for Luminosity into a full purchase. Now they've got the Rolling Thunder, like you mentioned, to potentially get a couple rounds in a row. If they use it here, that's the real question, as we're on a bit of a tactical or technical pause at the moment. So we'll see how things kind of try to come through here. But for China Win, I mean, what do you do? I mean, you've got no ultimates to play off of. You just have to find the opening trades. Do you full stack and try to hit something quick, or do you try to trust the sheriffs to find opening first bloods?
I think you got to go fast here. I think that's been part of their success on this attack so far as well. You look towards the first 3 rounds. Very quick takes, some tempo shifting could definitely help them out here. A couple of layers from D-Cop as well. He's got the only reasonable weapon. I mean, the Sheriffs are going to be good, but Stinger on D-Cop could be very good as well. You're farming your next ultimate. That's going to be quite important. If nothing else you can get out of this round, get D-Cop a couple of kills, get him 5 out of 6, maybe 6 out of 6 if you can pick up an orb as well, and be in a position where you can Empress again very soon. If you can get maybe 3 Empresses in this half, you are doing exceptionally well.
Yeah.
2 would be the standard. And actually using them, again, I want to see teams really use these Empresses. I think a lot of teams just kind of nurse them, don't quite look to use them at appropriate times, and then you really never get the full value out of the Reyna. If you've got to have a Reyna that's really popping off right now, like D-Cop is 6 and 3, continue that trend, really funnel him resources, and allow him to succeed.
I'll say this much, out of all the Reynas that we see in North America, I think D-Cop is the most liberal as far as how he uses his Empress. It feels like every time we get a chance to watch over this China Win team and he's playing Reyna, he's very quick to pull the triggers as soon as he earns it, pending the round is obviously appropriate for it. So that's definitely something to kind of keep at the back of the mind. And on the opposite front, how about KZ? 5 and 4 so far, in which we typically associate Thief and Proto defensively for Luminosity are the keys to success. It's actually been KZ who's done a lot of the work so far.
Sure.
And I don't know what your thoughts are as far as Thief and Proto essentially exchanging sites. Again, Proto kind of started himself off on A initially. He's now rotated back over to B to play with Venerated. And do you think there's much of a conversation about who you place where when it comes to that defensive setup for Luminosity?
I think it's about trying to keep things fresh for your opponents, to keep them guessing as well. Make sure you're not just doing the same things every single round. Make sure your defaults are not too easily read. So you want to make sure that China Win never get comfortable in terms of expecting where is the Cypher going to be? Where is the Omen going to be? Where is X player going to be on a certain defense? Breaches in that conversation as well. At this point in time, I don't think China Win want to be pushing into Stellar if possible. There is going to be a Rolling Thunder this round. That being said, though, if you were ever going to receive a Rolling Thunder, probably good to receive it when you're on the eco.
Yeah,
so
for
see
sure.
if that happens as the timer is on pause. China Win is stacking over towards B ramps. Will they increase the tempo to push on through quick?
Aldrin will scout it out first, also trying to find any trap wires that might be lingering on the floorboards. Proto holding his camera. Rotation starting to come through defensively. Proto by himself. He finds himself one. The second one comes through to challenge. There it is. D-Cop trying to go for the trade, but it's actually KZ who's able to respond. He'll find another 2 in a row. Cute Fat Boy, last one left alive. And he's not even in the sight. No spike to play with. Has to commit to try to work his way back in, or picking up the Phantom and trying to stay alive. Will not be able to do either of those two things as Stellar shuts him down. And Luminosity now on 2 in a row.
So 2 kills and you get D-Cop 5 out of 6. I think that's fairly worth at the end of the day, because now we're looking towards future win conditions. Going into this round now, number 7, D-Cop 1 kill or an orb, Empress again. I think this would be a good round to do that. Unless they've already got it 1. unless they're in a situation where they've already got a huge advantage, like a 5v3 start, which they have had in the past. Mina's on the operator as well, so you can find an early op shot. That would be insane. Then China Win would have other win conditions as well. But otherwise, Decop's really starting to feel himself, and I think we continue that trend.
Decop pushing aggressively over to Hookah. Saw Venerated try to challenge out towards B long initially, and you still have the same two-man stack over towards the A showers. That by way of Pancakes and Cute Fat Boy. And Pancakes is actually going to show his shoulder, and that's going to be enough for Thief to find the elimination. Immediately Dark covers, and then Shrouded steps away. So free first blood for Luminosity. You still have Cute Fat Boy lingering towards A, but this, for all intents and purposes, is a scout out and likely to attempt over to B. DXN ambitiously hunting for Hunter's Fury. Gonna find absolutely, whoa, I was gonna say absolutely nothing with it, but gets a random snipe onto Proto, caught inside the container. Venerated, he's able to hold on for a time over towards the elbow, but while this has all occurred, China Win has tilted numbers into their favor.
Massively as well. Luminosity will have to really think about the Rolling Thunder now. It's going to be Stella by himself on towards A. Hasn't heard the hit come through just yet. Dies over to DXN, and now this round is definitely going to go the way of China Win. Luminosity, surely Venerated, can't get the 1v3 here. Is one away from the Hunter's Fury, so look, if he gets one kill, it's possible. One kill into his Hunter's Fury has to be the only way that Venerated can hope to clutch.
Oh boy. Recon Bolt comes out. Venerated checking his corners. Shock Dart does not hit for Cute Fat Boy. Able to get the spam shots down. No problem for the headshot. And China Win, even though they were on the receiving end of a very free first blood, clean things up with a number of individual plays, and I would say bless up for the Hunter's Fury as well from DXN to secure a kill that really opened up their opportunity to actually execute.
5-2 lead, looking pretty good, especially that first four there. Major win streak in Luminosity after just getting a couple on the board. Back to losing again, so that loss streak bonus is still not looking too good in terms of money. Double operator setup. One of them is on a Sword of Glass cannon here. Venerated picks up the op, but only on the half armor. Don't mind the double op pickup. Let's see if KZ finds one early though.
We'll see the information. Does not connect with the shot though. Decop trying to red dot chase, assisted touch, isn't able to find the angle. KZ, again, he does this often. He takes the aggressive second peek, and he gets punished for it. Empress now out. They know 100% where Thief is. He'll be dealt with. Dismisses away. Decop, opportunity to find another one, but Stellar is able to respond, not able to get a second. So now a 3v2. China Win on the site. Spike still lingering, though, as it's not fully here yet, and Proto has actually worked his way in to clear out ramps. This is pretty valuable. Venerated's actually going to find a kill. Proto another. So now it's just down to one. It's Mina, 1v2, has the opportunity to swap the operator out for an assault rifle if he chooses, wants to stick on it, information read by Proto, plus the recon bolt that's there. They've got him pinned up. Mina's going to have to find two special shots. He's not going to get one. And credit Proto for sneaking his way into lamps to help secure the defensive retake.
There's a huge shutdown there earlier as well. Decop only got one kill before he died. Pancakes as well can't sneak away to use his orbital strike because there was no plant. You had to get that plant done. That was mainly the only big issue here is not being able to secure the site safely. So Decop gets that first kill, doesn't quite get the second one, and now that it's 3v2, you start thinking about the plant. I think you remember that Venerated still has a Hunter's Fury, connects to shots required on that. It's not that much more to speak of. Still plenty of time, I would say, for Mina to maybe find the 1v2, but can't even get the first kill. It's a kind of a half buy coming through from China Win this time. Two Stingers up, and they'll at least still have the orbital strike available.
Venerated with the operator this time at B long. Gets tagged by the Owl drone, will be forced away. Aggressive push coming through. Pancakes, again, has the orbital strike. Gonna commit that over towards the elbow. Venerated, can you get away from this? No, he cannot. Now the retake coming through as Proto tries to keep his life. Not gonna be able to hold it for long enough. And, oh boy, Luminosity, how do you retake here? 3v4, not a lot of ultimates or abilities to open up the site. KZ will find one kill over towards the elbow. Stellar makes his way across. A couple of flashpoints to play with. Also have the potential for a Bladestorm from KZ. One trade comes through. Up and over, Decop snaps, and a thrifty round confirmed. 4 kills for Decop. China Win go up 6-3.
And it's so huge when you look at China Win when they're ecoing or they're on a bit of a force buy, a half buy maybe, they are stepping up the tempo. They're playing much quicker. They're getting straight onto sites. Orbital strike, there's just no delay there. Getting a kill straight away onto Venerated, making sure numbers are looking healthy. Decop's back 4 at a 60, just using Empress not even that long ago. He's going to have another one. So he probably will have the 3 Empresses out of a possible 3 that I think he can get on this particular half. And again, that means you're doing exceptionally well. You need like what, 18 kills or between 18 kills and deaths and orbs to be able to get there. He's got that now. 12 and 6 the scoreline.
EXN. Aldrone comes through early. Luminosity on a bit of an eco. Aggressive push coming out. Trapwire dealt with. Lear going to come through. It's going to isolate a couple members over towards A long, but really nobody could even peek from any angle. This is actually not terrible for Luminosity because they've stayed alive. That's the bigger important thing. So Proto finds a one-tap on the decop. Thief will be dealt with. Mina trying to reinforce the hit. You still have a player on side the site. It's Stellar who eventually falls. Venerated trying to do what he can to reprimand what he had previously with the Bucky on Haven from the semis. Not able to get nearly as many as he had time before. So China wins 7-3 up, and now you look back again. Last time we saw Luminosity on Bind, they split their defensive half 6-6. Only got 2 rounds on offense. This feels like Luminosity desperately needs to win these last 2.
2 glass cannons here. Venerated probably doesn't have full utility either. It's the double operators versus DXN's 1. Decop is 1 away from the Empress. Again, this would be a great round to use it, and considering that Luminosity have definitely purchased the 0 here, they're very desperate to win this particular round, and that's exactly when you want to be popping the Empress. Proto gets that 1 kill though. Nice. Trying to keep that 49% headshot percentage alive, as it's always a bit of a 50-50. You see him with the Sheriff, he taps you 50% of the time pretty much.
An impressive stat nonetheless. KZ gets out of dodge, keeps his life, and more importantly, the operator. A lot of damage had been traded between both the Jet and the Reyna here. Showstopper available for China win. Gonna be popped. Mina from Hookah. Desperate shots come through. Updraft tries to keep KZ alive, but it's DXN who finds the kill. This aftershoot is actually going to find a bit of value. But still, the threat for China win, very much so alive and well. Proto, he's actually stayed alive through the Sky Smoke. He'll catch a blast pack, but he's in a position to, once this expires, if his teammates can hit at the same time, he's going to probably find at least one for free. Decop for the trade.
There it is.
Able to get himself into the overhill. The Empress, like you mentioned, 3. That's the 3rd time we've seen it in the half. Cute Fat Boy and Mina locking things down. Thief, last one left alive. This would be a 1v4. He's going to go for it, I imagine. As like we said, we really want to exit this 5-7. Plenty of time to work for it. Gets a read off of 1, but the spy cam and then the operator peak puts him down. China wins, starting to really run away with this one. 8-3 up.
And now it's going to be a force from Luminosity. They'll have SMGs. Maybe they'll go for a rifle here with no armor. It's going to be very, very difficult for Luminosity. So 9-3, I think, should be the expected scoreline. And China Win are just playing all their resources so well, so appropriately. 13 and 8 is Decop. He dropped 20 in his previous game versus FYB rather, and that was a 13 and 1 scoreline. And you start to see how this rank is being utilized. You start to see why China Win was so good on that bind attack, and it's coming through again. They're doing so well. And this time for Luminosity, you can't even say, oh, because KZ's been underperforming, we lose bind. No, I think China Win are just a better bind team.
Pretty big stack offensively through B long. KZ, Guardian in hand. Gives up the angle. Paint shells came through to clear out Hookah offensively. Stellar holding on to both arms up. Potential for the Rolling Thunder here early. Here it comes. Gonna come on through. Hunter's Fury trying to be utilized. KZ already falls. Stellar able to find 1 kill. That might be valuable. He still has an aftershock and a handful of flashpoints to play with. Decop is tagged up very low. Has to sidestep away from the aftershock. Also gets flashed up. Thief on the re-entry finds himself 1 up top. Keep Fat Boy gets 1, but Stellar for the trade. Now a 3v2. Favored Luminosity, who have put themselves on the B site, and you still have a Proto who's on the long flank to make sure no wrap out actually comes through for China Win.
Super important for Luminosity to confirm 4 here. That would give them a lot more chances to be able to come back in. Decop down.
Wow.
One of your carries is gone, and Thief confirms the final 1. So Luminosity, bring it back, makes it competitive, makes sure that they're not just going to be counted out of bind entirely. Let's see how China Win do on the defense, though, because in their semifinals, they only got a couple of rounds on the defense. It was mostly an attacker side. Again, 12 and 0 on their attacking side. They dropped the pistol, and then they won they won the force buy. They must have force bought versus the anti-eco and won that one. So coming through now, let's see how well they do. Excellent half from China Win, though. Steady pace, very quick on the attack, and you start to see just how good they are on bind.
The other side, just to kind of paint the other side of the picture here, for LG, again, in their matchup that they had versus Team 2D, they only took 2 offensive rounds. So a big bounce back has to happen here if you're a Luminosity fan. And Proto, who really started to step things up late, a big catalyst for success to try to get them that 4th round without a question. Now we get into the next pistol round. China Win. You mentioned the fact that that was the only round they lost last time they played it was the second half pistol. looking to get things going defensively. It's two-man stack defensively at B, actually in the elbow. And how about the Lear play from D-Cop? Proto gets completely caught off guard.
They're even super aggressive on the defense here. They are going to be out-rotated ever so slightly. Pancakes by himself here has double smokes to work with. One is already down. You have to try and relieve the pressure. Up for a couple of kills.
Oh, no. That combined with the paint shells, so much damage confirmed. You thought there was really no way that Pancake stays alive right there. Caught in the corner, flashed up, trying to hit right clicks, and gets just the amount of help he needs. Mina gonna get the read on Thief, playing close by Shower. It's DXN who capitalizes the final kill. Flawless pistol for China win. That's 9-4, but likely gonna be 10-4. And now I ask the question back over to you, Avril.
Force.
Attempt to possibly force buy? Yep, okay.
Yes, I think you force this round for sure. If you're not forcing this round, coming through as Luminosity, I think you're just not really going to be able to win this match. And maybe if you do, you still lose. That's the risk you have to take. But you really have to start thinking you're down by a lot here. If you give over this anti-eco, 10-4, think about this for a second. You're 10-4 down, and you're relying on that third round gun round to bring you back. Is that enough? And I don't think so. So, in my opinion, force, but their money situation is honestly quite bad. They're not going to go for it. So we'll see how many kills D-Cop gets. And if D-Cop gets another third round timing on an Empress, you might as well call it here.
Yeah, I was about to say, they had just been in consideration the fact that they don't get the spike planted, nor do they get any kills. D-Cop, how are you still alive? D-Cop, how are you still alive? He finds two. He's going to Lear in the back corner. Stellar will eventually deal with him, but the trade you feel like should probably be there. Yep, it's the paint shells to get the job done. And goodness, the fact that D-Cop finds two and is able to live for as long as he did just cannot happen.
The only way that could have been better for D-Cop is if he actually sends it and dies to get number 5. I'm not joking. Dying there would have been inconsequential for him anyway, in my opinion. So if he gets 2 kills here, which he does, heals up, and then just goes for the last kill, again, you're trying to farm up the Empress here again. Because you're in a situation where, think about what a third round timing Empress does versus Luminosity, where Luminosity are absolutely in a position where they're desperate to win. This is like going to be the most important round for Luminosity of this particular half now. If Luminosity win this half, they're possibly back in. If they lose this half, they'll be forcing for the next 2.
Yeah. Must win for Luminosity. Best chance to possibly start to dig into this deficit has to be in the back end of this gun round. Aldrone over towards B defensively, going to see absolutely nothing. Pancakes very often plays this position right inside Lamps. He's going to have some help. It's Cute Fat Boy that's right there with him. Defense already rotating. D-Cop already through mid-map. I mean, there's so much information on the map for trying to win that Luminosity might just get boxed in before they can actually execute. Pancakes finds the first. Thief not in position to find the trade. Mina up top. Pancakes with 2 somehow, some way. The blowback off the blast pack might be good for Mina, but how about the response from Thief, Stellar, and Federated? 1v3, D-Cop off the flank will find 1, but of course his position has been well known. Spam through the box, not quite able to find the connection he was hoping for. 1 kill and he's got an Empress, but I would say more importantly, both players from Luminosity not at full health. If he can find a way to take down Thief right here, this is very clutchable. 1v2, Shock Dart comes through, jukes away from it. Still has a Lear to play with, knows that a player is sitting on the backside through Shower. Can let this recon bolt go through, but actually puts himself on the map, essentially. Lear comes out, snaps the one. This miss comes through, no way. Time becoming more of a consideration.
He's got it.
Tries to take the angle, finds the kill. Can he get the defuse is the question. Should have
Easily.
it, no problem. 3 kills for D-Cop in the 1v3 clutch.
The only way for LG's 2 last players to win that one is to actually hide. They need to get off site. They need to get away. Force D-Cop to go for a ping on the bomb. Force him to actually go for a bit of a defuse and then try and double peek him or do something fancy like that. They don't have enough health to actually challenge him. You give him 2 back-to-back 1v1s, or at least, I mean, you have to say that Venerated tried to do the best thing there, which is to try to trade his teammate, but the dismissal way is far too strong. D-Cop drops another 20 bomb, and I mean, we're in Empress territory once more. He didn't even need to use it at the end there. He clutches so huge. Luminosity, they're in a lot of trouble. They need to start thinking about map 2 already.
Oh boy, Luminosity in big trouble here. Orbital Strike, Empress available for China win. Defense split 3-2. Same 3 members that we had from the B site, still holding on to it. Offensively for Luminosity, still trying to work this direction, and the Aldrone already pushing up over towards the B long well. Will actually slow things down pretty considerably. You've actually got Cute Fat Boy pushed aggressively at B long right now by the teleporter. Mina trying to line up 2, will be able to do it. A little bit shaky initially, but then the third shot's much cleaner. 3 kills for Mina and Luminosity, completely empty. D-Cop, he's going to get the information read. Doesn't actually scout out Proto mid-map. So he'll have at least a Vandal to try to make this 1v5 happen. Finds a second kill, definitely doable, but still a bit of a stretch. He's got the spike to at least play with.
I don't know what you should do here, because if you go for this one, you probably don't win, but if you just leave it, trying to win, get the 12. They probably get the 12
Absolutely.
anyway, so if you're a proto, maybe saving is the right call here, because your team doesn't have money, and having at least a few more guns to play with for that final round does give you the best chance of at least trying to get a round on the board. But like I said, without wanting to call it too early, and I certainly am, but 11
30
to 4,
seconds
where
left.
Decop's already dropped the 20 bomb, and I Love Mean is popping off here as well. 3 kills this round. Yeah, you really are thinking about map 2 currently.
Cage triggered.
20 seconds to make the play. Proto jumping onto the site. Here comes the commitment. Not going to get past Cute Fat Boy. Oh, mama. 12-4 we go. China win in a position to close out this first map quickly. As Luminosity, what does your economy even look like? The force buy will likely result in a couple of SMGs and maybe some ARs with light armor,
Look at
but
this here.
no one's really all that healthy. And this little triple kill from Nina, very well done. And the fact that nobody from LG even checks that angle whatsoever, I think is just a a catastrophe in its own self.
It's a common spot as well. I mean, you just have Mina playing in Cubby. A lot of people playing Cubby. They didn't util it. They didn't really do enough there at all. Going into this one, what do you want? 1 Vandal, 4 SMGs. At least they all have armor. Empress being used, and Decop wants to finish it right here.
Oh boy, this has all gone wrong, hasn't it?
It's
2v2
close, though. It's
situation.
2-2.
It's close. It's 2v2, but you thought based on the commitment that Luminosity was going to be able to walk away with more numbers than that, considering where those X's are placed. Going to now try to aggressively hit through the A site. Have a Rolling Thunder to play with. Showstopper, on the other hand, going to be hit for Mina. Tries to check over towards the quad box. Nothing there. And now DXN, 1v1, not going to be able to grab that versus Proto, as he will find the last 2. 3 kills in total for Proto. Staying alive as Luminosity in a valuable round after chaos. The opening, really.
And staying alive versus the shower pinch as well. You saw Decop really going aggressive there. Gets 1 kill via the Empress. I thought maybe from that point onwards it was going to be gone, but Stella, look at me. Look at this. He picks up 2. And I think a 3rd as well. Decop does go down at some point to make sure the 2v2 is there. Luminosity are still fighting for it. I mean, the ultimates might secure them 1 more, actually. I think if at this point in time, assuming we are going into a Rolling Thunder hit, that might give them 1 more round. It certainly will give them a plant.
4-man stack over to Hookah. Mina still here. Paint Shells comes out. That'll actually split people up. But Fenrir is going to go straight into the Hunter's Fury. Can he find an elimination here? He sure can. That's Mina who falls quickly. Now it's just down to the defensive power of maybe the orbital strike to hold this off. You see the rotation coming out for Pancakes, but Luminosity have not fully committed here. They still want to play off their numbers before they decide.
Decop over 1v1. He finds his 1v1 very quickly, so B is fairly open at this stage, and this is looking like a very good round. Luminosity might even be able to hold on to ultimates and see how well they do for the rest of it. Of Proto.
Okay.
Nice headshots. That's that 49% I'm talking about there. So Luminosity 6 to 12 for sure. I don't think they're trying to win with 2 members are going to be able to hold on here. And they might even have to start thinking about potentially saving, because look at Pancake's money. He's on 300. DXN as well, not super healthy, and a 2v5, not really recommended.
See how things unfold. It looks like, yeah, just going to be a very, very passive save coming through, and Luminosity really can't chase this down either. So flawless round should be coming through here, no problem. And I mean, a little bit of extra life breath into the lungs here for Luminosity, but it comes at still the consideration of how do you still find all of these rounds in a row to try to tie this up and send it to an overtime. I mean, the longer this goes, the more difficult it becomes. You feel like as China Win will start to earn more of those crucial ultimates. I mean, yeah, you've just had the orbital strike for now, but Empress, Hunter's Fury, Showstopper, all game-changing ultimates in their own right. So, I don't know, pretty tough balls here for Luminosity, but at least for now, everyone stays alive. You keep the weapons up.
That's important as well, because just a couple of rounds ago, we talked about the economy not looking great at all for Luminosity, and at one stage, I believe, as soon as the 12 was hit, so a couple rounds now ago, there were, what, 4 SMGs, 1 Vandal. That was a round they won to at least get themselves back into action. So trying to win now. We'll be able to buy it 1 more time. There'll be a couple of drops going across. Maybe 1 player will be feeling it a little bit more. They don't have a jet, so no blade storms or anything like that. Pancake still has an orbital strike available. And that can certainly open the door still. So here we go. 1 Bulldog, 4 rifles, and still match point, or map point, rather.
A lot of success has been found for Luminosity over towards B long lately. We're going to try to keep putting the pressure on and see if China Win can find a way to adapt to this. Venerated is going to scout out the front portions of B. Will at least take out the information onto the Cypher. Mina close by is playing much more passively than normal. Keep Fatboy for one, Mina another. One trade comes through, 3v4. Luminosity still needing to deal with how you execute without really getting ultimates that can open up the site for you. And everything will come to a small pause as China Win will essentially split their defense up 2-2.
This is a really good timing for Luminosity. You can start to see that Pancakes has moved over towards A. It's going to be a 3v2 here. Both members of the defense hiding an elbow currently. Boombot might spot something. No plant yet either. You got to go quick because China Win are coming back. 4 members will be on B fairly soon.
Big question mark, has Thief gotten here successfully without revealing his position? The passive elbow defense from China Win has allowed them to stay alive for now. And how about this China Win second guessing this? Because of the patient play with no spike plant coming out yet, the orbital strike gets thrown through blindly. Thief going for the ego chow, not going to be able to find it. Actually backs up into a bit of the orbital strike. The double hit coming out of elbow. Proto deals with it. Well done, but now here comes the hit from the front. 2v2, Venerated up top, still has not planted the spike. Thief up close and personal, not going to find the kill. The dismiss comes out, Venerated for one. Last player underneath, not able to grab it. D-Cop, of course, able to clean things up, and China Win take map number 1, 13-6.
Huge number of kills coming through. Made it competitive towards the end there as well. You really do have to give it to Venerated. I think he was responsible for definitely more than a few rounds there to come through for Luminosity, but China Win far too strong. What an impressive performance as well. Nearly was a 9-3 half to start things out with. 8-4, you'll still take it. 4 rounds in a row for China Win, opening up the second half as well on the defense. So not just an attacking team, even on the defense, they know their timings, they know how to get aggressive. Maybe you could say they overstepped a little bit towards the end when it was, I believe, 12-4. They did give away 2 rounds. That first round they gave away, they got very aggressive and tried to challenge very hard on Showers and lost to 4 Spectres. So maybe that shouldn't have happened, but beyond that, yeah, the rest is maybe just nitpicking.
I mean, at the end of the day, still, you had so many rounds to play with. Why not try something completely unexpected? The problem was it was 100% met with the same resiliency, like you mentioned, from those Spectres. So Bind, map 1, goes the way of China Win. One more map for them, and they go back-to-back on the monthly tournaments here with Nerd Street Gamers, provided by Mike and Ike's. Not bad, considering that $6,000 is on the line for first, $3,000 for second. When we come back after this break, we'll be trying to see if there will be a decider as far as will China Win be able to go back-to-back? It will have to come down to Haven, which is where Luminosity will have to start their big bounce back. We'll find out what happens when we come back. Welcome back, everybody. I hold shift with Avril. We're dealing with the grand finals of the September monthly tournament here with Nerd Street Gamers, provided, of course, by Mike and Ike and all of our other supporting sponsors as well. AIM Lab, Rothman Orthopedics, Zip Chair Gaming, and Temple University. We had ourselves an interesting first map. The Reyna coming out was, I think, the big kind of eyebrow raiser. Obviously, we expect Pancakes, like you had mentioned at the top of that one, to bust out the brim on Bind. A good look for China Win all the way throughout for what was a 13-6 total win. Now we go to Haven, and a lot of considerations as far as individual players from that last map coming into this next one, I think, from your side of view, Avril.
Yeah, I look at that performance on Bind, and part of me does say, okay, it does seem like China Win very, very good on Bind. That part is definitely obvious. We looked at the results of their previous matchup in the semifinals versus FYB, and they had a blistering Bind, 13-1, 12-0 attacking half as well. Looking at even the stats from what we just saw versus Luminosity, no surprises. D-Cup right at the top, 25-13, a differential of 12 in terms of the KD. 202 ADR, 341 ACS, and he was absolutely insane. 7 first kills, just 1 first death, so a +6 differential there as well. And I guess looking at the other side as well, Proto, we did say he was going to be a member that was going to be quite important. You know things are going bad for Luminosity. If a Proto is sub 40% headshot percentage, and even then at 39, he was still above the rest of all the other players on the entire map. So still doing reasonably well, but let's hope that Haven's a much better map for Luminosity, and maybe we'll have a situation where KZ can step it up as well as he did in the semifinal on that particular map.
Well, how about this as well? We saw Thief pull out the Reyna on this map in their latch matchup. Will we get double Reynas coming through? I think the expectations sort of lean towards yes, as D-Cop has been playing Reyna a lot throughout this entire tournament, essentially showcasing the potential as an individual to really pop off with the character when played correctly. So we'll see how things go. Map is ready. It is going to be Haven. Just as a reminder, if we need map number 3, it would be Split waiting for us. And yep, Thief and D-Cop immediately jump on in. It's going to be double Reynas in the mix.
Let's see who does it better this time around. One Raze is gone. Mina's going to hold on to the Raze for now. Raze Haven, not a, I would say, very popular pick. So this one's going to be kind of forced in by China Win. But overall, playing the same composition outside of Pancakes, now swapping over to the Omen, which actually might be an upgrade for the team. All things considered, DXN should still be very strong. The Sova Venerated had a reasonable game last time. Should be able to do that again. No breach though, actually.
Yeah, I was about to say no breach from either team coming through, which is definitely going to provide for some interesting takes and retakes if there's not that extra flash in the mix. D-Cop looking to get aggressive. No way! He finds the jumping player of Venerated for the headshot, and another!
Okay, this is incredible.
Goes into the overheal, and Stellar up top has to be sneaky. He's going to help out with Thief to find 2, and then a third. One more player down low. I have no idea how Stellar has stayed alive this long from that position. It leaves us with a 1v1. Proto from the corner locks things down, and even though D-Cop, you thought individually was just going to blow this A site wide open, it's Luminosity who's able to barely hold.
And sometimes you do have to check angles. Sometimes you do have to consider someone hiding on top on boxes. No one spotted that, so Luminosity will sneak one through indeed. Proto for 2 there, Stella for 2 as well. Where is the Omen hiding? You have to think about these kind of things. D-Cop, 2 kills, 1 death, 3 out of 6 for his ultimate. And he has a Sheriff available as well to start really considering about accelerating that ult charge.
Oh boy, already electricity in the air off our first round. But it's Luminosity who strike first. It's a costly strike, but they still strike first. Now for China Win, a different look offensively as they're going to send maybe a double hit right through the C garage doors. Venerated is going to be the player here to try to match up against this. And as soon as the recon bolt comes through, everyone backs away. Thief, aggressive peek over through the B main doors, finds one, KZ another from the corner. And now Thief wants to challenge. He wants to get a little bit aggressive here, and he will be able to find the successful kill into DXN. KZ also able to convert onto Pancakes, looking like a flawless round this time around, pending that cute fat boy doesn't make things too interesting. He's stuck with the classic with no spike just outside B main.
It's not looking too good. No ghost upgrade either. Might take it down a bit of half health, I was going to say, but more than that, gets a kill into Venerated. Thief would love this kill, stolen away by a Proto, so Thief still 4 out of 6 at this rate. 5 out of 6 would have been really good. They could have funneled maybe in another kill or an ult orb somewhere down the line. KZ, round 3 timing for the Operator, as is Venerated. So they want to shut down these guns super fast, and I like this. I like the confidence to bring up 2 Operators straight away on the defense, knowing that this is going to be a very important gun round for China Win. If either of those Operators get a kill early on, that's really important for Luminosity.
Yeah. Venerated KZ will split the difference. It'll be Venerated inside C garage doors as he's typically been. KZ loves to get aggressive on this A angle, and it's not just for the initial peek. He does not give it up, at least not severely, after he finds the miss on the first. Paint shells comes through. It's going to force him off the angle, but again, he's still going to hold here a little bit more aggressively. Puts things in a bit of a bind if Stellar can't stay alive behind him, as this is a full hit coming through. KZ reads the information, actually does get beat, so there is some value coming out. Here's the Lear play from D-Cop. Stellar, paranoid to respond. Trying to find a way to get another shot as KZ converts the second. Stellar almost able to get the lineup for the headshot, but does eventually fall. But China Win still looking at a 3v4. They have not committed to the A site as of yet, but they're going to be a little bit hard-pressed to back away, considering that KZ is still holding A long.
China wins in. They can't leave at this point now. It's going to be very difficult. An operator finds another kill. D-Cop down. That's the hard carry gone, and this round is lost for China Win. The double ops come through massively, and again, this is why, first of all, on Haven, operators are insanely good on this particular map, especially double operator, and the timing as well versus rifles. When you only have SMGs, but you have two operators to back your team up, you get kills off of that. How many operator kills did we see? At least 3, maybe even 4?
At least 3, yeah.
That's how you get that round win. So, Luminosity, 3-0, including the round 3 swing. China Win. This is not bind anymore.
Sure isn't. They'll have to go into a light buy situation, some stingers, some pistol upgrades, light armors. It's just about it. And how do you deal with the double operators when you're running that kind of a loadout? We'll see. They're going to give it, obviously, a good old college try, but at the moment, it's going to have to be on the back end, you feel like, of just good smokes and good flashes. 4-man potentially hit coming over towards C. 2 through the garage and 2 through long, and Thief will find 1 holding the garage. And say it's an open site, with the only exception the fact that Proto has just slightly backed away over towards his defensive side at spawn. Will back even further beyond that, as he was about to be threatened by one that was D-Cop challenging early. Take coming through, Spike trying to be blighted, D-Cop finds a kill, dismisses away, and Proto can't find the double up. It's D-Cop for 2. Tries to take the reach shot with the classic, nearly finds KZ, but is able to salvage what will turn into a 1v2. Venerated needing to find a way to chow this. As the operator, Spike is planted.
This is going to be a thrifty win. China Win for sure is a kind of team that I expect can pull these out, but that would be incredible. Venerated, we know how clutch he is as well. 1v2 situation, gets 1 kill, and maybe he can start turning things around. That's the one he requires, but now time is running out. Gets the 1 tap. In this particular 1v1.
Players in the corner. It's tough.
Doesn't have the time either. Yeah, I think even though if he knew DXN was there, still just doesn't have the time to work with. Now has an operator delivered onto the opposite end as well. So call that one a pretty massive win for China Win, considering that, I mean, they walked into it with 2 sheriffs, 2 classics, and a stinger. Maybe the only improvement here would have been D-Cop after getting the second kill on a Proto. This would be a good time for an Empress. Tries to challenge KZ with the classic, and unfortunately doesn't hit any headshots. So still makes sure his team wins, though. Still puts it into a very winnable position, and just not enough time for Venerated to do too much more.
And I think there's a lot of consideration why Venerated's looking C long. You're looking at a Sova who has got their ultimate available. What are the chances that he's actually stacked on top of the previous kill? You would think very low. How about this for early contact? Venerated misses the shot. Can he get away in time? Has a little bit of help. The spam shots come through. Now the Lear. D-Cop immediately into the Empress, coming out. The Hunter's Fury also here to assist, but D-Cop will find 2 before eventually being traded out. A long play coming out of Thief as well from the back. He's going to find 1. Lear comes through. Pancakes can't respond to this, and the quick defensive rotation from the flank looks good. Thief for 3. Luminosity holding on, just again, barely.
You really have to start crediting players like KZ for that one, because he shuts down the Empress. Great usage coming through from D-Cop. 7 and 5. He's got a lot more deaths than Thief, and part of this is coming down to the fact that Thief is coming in late for the retakes here. Able to get a few on the cleanup. He'll be using the Empress a little bit later on as well, but trying to win back onto an eco round. They've won a thrifty before. Can they do it again? It's going to be tough this time. A lot more ultimates to get through. If Venerated and Stella get 1 kill or an orb or something, they're going to have ultimates as well. So this time around, I feel like it's a lot more difficult for China Win to steal one away.
Thief, aggressive peek, will be shrugged off of it. Fortunately, I would say he's able to get away with his life. There were a number of players that could have dealt with him, trying to retreat back into the friendly confines of the B site. Aldrone literally bumps into Thief. He'll back away a little bit further. Does get tagged up a touch, but it's just a touch. He'll be mostly okay from it. Stellar, meanwhile, opposite angle, top from heaven, able to find first blood, as China Win was looking to rotate over to A quickly, but might have to reconsider. Still plenty of time.
Did have Thief take a little bit more damage from the follow-up shock dart as well. He's on about 50% now. Still is just pistols. Decop has possibly... I don't think Decop actually purchased, never mind, but they're trying to win. At least they get A for mostly free. They'll be on there now. Luminosity coming in fairly late, but they should feel comfortable with the retake considering they have plenty of guns to work with, especially now that Decop's down.
And the overheal gets through in full value for Thief. Has a Lear to play with. Gonna queue it up, throws it out. Trying to read information. Knows there's a player close right. Paranoia comes through, but Mina able to find two from the bottom side. Now the Showstopper comes out, puts it right at the front door again of the steps to open, and now Mina for three, looking for the 1v1 to close things out, but it's Stellar. Eventually wrapping in, will find a 3K of his own, and Luminosity again barely hold on to the A site, but go up 5-1.
I thought it was possible. As soon as Mina pulled out the Showstopper, I'm like, this is how they're going to win. They can get a kill with the Showstopper, have numbers versus the last player alive, and that's how they're going to be able to pull on through. But unfortunately, the Showstopper goes wide. Mina had the consideration of maybe popping it into heaven, but it was just far easier pulling it over towards CT or dropping it near the boxes. Can't pick up a gun, so for all the kills that Mina got on the Sheriff, can't upgrade to an actual rifle. So in the eventual 1v1 versus Stellar, a lot of bullets in Stellar's magazine, and none for either Mina, and can't hit the headshot either. Another round going the way of LG, 5-1. This was never going to be a one-sided series. Bind was never just going to be where we call the entire grand finals. Right. But now, how much more can Luminosity get? Big push-up for C-Long.
And Venerated will find some value off his Hunter's Fury tags for one. KZ dealt with by Pancakes with the aggressive peek. Will Pancakes expect the second? Trade on the other side of the map means we go 4v4. Thief holding his life. Emperor's going to be popped. Tries to go for the peek, but Pancakes instantly shuts down that play. Now trying to win on the push over to C. There are still defensive members here, but they know that as the Neuro Theft comes through. Lear trying to shrug Proto off the angle. Shot darts also being thrown in. Both players inside the site fall. Stellar 1v4. He's looking like he maybe wanted to commit to try to get in here. Still flirting with the idea, but if you're not careful, you can be put into the friend zone. That's indeed the case. Fat Boy able to find the last kill and try to win, get their second round on the board.
I think Luminosity may have gifted that one over a little bit as well. Thief decides to peek that one dry. He has layers available, doesn't drop a single one. Just goes on in. At that point, as soon as you pop the ultimate, Pancakes knows exactly where you are. You were hiding in the actual cubby, and Pancakes will just chill. He doesn't have to challenge you either. His entire team is eventually going to come around, and they will shut you down. All Thief needs is one kill to start popping off, but he can't even get that first shot in. So now they will be the ones forced to eco after being 5-1 up, dropping one round because of how many deaths they've had overall despite winning. Means they got no guns.
KZ getting aggressive again, the confidence, you can just feel it flowing through him right now. Decop aggressive, Lear coming out, but the dark cover blocks it, and Proto, he stayed alive, bud. He tries to go for the challenge, the timing got in his favor. Pancakes able to spam for the second. Trying to win, very successfully take the C site. The only way that Luminosity pulled this back, you feel, is if KZ can find some incredible knives, and as he missed two already, he's going to need a reset if that's still going to be a hope to ride off of.
Well, he's going to go in for this one. He's got nothing left to lose here.
Yeah,
Would love to be able to hit a couple onto Decop, but now he's healed up, venerated at least. With the buckshot coming on through 2-4. I suppose you go for this one. You're not really looking to save the Bucky, are you?
Okay. Opportunity as he finds a second kill. Stellar's been figured out over towards the garage tunnels, and as Venerated has fallen, Stellar, similarly so, will meet his fate. Couple rounds in a row now for China Win. Digging into the deficit, 5-3. Luminosity, though, off of Eco, will be looking to get their sixth here.
And just look at how the deaths have come through here as well. In 8 rounds, you have plenty of members on Luminosity, despite winning 5 of those. 6 deaths, 7 deaths, 5 deaths. The Proto even dies 4 times, so out of 8 rounds, he's dying half of them, despite them winning more than half. So because of that, they had the eco in that previous round. KZ will have another operator now. China Win don't really care about operators this entire half, it feels like. And, I mean, they don't have a jet anyway, so maybe they don't have to. Can they get past KZ, though? 2 players walking up over towards A, and the cages will lock them out.
Initial push coming from C-Long. Venerated will see both players. Doesn't want to trust to go to the shock dart. He's going to try to hold onto the site with Proto just by weaponry alone. Decop moving forward. Venerated holding the angle, but he's not able to fully assist. Dismiss comes through. Trying to back away was one, but Decop finds a second. He stays alive for so gosh darn long. Thief will eventually find the kill, but China Win once again successfully take the C site, and they're in a 4v2 situation.
But it's still going to be a difficult retake, and this is where I think you save the operator. KZ can't go for this one. Surely doesn't get out alive. DXN picks it up with a shock dart, and Mina through the wall onto Stella. You can't even walk away with guns. You can't walk in with guns either, apparently, and trying to win. 3 of them were on critical HP. They survived. So for LG, all the great work they did in the first 6 rounds, starting to fall apart now. 4 to 5. China would have basically caught up now, and at least in terms of economy, they're more than caught up. Look at where we are standing. Cute Fat Boy even on 8.6. He should probably drop Decop here if we want to keep the economy a little bit more balanced. So that's something that I think China Win can maybe fix up before walking into this round. But looking over on the other side, yeah, it's a couple of Buckies, and you're going to be looking at the Sheriffs.
I mean, this is going to be a 5-5, right? I mean, there's really no chance you feel like as Proto tries to get aggressive through the C garage doors, not going to find any value. And this C long hit from China Win has been clean. Decop for 1. Comes around the corner. Bucky can't match him. That's another for Decop. He's just having his way with LG in these last handful of rounds. Long defensive rotation coming on the flank, but Mina's here. Very well aware of it. Decop's close by as well. There's the first. Lear comes out, but Mina's fine. He's in front of it. Takes the challenge. Thief will find the response. 2v3 still doable, but Decop able to punish the flank. And now as the spike is planted, it's just on Stellar for a 1v3 in a pretty impossible situation considering he's got the Bucky.
And he can't even pick up a gun here. He might try and go through garage to try and sneak one in, but the smoke comes down in time as well. So how much do you trust this? Is there someone waiting on the other side, looking for a potential exit here? I think China Win might be a little bit confused about this situation. Like, where is Stellar right now? Why hasn't he pushed through? Is he in the smoke, hiding with a shotgun? Decop very confident to push through considering that is a possibility.
Stellar, exit, buckshot. Takes a while, but eventually gets
works.
it. Might have another actually right here, but just a little bit off, and DXN will punish. But like you mentioned, still worth it, right? Still clean up one more kill. It keeps the economy from completely snowballing out of hand, even though still you're looking at members that are nearly maxed out for China Win.
That's, by the way, Mina. Great opening kill. I don't think Mina really needs to push here because you assume when the lair comes through that Thief should push in as well. Also, the timing from Decop means he can just both outplay him. This was very interesting. I'm not too sure why they were chasing after Stellar. There's no good reason for China Win to be hunting Stellar down unless they assume that Stellar had picked up a rifle, but they had control over site and all the guns were on site itself. So let's see how LG can try and recover from this situation. Operator in hand for KZ. They've pushed off the line.
DXN's going to try to combine that recon bolt connection off the Aldrin with the Hunter's Fury. Misses everything. Decop in the Empress finds one. Has information on the second. Wins that one as well. Why not? This misses. Comes over the corner, but it's Thief who's able to finally respond. The Hunter's Fury defensively also came through for LG, but it hasn't been enough to keep them off the site. Proto left with one more. It's Venerated. Trying to work this together. They've done well to find 2 thus far. And a third. Proto, can you find a way to clutch this? It'd be a 1v3 technically on the site itself. Spike, not having been planted as of yet, but it's Pancakes who holds the angle and China Win get to 6 first.
And there it is. Pancakes doesn't pick up the operator. They're definitely not focusing on operators for this particular half. Double Empress came on through, by the way. Both of those players between Decop and Thief, they both decided to drop it in there. Decop 16-10, Thief 12-8. So it really does come down to the Reigner players to really carry through as we are about to head to the end of this first half. And as a reminder, look at the first 6 rounds there. It was Luminosity 5-1, but now 5 in a row for China Win, as they could even finish this one 7-5.
Looking likely. Big weapon advantage from the side of China Win. Plus, they've got a showstopper to play with. Thief deals with the boombot mid-map. Does he get aggressive here? I mean, there's been times where LG like to kind of flirt with that and push through the C garage doors. He'll think the better of it this time. And everything for China Win has come through C long. You've got to find a way to respond to this if you're LG.
Plays are here. 2 locked up. Lear's coming on through. Thief doesn't know where to look, doesn't know where to shoot, and Decop takes him down. This site is completely open. Don't suppose that KZ will be able to do too much more either.
The Lear hits have just been so clean for China Win. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. Decop has entered with the fury of 1,000 suns. Mina able to get one more kill here. Stellar, this would be a 1v5. If there was a player that you'd want for it, this one could be it. But Cute Fat Boy long range, 1 tap out of the Vandal will secure the 7th round and the close of the first half. 7-5, China Win.
Switching sides.
In the lead, they'll swap over to the defensive side, looking to close this one out and take a clean 2-0 to go back-to-back at the Nerd Street Gamers Monthly Finals.
And now you have to start feeling bad for LG, because at the start of this one, you really had high hopes for LG coming in strong. 3 rounds in a row, collecting that very important gun round coming through from China Win as well. And after that, I believe China Win did get a thrifty win that round 4, and ever since then, it hasn't felt quite as good. This opening pistol
Yeah.
was so decent coming through from both ends. You saw Decop getting instantly 2 kills, but Stella on top wasn't checked out. He returns the favor with 2 of his own. And now what was a 5-1 lead ends up being a 5-7 deficit. So the 5-1 lead that they got is the only 5 rounds to get it overall.
Luminosity on the pistol. Looking to stack maybe for a B hit very quickly. The Owl Drone's going to come out defensively. It will read one player. That was Venerated, who was down low, tagged by the Recon Bolt. Decop getting aggressive. He's going to flash a handful with the leer, but can't convert off the kills. So now all of a sudden, Luminosity's position has been made aware. Good information read, at least for Decop. DXN inside the site with Cute Fat Boy. Oh, tailwind updraft for KZ's just barely good enough, but it's DXN who stayed alive through the push. He finds a couple, and Mina on the retake for 2. Just down to Proto for a 1v2 situation. No spike in hand for him to play off of. So he's got to find a way to clean things up. Good long-range shots. Does he have the read? That DXN is close doesn't make a difference. 3 kills for DXN, and China Win take another pistol.
This is a really awkward position now. Do Luminosity force already? Part of me thinks you kind of have to, but part of me also says it's only a 3-round difference. It will be 4 soon. China Win off this should be 9-5. Luminosity have been doing well this map. Again, this is the map they started coming back on despite losing Bind to Team 2D just a while ago in the semi-finals. So if anything, this has the opportunity to go similar in terms of the cadence where you lose Bind but you come back on Haven. To actually come back on Haven, though, requires Luminosity to break the silence here, as it's been 7 rounds in a row for China Win.
Full stack with nothing but classics over towards C, and Pancakes has actually found quite a bit of damage already, just spamming through the dark cover. He's got help nearby as well. It's DXN who's on the site with him. Here comes the hit. DXN again, just staying alive in a dark cover, finds 3. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, maybe grab an ace. 1 more kill available, DXN. Unbelievable. He just slides into a dark cover and everyone just walks right by him. And then as soon as you think it's looking good for Luminosity, DXN has other designs.
And now they drop an operator. I'm pretty sure at 4,500, if they do want to play an op, and I'm sure you have to start thinking about it on the defense as well. Think about how Luminosity won their own 3rd round here to beat all the rifles coming on through. They did eventually pick up that operator, in fact 2 of them. DXN's round was absolutely huge. So after the first couple, I thought, okay, well, it's already kind of done here, but you might as well get the ace if you picked up 4 kills already. Looking at this now, it is going to be at least a 1 rifle given over to Pancakes. Again, if you pick up the ace, it's 1k in your bank account. So let's see if this is going to be enough with Pancakes sitting on the Vandal and 5 rifles on the other end. Mina super deep.
Oh no, Proto, does he check this? It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. KZ will find 1, and okay. Mina gets shut down. DXN reads the information, tries to help out with the Hunter's Fury from the other side of the map, essentially. Not able to convert with much. So Luminosity 4v3, A site completely in their possession. The spike will be very wisely backed away from as the double shock darts were coming over the top. Decop is on the flank, and that might just be enough if you figure for China Win.
Well, they can get a triple entry here. They have 1 Heaven, 1 through the alley as well. Into sewers. There's no idea where Decop is if you're looking at Luminosity's POV right now, so the timing is going to be absolutely pivotal. Some level of patience will need to be shown. You have to wait for the position to be found. DXN goes in a little bit early. Decop finds 1.
He does take down Pancakes. Decop, no way. He continues to finesse like this. Oh my goodness, almost locks down Venerated for 3. Oh boy. You just kind of felt like there was a world where Decop was going to clutch that up. I don't maybe I'm just on that island by myself there, partner, but I'll tell you, I was holding on to my chair there for a minute thinking that Decop maybe was going to get that 4-kill clutch up.
And I think he would have been able to. I mean, the opportunity would have been higher for him if DXN holds on for a little bit longer. You have a triple entry there. Again, 1 Heaven, 1 into the link as well, 1 coming through from A sewers. At that point in time, wait for Decop to be in position, and then you can all sort of come in together. Bait for Decop, allow him to be the carry. He's the unknown on the map. Luminosity have to deal with so much at the same time as we head into the next round now. And looking at the situation, by the way, Mina finally does have an operator in hand. No one walking to his line of sight just yet, but be a few customers today.
KZ has been trusted many times before to be the entry man. Looking to potentially do that again. He's going to have help this time, though, with Thief on that potential Lear busting on forward. And Mina's going to have to hit a shot because you feel like the timing of this peek from Proto's going to be pretty simultaneously. And Thief, actually, he catches Cute Fat Boy in the midst of checking his camera. Proto's going to get the read on Mina. That's an easy follow-up kill. And Luminosity, they've been beat up a bit, but they're absolutely not out of this game. 5v3. Thief makes it a 5-on-2, pushing through for more kills. Going to get the read off the dismiss. Takes the second challenge. Will be dealt with. And for China Win, you feel like you're just going to pick up these weapons and likely save.
Yeah, no, I mean, a little aggressive there coming through from Thief. Probably didn't need a challenge at the end of the day. Got the information. Just try and deny the gun if you can. Don't give away a gun as well. But like I said here, China Win will walk away with 2 rifles, Luminosity, get the plant, and well played as well to be able to break past Mina, and the operator doesn't even get a shot, and the showstopper completely goes wide. Mina just gets spooked at potential action coming over through from A long and doesn't hold the angle. Versus, who was it, a Proto who just comes on in, finds the tag, gets an easy kill. I think the operator was even recovered there as well, so KZ will really enjoy that in the next round.
Still alive, man. I'm trying my hardest not to just frame up the fact that China Win's going to win this map because they've looked so convincing, but Luminosity is not going to go out without a fight. Economy's starting to get a little bit more in their favor, as likely China Win will be on a bit of a light buy here. Not everybody can afford rifles, so an opportunity really for Luminosity to put this at essentially even keel. You're hoping that you get this 8th round securely in your favor, rather, I should say, and beyond that, you still have an Empress that could potentially be used to help secure a round after that, or even the round coming up.
Well, this will be a big one. Luminosity surely will be able to win this, but we've seen in times before where China Win can just pull out these thrifty wins. And even now, it's 2 rifles, a couple of pistols, and a stinger for Decop. And really, I think the best chance for China Win to win this is he either needs to get a kill and grab a gun, or either DX and a Pancake should drop over their rifle, allow then Decop to find the Empress off of 1 kill, and then win off that.
Proto, he knows that Pancakes is nearby, but are they going to expect Decop? Yep, they sure will. Brilliant first pick there, first blood. Thief coming in from the opposite angle, able to find another, but Cute Fat Boy somehow, while he was leered up, gets 1 kill into KZ. But still a very difficult retake on hand here. 2v4 situation. And beyond that, Luminosity has gotten the site without the need of the use of the Empress, which could be a pivotal tool in the round following, pending, of course, they win this one.
I mean, it's going to be a hard retake. 2 members versus 4. Ultimate still available. Best case scenario is if China Win do go for this one, they at least bait out a couple of ultimates, but I don't think the Luminosity will be really too fearful. DXN has a rifle as well, knows that he should get away. If anybody, you know, maybe Mina tries to go for something here, but even Mina will back out of this situation. Luminosity for 8, and we've caught up. Only 1 away from catching China Win now. So China Win has, what, 8 rounds in a row between round 7 and round 14, and after that, Luminosity is back in action.
So now we go 8 to 9 here, Avril, and I know that you're probably chomping at the bit saying that this is a must Empress use round for Luminosity, but you also have to consider the fact that Decop has one of his own, so anticipations for both of them coming out pretty high in your mind?
I think it's more about perhaps Thief using it in response to Decop. I feel like Decop needs to think about using it a little bit more, trying to need to win this round a little bit more. Their money is worse. They've been 3 rounds down now in this half. As soon as the gun rounds have started, they need to get a bit more of a roll on. If Decop uses, I think Thief responds.
All right, well, let's take a look. Opening spread for Luminosity will be pretty all over the board right now. 3 members starting to make their way over to C long. Defensively, similar situations we've had previously as far as the default setup is concerned. You do have Decop and DXN, or pardon me, Decop and Cute Fat Boy that are stacked inside the A site. Pancake is going to read the Owl drone coming through, and that might force a defensive rotation, but no commitment yet. Waits for the recon dart to come through, and then Paranoia going to get a free read, but now essentially it's KZ who tailwinds forward. He finds 1 and a second. Brilliant stuff there. Actually has an opportunity for maybe a 3rd. He's going to lock down the defensive side of Alley, but it's Mina who responds. Keeps things relatively even. 3-on-4 situation, but the spike has been planted at C.
And they have control. China Win have to try and hold on here. I say control. It's Luminosity that are on site. They've flooded it completely. China Win have to think about what they can do on this round. 2 players alive, 1 ult, 2 rifles. Not a lot of time there. Definitely running out of time here. And even if you pop the Empress, it's starting to become a little too difficult. Maybe more counter trades. Maybe Amina got a 2nd kill there. Or maybe Pancakes got a 1 kill there. Or instead of being just going 1 and 0. Could have been possible.
Now we're just playing for exits at this point. Decop, oh boy. Nearly gets the finesse onto Stellar, but that issue is dealt with. So 9-9 we go here. The only player to survive is likely to be Cute Fat Boy, but Luminosity want to challenge him here. And unfortunately, I think they just pick incorrectly. They were hoping he was on the side. He's actually top side of heaven. So 9-9 tie up. Economy for China win. What is that going to look like? It should be healthy enough for just about everybody to get full weaponry.
Someone has to drop for decop for sure.
Yeah, someone's going to have to drop, and it's likely going to mean that there's going to be a light armor also purchased in the mix. But this entry from KZ, beautiful. This is one of the things that we said, for Luminosity. Hopefully you can keep finding success off of KZ, getting those Vanguard entry kills, and that was a beautiful job to get C opened up for them there.
It was untraded as well. I mean, it didn't come through until a little bit later on when Mina starts picking up the frags, but you enter onto site, 2 kills straight away. That's both your defenders on C gone, and C is completely open. So from that point onwards, you are certainly going to be retaking. DXN sniping from A long as well. Hoping that Venerated maybe walks into him, but plenty of movements onto B, so we finally do get to see what B looks like.
I was about to say, we haven't seen a spike plant here yet for either team. 4-man stack for Luminosity coming through. No Hunter's Fury or anything to really open up this site with big damage for China win, unless there is some utility held on to by Nina on the raise. Pancakes. Threatening, potentially coming into the dark cover. We'll get the read that at least KZ is playing back by Gong. Empress also popped for Luminosity. That's going to be responded with Decop with one of his own. Proto does find the immediate kill, though. Empress shut down quickly. And now it's onto this, the raw retake. Thief finds one, backs away. Pancakes with one in response, but how do you deal with this post-plant setup if you're trying to win? You've got no information read whatsoever. You have to find the kills through this dark cover if you're going to have any success whatsoever. And beyond that, actually, DXN's going to hold down this point. No one knows he's on it. Unbelievable. I think they were trusting that Venerated shock darts were going to be enough, but the second one comes through a touch too late, and China win, literally stealing around underneath the noses of Luminosity.
I think LG maybe were considering the fact that China weren't going to stick it through. They didn't think the DXN was still going to be there. They spammed it through. They threw in a shock down and said, no way. He's probably backed up. He halved it for sure, and he's not going to be able to stick it through. But there it is. China win. They just managed to get one from under the shadows, and Luminosity. I'm not going to say this is momentum gone, but it does feel like a bit of a kick in the pants, at least for now. It's China win, trying to rescue the economy slightly. There is a judge being picked up there.
3-man stack to B again. I mean, you have to be feeling pretty positive about how the round went, with the exception of the Ninja Defuse to come through. So once again, they're going to go for it. KZ for one, Stellar another. And the push through this time, that's going to be unexpected by the side of China win. Pancakes for one, DXN another, but KZ on his 3rd kill in the round keeps the numbers advantage in favor of Luminosity. 1 on 3 for DXN, and this might be one of those rounds you have to consider likely just saving.
No Ninja Defuse this time around. Look at that. 2 members on the site. No one's playing offsite. They're not going to make that mistake twice in a row. Should be contact over towards sewers. Stella might be able to shut down DXM, drop that weapon on the floor, and make sure that China win for winning 1 round are just going to be reset on the loss bonus. So the economy is kind of ruined again, because look at this situation here. 2K abound. The worst thing you can do in a game like this is win 1 round and then lose straight away, just without getting a 2nd round in a row. Because you're just rebounding your economy. You are not picking up more money. You got, what, 1,900, 3K, then another 1,900. You're buying it between those because you're dying. And this is how a team like Luminosity can get very far ahead. In fact, Luminosity should pick up this round and possibly maybe even get 12 after that.
There is the possibility of a number of different ultimates for China win. And Luminosity do not want to give up any information whatsoever. They're still stacked in spawn. They should realize the economical advantage they have coming into this round, but at the same rate, of course, obviously the mutual information on the ultimates is shared, so... For Luminosity, what do you want to do? A couple hits towards B. This time looks like it will be a threat towards C initially. Showstopper could find big value here from Mina, so always be careful of that. Hunter's Fury. Maybe traded back, but Venerated is able to find first blood as he actually gets value for value. Omen for Omen. 4v4 we go. The hit not committed yet, but here's the leer from Thief as they try to make their way in. Mina gonna go for the Showstopper. Doesn't find elimination as KZ's able to tailwind away from it, so now Luminosity can reset. Plenty of time to wrap around the map if they want to.
Yep, they also have a lurker here as well. Proto should have timing onto 2 players. We'll at least be able to get the 1, I'm sure, but very, very patient And now he's not going to see anyone. Might still be able to pick up DXN on his rotation, 20 HP. And there it is, a nice headshot just to keep his percentage alive. And cute Fat Boy as well. Not bad onto Venerated. Slows things down considerably. 3 versus 3 now. D-Cop's still alive and he's by himself.
You know that he's going to try to play this. Has the Frenzy to go to, really wants a different AR than the Stinger, and will get himself a Phantom to play off of. No more Leers to go. Cyber Cage comes through, somehow D-Cups finds one, he just misses, he stays alive for a touch, but Proto is able to get the spam down and just barely catch D-Cop as he was exiting the Cyber Cage. Whew, 11 to 10. But you thought for a second it was going to go the opposite way. It's Luminosity up 1.
And in another part, to contextualize this one, if this was earlier in the game and you still lose but you get 4 kills, then Luminosity's economy doesn't look good. But then you consider that Stella walked into this round with 9k. He's fully purchased up. Rifle, full util, and armor, and he's got 9k. He buys down to 5.1, a Protosaur on 8.5. So at this point in the game, there's no way that Luminosity will ever have to eco again. Not for how many rounds there are remaining. LG are looking to be able to head into map point pretty soon, even up the scoreline, maybe even take us to a map 3. China Win can certainly win rounds where they're behind. We've seen them get the Thrifties, and it's not even that situation yet. They have a full buy of 5 rifles, 2 light armors. That's probably the only consideration in terms of what they're missing.
You figure that D-Cop is actually threatening for another Empress before this regulation time comes through. Long hit coming out through A. Mina is the one in sight currently with cute Fat Boy. Dark cover placed over to Heaven. Now the Leer, Paranoia coming through. Mina gets a read of their players down low, only finds one of what was hopefully going to be 2. Cute Fat Boy getting tied up, tries to escape, not able to do so. But on the long pinch is Pancakes, and that's going to leave some consideration as far as Luminosity's full commitment towards this spike site. Coming off the high ground is going to be D-Cop. He finds one, Pancakes another. Looking like 11 to 11 here as Pancakes finds 3. The quick flank, very successful again for China Win. We're tied up.
And I don't know if I want to really say it one way or the other just yet, but what I do know here is that if Luminosity win that one, and they force China Win into a map point situation, and China Win don't have money, which they wouldn't have if they lost, that would be the best chance for LG to complete this map and to have it clean as well, because then you do have a situation where China Win come in with not the greatest of buys. You can see that even though China Win won the map, their buys still look a little bit awkward. There's a Bulldog in there, D-Cup sitting on a Judge of all things, not the gun you want if there's an Empress. And again, this is another situation where I think one of the rifle players should be giving their rifle over to him. They're still not doing that.
We haven't seen much of that at all so far in the couple of games that have been Reynas on the field. Thief, one of those Reynas, trying to enter in, and D-Cop is here with the Judge, and my goodness, if he finds value off of this. Recon Bolt, he tries to stay alive, he just spams, finds 1 kill. Unbelievable, you feel like. Luminosity still committing. Cute Fat Boy in the corner, the Leer is beautiful! 2 kills coming through, the hit's still alive though as Stellar finds his 3rd, but it's down to a 1v2. Proto, no spike in hand. Knows that he's got 2 members in front of him on the B site, and he's got time to rewrap this back out C garage, but he wants to commit. And that will be the end of his life as Pancakes from the backside of the site will clean things up. China Win on tournament point, up 12-11. Luminosity, though, with the ultimate advantage, trying to send this to overtime.
And LG can do it. They can certainly take us to overtime, but China Win starting to get on a bit more of a roll here. This was such a huge move from cute Fat Boy. Bit of a mood as well, to be honest. 3 kills coming in, 2 flashed up plays. You take those for sure. Thief now onto the Bulldog, and please, for the love of God, somebody give him a proper rifle. There is an Empress available, and you bet both of them will probably use it here.
I'm baffled. But there is something to kind of linger in the back of our minds that both the Reynas are topping the lobbies every single time we see them play it. EXN will get the Aldrone Recon Bolt off the Proto mid-map, but he's the only one here. It's a 4-man stack for Luminosity over towards C long. It's DXN and Pancakes that are in line to receive it if it does to come through with an execute.
I'm telling you what, Alan, one day teams will learn how to funnel their Reynas properly, but that day is not today. It's not happening today, brother. Maybe a day in the future. Maybe when we get to the First Strike finals, you finally got to start seeing people drop their Reynas properly. But let's see if Luminosity can get it done with the resources that they do have. 1 minute to go. A little bit of development coming over towards C. Of course, that's going to be a fake, including from the shadows as well. Look at the rotations. And this is successful. LG now get A for free.
They've baited out the Empress as well. If they can get a read on D-Cop sitting in this position, this is going to be a 3v1 over towards A. It's just Mina that's here. Cyber Cage down. Mina
Decop's
finds
down.
1. Mina finds 2. Decop falls to the other side, but it's Mina for 3. Oh my goodness. A solo defensive hold in a 1v3.
30 seconds
And
left.
now all of a sudden the spike is down. Showstopper is earned. No more threat of any ultimates besides the Showstopper. Stellar trying to work his way in. Dark cover and Shrouded Step is all he has. Mina already popping over the Showstopper. Goes over towards Long, and Mina clutches things up with 4 kills in the round. China win. Currently the champions of the fall season as they win 2 monthly tournaments in a row.
Yeah, the best team for the Nerd Street Gamers monthly tournaments. August, September. Bring on October as well. China Win do not look beatable right now. 2-0 bind was about as one-sided as you can imagine. You're looking over towards Haven as well. You look back at round 22. It is a situation where if you are Luminosity, you win that one, you then force China Win to force buy on your own map point. That's how you take us to a map 3. But yeah, losing that one has got to hurt. And multiple times now we look over at LG where possibly some of those rounds still are away. Plenty of ecos being won coming through from China Win as well. And that just goes to show how good China Win are right now. Looking over towards Blind, as soon as that kind of performance comes through, and even though it's not as one-sided as it was on Blind on towards a map like Haven, Decop is still shining. Decop ends with over 25 kills. Mina may be the hero of that final round, and we'll say Mina played absolutely exceptional overall. 4 kills, a 1v3 situation on that final round, but I think they've really made a good case for Reyna today and how to play Reyna mostly properly.
Well, again, a big congratulations out to the side of China Win, but let's again take a look back at their journey to become the champions here in the month of September. Again, it was a pretty grueling group stage for them, not showed here, but they get out as the number 1 seed from their group. They get through their round of 16 matchup, and then this was their journey today. A tight matchup versus Spot Up. They dropped the initial map there, but eventually bounced back in 2 straight 13-8 dubs to get them the 2-1 win in that best of 3. They take down FYB after a close map 1. It was a 13-1 map number 2. And then, of course, right here, it's actually China Win versus Luminosity. Well, 2D is pictured there, but again, 2 very competitive maps by both of those squads, and China Win, again, go back-to-back. $6,000 here on the day for them to split up. Ooh, buddy, I mean, it's one of those things that we've seen China Win compete now over the last couple of months. We're routinely surprised when they don't come out on top of tournaments, but when they show up, when it's a big tournament, and they play like this, I think it's definitely time that you start to consider, if you're a major organization, to pick these guys up because they're looking incredible.
I mean, if you're looking for who the next round of teams are, the unsigned teams who are looking very good, China Win's probably top of the list there. They are consistently doing well in every single tournament they play in. I'm not saying they win every single tournament, but they're within striking. I mean, they are striking within distance of, you know, the teams that do have the orgs that are considered one of the top teams. You look towards the top 8s as well. I'm sure China Win, if they get the opportunity, and they will have the opportunity to play against the likes of, you know, the TSMs and the Dignitases and all the rest of the others.
Right.
You know, coming into some of the first strike qualifiers, I think China Win are going to be a bit of a sleeper pick there. They're going to be one of the dark horses of that particular tournament. So, yeah, I would not be surprised if China Win finds an org pretty soon. I would not be surprised if they keep up this level of performance. They're competing so well.
Unbelievable things. And I think on the other side, you know, obviously commiserations to Luminosity, but I think there's a lot of positives to take away from that LG squad. Of course, previously playing with Physique and Hoppin, those two traded out for Venerated and KZ. Looks like this fresh look for Luminosity very well could get them over that hurdle in which previously they were having a tough time competing with those very regular top 6 teams that we associate with North American Valorant. This roster, I think, puts them in a position to really be a major competitor in the future. Really good showcase here. Unfortunately, a couple of things don't go their way. But yeah, I think from what we saw in this tournament in full, Avril, so many cool storylines just before we get to the first strike series. You know, we've got 2 surprise teams that came through out of nowhere, but the 2 tried and tested ones of Luminosity and China Win find themselves in the finals in a very competitive 2 maps. We're going to throw things to break, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, we'll be talking with Decop and Pancakes, 2 players that I think we've got a lot of questions for when they get on the air with us. So don't go too far. We'll be back with those guys for the post-game reactions after this. Hello, and welcome back to the post-game reactions here after the monthly tournament comes to a very exciting conclusion. With me on the line is D-Cop and Pancakes from China Win. First and foremost, boys, big congratulations on an electric win. Goodness gracious, you had us on the edge of our seats.
Thank you.
But I want to get your take just on the overall as far as how the tournament went for you guys, because there were a couple of close calls for you guys in the group stage and in the early stages of this playoff bracket.
Yeah, it was. Go ahead, Payne. I'm out of words, dude. I'm so tired.
Okay,
It was
this
a long day.
decop guy had him playing Breach earlier, and then he was like, "Bro, I'm not playing Breach." And like in playoffs, he's like, "I'm going Reyna," and then he just drops 20 every game. So that's kind of how it went.
Yeah, it's actually my first time playing Reyna in a tourney. I don't know. It was kind of a feel, you know. Yeah, it was a kind of a feel peak. I wasn't really comfortable with Breach that much, so we just went with it and paid off.
All right, well, I'm gonna touch up on that a little bit because I'm surprised. You're saying it's the first time you bring it out on a tournament, so this is not a pick that a lot of teams are gonna go with. I mean, Thief tried to match it on Haven and he did okay, but the big difference here, I mean, I'm looking at stats here. Everybody on the entire server, in terms of kills for 2 maps, Pancakes, you dropped second. Oh no, you came just behind Proto. He was 34. Pancakes, you ended at 33. Decop, you finished 2 maps, 50 kills to 35 dips with 15 differential. That's ridiculous. I don't know what's going on there, dude. It's like you had an insane game, and what's going on? Is do you think Reyna's a lot more viable now? Do you think Breach is overrated? Like, what's in your mind?
Well, Breach is definitely still good, but I'm a very aggressive player, as you noticed in T-Side.
Oh yeah, I
was
saw that.
Kind of just running it down mid and C, playing like a ranked game, you know, just vibing out. But I mean, they're both great picks. I think Breach is more team oriented, and Rain is just more in play making potential. So I don't know. It was kind of the feel for the day, and it paid off. I'm very happy with my performance.
Yeah, it looked really good from my perspective as well. I really liked how aggressive you guys were playing on that particular pick. I feel like a lot of teams are not really supporting the Reyna properly, but you guys are, really pushing together with it, trying to funnel your Reyna some resources. And you dropped something like 3 ults on your first half of bind as well, which is really impressive because most players won't even get 2 ultimates, but you just dropped 3 of them, so that's pretty nuts. Looking over towards bind specifically, Pancakes, you're still playing a decent amount of Brim. I think most teams are not playing Brim anymore at all. There's just like Omen across the board. So, yeah, you're still bringing some Brim to the table. You feel like Brim's still good?
Yeah. Well, I didn't, and then my team's like, "Bro, just go Brim on Bind. He's so good." And I was like, "All right." And then I just started bragging out. I was like, "Yeah, I like Brim, man."
Yeah, we kind of forced them to do so, I guess.
I was like, "Guys, Omen's better," and they're like, "No, go Brim, dude."
Well, a lot of value off the orbital strike and the Molotov to be sure, but of course this makes it back-to-back for you guys. A ton of winnings in the back pocket, but I know that you guys are still kind of turning your gaze forward. First strike coming up throughout the winter season. Obviously, you guys looking to make a major move to establish yourselves there. So with this core 5, what's the adjustment? Is there a change in rehearsal etiquette? Do you try to keep the same grind that you've had so far, or what are the anticipations as you guys look forward to first strike?
Well, we've kind of used all these monthly tournaments, like weekly tournaments, to adapt and see what works for us and what doesn't. We tried the Breach. We tried different iterations of oppers in our teams, like Mina opping, then David opping, like different roles at jailings. We're kind of just testing things out just to make sure we're ready for the first strikes. I think today we showed that we're in the right direction, and it's only up from here.
Love it. Pancakes, are we expecting any more nonsense out of you? I mean, the hat itself is leading towards some wildness.
I always wear this.
He plays like that all the time. It's his luck hat.
No chance. All right, boys. Well, I'll let you get out of here. Enjoy the win. Thank you so much for stopping on. Big congratulations. 2 months in a row. A major way to set you guys up for success. Big congrats again, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
You got it. Of course, as we look to sign off here for the month of September, we hope you guys enjoyed the show thoroughly. Again, major shout outs to our presenting sponsors, of course, the highlight on Mike and Ike, but also the supporting partnerships with AIM Lab, Rothman Orthopedics, Zip Chair Gaming, and of course, Temple University. Avril, I'd be remiss if I don't get your final thoughts before we do our full sign off here.
My final thoughts was great tournament overall. Good to see China Win grab that win. Excellent play from Luminosity overall as well. Looking over to some of the upsets that could have come through, I think the semifinals were very interesting. FYB and 2D were very impressive. Would like to see how they can do in future tournaments. I'm looking forward to seeing all of these kind of teams make their way through first strike and see if they can really get some damage done there. But more importantly, as we head through here, Alan, I think people need to remember gamers.vote here. Election is coming up, so make sure that you guys are registered. Head to gamers.vote. Don't sit around. Don't wait around. Only takes a couple of minutes and it will be worth it.
Absolutely. Could not concur more. Definitely exercise your citizenship as best as possible. But for now, we say farewell. We hope you guys had a wonderful Sunday joining us here on the Nerd Street Gamer Valorant Monthly Tournament. $10,000 again, split up between what is the majority of China Win and Luminosity. I don't know if I got the full results on who finished third place overall in the evening, but there was a third place match that was going on between FYB and Team 2D. So exciting things around everything happening with those exciting up and coming squads. But like we said, that was Kevin Averill Walker. I'm Alan I hold shift on a Frio. Pleasure being with you guys on this Sunday. Until next time, hope you guys out there keep holding it down. So long.